Chapter 14 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 14. During the public procession on the feast of Corpus Christi, when Monseigneur Rousselot came down the steps of the magnificent altar set up through the generosity of Madame de Condamine on the place of the sub-prefecture, close to the very door of the small house she occupied, it was noticed with much surprise by the spectators that the bishop abruptly turned his back upon Abbe Faujas. "Ah, has there been some disagreement between them?" exclaimed Madame Rougon, who was looking out of her drawing-room window. "Didn't you know about it?" asked Madame Paloc, who was leaning over by the old lady's side. "It has been the talk of the town since yesterday. Abbe Faujas has been restored to favour." Monsieur de Condamine, who was standing behind the ladies, began to laugh. He'd made his escape from his own house, saying that it smelt like a church. "Do you attach any importance to such trifles?" said he. "The bishop is merely an old weathercock, turning one way or the other according as Faujas or Faujas blows against him. Today it's one of them, tomorrow it will be the other. They've quarrelled and made it up again half a score times already. Before 3 days are over, you will see that Faujas will be the pet again." "I don't believe it," exclaimed Madame Paloc. "It is serious this time. It seems that Abbe Faujas has caused his lordship a great deal of worry. It appears that he formerly preached some sermons which excited great displeasure at Rome. I can't explain the matter quite clearly, but I know that the bishop has received reproachful letters from Rome in which he is recommended to be on his guard. It is said that Abbe Faujas is simply a political agent." "Who says so?" asked Madame Rougon, blinking her eyes as though to see the procession, which was then passing through the Rue de la Banque, more distinctly. "I heard it said, but I really don't remember by whom," the judge's wife replied carelessly. Then she retired, saying that one would be able to get a better view from the side window. Monsieur de Condamine, however, took the vacant place by Madame Rougon, and whispered in the old lady's ear. "I've already twice seen her going to Abbe Faujas. They have some plot or other in hand, I'm sure. Abbe Faujas must have trodden somehow or other on that viper of a woman, and she's trying to bite him. If she were not so ugly, I would do her the service of telling her that her husband will never be presiding judge." "Why, I don't understand," murmured the old lady, with a guileless expression. Monsieur de Condamine looked at her curiously, and then began to smile. The last two gendarmes in the procession had just disappeared round the corner of the Cour Sauvaire, and the few guests whom Madame Rougon had invited to witness the blessing of the altar returned into the drawing-room, where they chatted for a moment about the bishop's graciousness and the new banners of the different congregations, and especially the one belonging to the girls of the Home of the Virgin, which had attracted much attention. The ladies were loud in their praises, and Abbe Faujas' name was mentioned every moment in the most eulogistic terms. "He's clearly a saint," sniggered Madame Paloc to Monsieur de Condamine, who had taken a seat near her. Then, bending forwards towards him, she added, "I could not speak openly before Madame Rougon, you know, but there is a great deal of talk about Abbe Faujas and Madame Mouret. I dare say those unpleasant reports have reached the bishop's ears." "Madame Mouret is a charming woman and extremely winning, notwithstanding her 40 years, was all that Monsieur de Condamine said in reply. "Oh, yes, she's very charming indeed," murmured Madame Paloc, whose face turned quite green with spleen. "Extremely charming," persisted the conservator of rivers and forests. "She's at the age of genuine passion and great happiness. You ladies are given to judging each other unfavourably." Thereupon he left the drawing-room, chuckling over Madame Paloc's suppressed rage. The town was now indeed taking an absorbing interest in the continual struggle that went on between Abbe Faujas and Abbe Faujas for influence over the bishop. It was a ceaseless combat, like the struggles of a couple of buxom housekeepers for the affection of an old dotard. The bishop smiled knowingly. He had discovered how to maintain a kind of equilibrium between these opposing forces, which he pitted one against the other, amused at seeing them overthrown in turn, and securing peace for himself by accepting the services of the one who temporarily gained the upper hand. To the dreadful stories which were told him to the detriment of his favourites, he paid but little attention, for he knew that the rival abbés were capable of accusing each other of murder. "They're getting worse, my child," the bishop said in one of his expansive moments to Abbe Faujas. "I fancy that in the end Paris will carry the day, and Rome will get the worst of it. But I am not quite sure, and I shall leave them to wear each other out. When one has made an end of the other, things will be settled. By the way, just read me the third ode of Horace. I'm afraid I've translated one of the lines rather badly." On the Tuesday after the public procession, the weather was lovely. Laughter was heard both in the garden of the Rastois and in that of the sub-prefect, and numerous guests were sitting under the trees. Abbe Faujas read his breviary in the Mouret's garden after his usual custom, while slowly walking up and down beside the tall hedges of box. For some days past he'd kept the little door that led to the lane bolted. He was indeed coquetting with his neighbours, and keeping aloof, in order that he might make them more anxious to see him. Possibly, too, he had noticed a slight coldness in their manner after his last misunderstanding with the bishop, and the abominable reports that his enemies had circulated against him. About 5 o'clock, just as the sun was sinking, Abbe Faujas proposed a game of shuttlecock to Monsieur Rastois's daughters. He was very clever at it himself, and notwithstanding the approach of their 30th year, both Angeline and Aurélie were immensely fond of games. When the servant brought the battledores, Abbe Faujas, looking about him for a shady spot, for the garden was still bright with the last rays of the sun, was struck with an idea of which the young ladies cordially approved. "Shall we go and play in the Impasse de Cheviot?" he asked. "We shall be shaded by the chestnut trees there, and have more room." They left the garden and started a most delightful game in the lane. The two girls began, and Angeline was the first who failed to keep the shuttlecock going. Abbe Faujas, who took her place, handed his battledore with professional skill and ease. Having tucked his cassock between his legs, he sprang backwards and forwards and sideways without cessation. His battledore caught the shuttlecock as it reached the ground and sent it flying, now to a surprising height, and now straight ahead like a bullet, and at times made it describe the most graceful curves. As a rule, he preferred to be pitted against poor players, who, as they struck the shuttlecock at random, or to use his own phrase, without any rhythm, brought all the skilful agility of his own play into exercise. Mademoiselle Aurélie, however, played a fair game. She vented a little cry like a swallow's every time she struck a blow with the battledore, and she laughed distractedly when the shuttlecock alighted on the young abbe's nose. Gathering up her skirts, she waited for its return, or leaped backward with a great rustling of petticoats when he vengefully gave it a smarter blow than usual. At last the shuttlecock fell into her hair, and she almost toppled over upon her back. This greatly amused them all. Angeline now took her sister's place, and every time that Abbe Faujas raised his eyes from his breviary as he paced the Mouret's garden, he saw the white feathers of the shuttlecock skimming above the wall like a big butterfly. "Are you there, your reverence?" all at once cried Angeline at the little door. "Our shuttlecock has fallen into your garden." The abbe picked up the shuttlecock, which had dropped at his feet, and made up his mind to open the door. "Oh, thank you, your reverence," said Aurélie, who'd already taken the battledore. "Only Angeline would ever make such a stroke. The other day, when Papa was watching us,
She sent the shuttlecock right against his ear with such a bang that he was quite deaf till the next day." There was more laughter at this, and Abbe Faujas, as rosy as a girl, delicately dabbed his brow with a handkerchief of fine texture. He pushed his fair hair behind his ears and stood there with glistening eyes and flexible figure, using his battledore as a fan. In the excitement of the game, his bands had got slightly displaced. "Monsieur le Curé," said he, as he took up his position again, "you shall be umpire." Abbe Faujas, holding his breviary under his arm and smiling paternally, stood on the threshold of the little doorway. Through the cart entrance of the sub-prefecture, which was half open, he could see Monsieur Pécur de Saulet seated in front of the cascade amidst his friends. The priest looked straight in front of him, however, and counted the points of the game, while complimenting Abbe Faujas and consoling the young ladies. "I tell you what, Pécur," said Monsieur de Condamine in a whisper in the sub-prefect's ear, "you make a mistake in not inviting the little abbé to your parties. He's a great favorite with the ladies, and he looks as though he could waltz to perfection." Monsieur Pécur de Saulet, who was talking to Monsieur de Langres with much animation, did not, however, appear to hear the other, but went on with his conversation with the mayor. "Really, my dear sir," he said, "I don't know where you see all the merits that you profess to find in him. On the contrary, indeed, Abbe Faujas appears to me to be a very doubtful character. There is considerable suspicion attached to his past career, and strange things are said about him here. I really don't see why I should go down on my knees to this priest, especially as the clergy of Plassans are hostile to us. I should gain no advantage by doing so." Monsieur de Langres and Monsieur de Condamine exchanged glances of intelligence, and then, by way of reply, nodded their heads. "None whatever," continued the sub-prefect. "It's no use pretending to look mysterious. I may tell you that I have myself written to Paris. I was a good deal bothered, and I wanted to be quite certain about this Faujas, whom you seem to look upon as a sort of prince in disguise. Well, do you know what reply I got? They told me that they did not know him and could tell me nothing about him, and that I must carefully avoid mixing myself up with clerical matters. They are grumpy enough in Paris as it is since the election of that jackass La Griffoul, and I have to be prudent, you understand." The mayor exchanged another glance with the conservator of rivers and forests. He even slightly shrugged his shoulders before the correctly twirled mustaches of Monsieur Pécur de Saulet. "Just listen to me," he said, after a moment's silence. "You would like to be a prefect, wouldn't you?" The sub-prefect smiled as he rocked himself in his chair. "Well then, go at once and shake hands with Abbe Faujas, who's waiting for you down there while he's watching them play at shuttlecock." Monsieur Pécur de Saulet was silent with astonishment. He seemed quite puzzled, turned towards Monsieur de Condamine, and asked with some show of uneasiness, "Is that your advice also?" "Certainly. Go and offer him your hand," replied the conservator of rivers and forests. Then, with a slight touch of irony, he added, "Consult my wife if you like. I know you have perfect confidence in her." Madame de Condamine was just approaching them. She was wearing a lovely pink and pearl-grey dress. When they spoke to her of the abbé, she said graciously to the sub-prefect, "It's very wrong of you to neglect your religious duties. One never sees you at church except, perhaps, when there is some official ceremony. It really distresses me very much, and I must try to convert you. What sort of opinion do you expect people will have of the government you represent if they see you are not on the side of religion? Leave us, gentlemen. I'm going to confess Monsieur Pécur." She took a seat, smiling playfully. "Octavie," said the sub-prefect in an undertone, when they were alone together, "don't make fun of me. You weren't a very pious person in the Rue des Helder in Paris. It's all I can do to keep them from laughing when I see you worshipping in Saint-Saturnin's." "You are too flippant, my friend," she replied, "and your flippancy will play you a bad turn one of these days. Seriously, you quite distress me. I gave you credit for having more intelligence. Are you so blind that you cannot see that you are tottering in your position? Let me tell you that it is only from fear of alarming the Legitimists at Plassans that you haven't already been recalled. If the Legitimists saw a new sub-prefect arriving here, they would take alarm, whereas as long as you remain here, they'll continue quietly sleeping, feeling certain of victory at the next election. All this is not very flattering for you, I am aware of that, and the more so as I know positively that the authorities are acting without taking you into their confidence. Listen to me, my friend. I tell you that you are ruined if you don't divine certain things." He looked at her with unfeigned alarm. "Has the great man been writing to you?" he asked, referring to a personage whom they thus designated between themselves. "No, he's broken entirely with me. I am not a fool, and I saw before he did the necessity of a separation, and I have nothing at all to complain of. He has shown me the greatest kindness. He found me a husband and gave me some excellent advice, which has proved extremely useful to me. But I have retained friends in Paris, and I swear to you that you have only just got time left to cling on to the branches if you don't want to fall. Don't be a pagan any longer, but go and offer your hand to Abbe Faujas. You will understand why later on, even if you can't guess it today." Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet lowered his eyes and seemed a little humiliated by the lesson he was receiving. He was very conceited, and showing his white teeth, he tried to reassert himself by murmuring tenderly, "Ah, if you'd only been willing, Octavie, we might have governed Plassans between us. I asked you to resume that delightful life—" "Really now, you are a great idiot," she interrupted in a tone of vexation. "You annoy me with your Octavie. I am Madame de Condamine to everyone, my friend. Can't you understand anything? I have an income of 30,000 francs. I am queen of a whole sub-prefecture. I go everywhere. I am respected everywhere, bowed to and liked. What in the world should I do with you? You would only inconvenience me. I am a respectable woman, my friend." She rose from her seat and walked towards Dr. Porquier, who, according to his custom, had come to spend an hour in the garden chatting to his fair patients after a round of visits. "Oh, doctor," she exclaimed, with one of her pretty grimaces, "I have got such a headache. It pains me just here under the left eyebrow." "That is the side of the heart, madame," said the doctor gallantly. Madame de Condamine smiled and did not carry the consultation any further. Madame Palloc, who was present, bent, however, towards her husband, whom she brought with her every time she came, in order that she might recommend him to the sub-prefect's influence, and whispered in his ear, "That's the only way Porquier has of curing them." When Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet had joined Monsieur de Condamine and Monsieur Deslangres, he manoeuvred cleverly in such wise as to draw them towards the gateway. When he was within a few yards of it, he stopped and appeared to be interested in the game of shuttlecock which was still going on in the lane. Abbe Sourin, with his hair blown about by the wind, the sleeves of his cassock rolled up, and his slender, white, womanly wrists displayed, had just stepped backwards, putting some 20 yards between himself and Mademoiselle Aurélie. He felt that he was being watched, and he quite surpassed himself. Mademoiselle Aurélie was also playing extremely well, spurred on, as it were, by the skill of her partner. Thus the shuttlecock described long, gentle curves with such regularity that it seemed to light of its own accord upon the battledores, going from one to the other player without either of them having to stir from their places. Abbe Sourin, inclined slightly backwards, displayed his well-shaped bust to advantage. "Excellent! Excellent!" cried the sub-prefect. "Ah, Monsieur l'Abbé, I must compliment you upon your skill." Then, turning towards Madame de Condamine, Dr. Pourquier, and the Perloque, he exclaimed, "I've really never seen anything like it before. You will allow us to admire your play, I hope, Monsieur l'Abbé." The whole set of the sub-prefecture now formed into a group at the far end of the lane. Abbe Faujas had not moved from the position he'd taken up. Having acknowledged with a nod the salutations of Monsieur de Langres and Monsieur de Condamine, he went on counting the points of the game. When Aurélie at last missed the shuttlecock, he said good-naturedly, "That makes you 310 points, for the distance was altered. Your sister has only 47. However, while he appeared to follow the flight of the shuttlecock with all-absorbing interest, he every now and then glanced at the door of the Rastoy's garden, which still remained open. Monsieur Maffray was as yet the only person who had shown himself there, but at last a voice called from inside the garden, "What is amusing them so much out there?" It was Monsieur Rastoy, who was chatting with Monsieur de Bordeaux beside the rustic table, that asked the question. "His lordship's secretary is playing at shuttlecock," Monsieur Maffray replied. "He's making some wonderful strokes, and everybody is watching him. His reverence the curé is there, and seems quite amazed." Monsieur de Bordeaux took a big pinch of snuff as he exclaimed, "Ah, Monsieur l'Abbe Faujas is there, is he?" He glanced at Monsieur Rastoy, and they both seemed ill at ease. "I have heard," remarked the presiding judge, "that the curé has been restored to the bishop's favour." "Yes, indeed, this very morning," said Monsieur Maffray. "There's been a complete reconciliation, and I've heard some touching particulars about it. His lordship shed tears. There can be no doubt that Abbe Faujas has cause for self-reproach." "I thought that you were the Grand Vicar's friend," observed Monsieur de Bordeaux. "So I am, but I am also the curé's friend," replied the justice of the peace. "Thank goodness, he's a man of sufficient piety to be able to despise all the calumnies of his enemies. They haven't even hesitated to question his morality. It's disgraceful." The ex-prefect again glanced at the presiding judge with a singular expression. "And they've tried to compromise him in political matters," continued Monsieur Maffray. "They said that he'd come here to overturn everything, to bestow places right and left, and bring about the triumph of the Paris clique. Why, if he'd been the chief of a band of brigands, folks couldn't have said worse things about him than they have done. A pack of lies, all of them." Monsieur de Bordeaux was drawing a face on the gravel of the walk with the tip of his walking stick. "Yes," he said carelessly, "I have heard these things mentioned, but it's very unlikely that a minister of religion would allow himself to play such a part. And besides, to the honour of Plassans, I think it may be said that he would have failed completely. There's no one here who could be bought." "Oh, it's all stuff and nonsense, that," cried the presiding judge, shrugging his shoulders. "A town can't be turned inside out like an old coat. Paris may send as many spies and agents as she likes, but Plassans will always keep legitimist. Look at that little Pecoeur now. We've only made a single mouthful of him. Folks must be very stupid to believe in mysterious personages running about the provinces, offering places and appointments. I should be very curious to see one of those gentlemen." He seemed to be getting a little angry, and Monsieur Maffray, with some show of uneasiness, appeared to think it necessary to defend himself. "Pardon me," he exclaimed. "I've never asserted that Abbe Faujas was a Bonapartist agent. On the contrary, I've always considered the accusation a most absurd one." "Oh, it's not a question of Abbe Faujas. My remarks are quite general. People don't sell themselves in that way. Abbe Faujas is above all suspicion." There was an interval of silence. Monsieur de Bordeaux finished the face he was drawing on the gravel by adding a long pointed beard to it. "Abbe Faujas has no political views," he at last said in his dry voice. "Evidently," replied Monsieur Rastoy, "we found fault with him for his indifference. But now I approve of it. With all this gossip in the air, it would have had a prejudicial effect upon religion. You know as well as I do, Bordeaux, that he can't be accused of the slightest suspicious step. He's never been seen at the sub-prefecture, has he? He kept with great propriety in his fitting place. If he were a Bonapartist, he wouldn't be likely to conceal it, would he?" "Certainly not." "Then, too, he leads a most exemplary life. My wife and my son have told me things about him which have affected me very much." The merriment in the little lane was now louder than ever. Abbe Faujas could be heard complimenting Mademoiselle Aurélie on some wonderful stroke of her battledore. Monsieur Rastoy, who had checked himself for a moment, continued with a smile. "Just listen to them. What can they find in it to amuse them so much? It makes one quite long to be young again." Then, in a more serious tone, he added, "My wife and my son have made me feel a strong liking for Abbe Faujas, and we are very sorry that his discreet reserve keeps him from joining our circle." As Monsieur Bourdeau nodded his head approvingly, shouts of applause were heard in the alley. There was a perfect uproar of hand-clapping, laughter, and shouts, as though some troop of schoolboys had just rushed out to play. Monsieur Rastoy rose from his rustic chair. "Good gracious," he said, with a smile, "let us go and see what they are up to. My legs are beginning to feel a little cramped." The others followed him, and they all three went and stood by the little door. It was the first time that the presiding judge and the ex-prefect had ventured so far. When they saw the group formed by the sub-prefect's guests at the end of the lane, their faces assumed a serious expression. Monsieur Piqueur de Soleil, for his part, drew himself up and put on an official attitude. Madame de Condamine went flitting to and fro along the lane, laughing and smiling, and filling the place with the rustle of her pink and grey dress. The two sets of guests kept glancing at one another, neither being willing to retire, while Abbe Faujas still maintained his position between them at Mouret's door, quietly enjoying himself, without seeming in the least degree conscious of the delicacy of the situation. All the spectators held their breath, for Abbe Faujas, seeing that their number had increased, was desirous of winning their applause by a last exhibition of skill. He brought all his science into play, created difficulties for himself on purpose to overcome them, turned round and struck at the shuttlecock without looking at it, but seemingly divining its position, and thus sending it back over his head to Mademoiselle Aurélie with mathematical precision. He was very much flushed and was perspiring freely. He'd thrown his hat off, and his bands were now hanging over his right shoulder. But he was the victor, and he looked as he always did, amiable and charming. The two groups of guests lingered there admiring him, and Madame de Condamine had to repress the applause which burst out prematurely and inopportunely by shaking her lace handkerchief. Then the young Abbé, introducing still further refinements into his play, began to skip about first to right and then to left, each time receiving the shuttlecock in a fresh position. This was the grand final flourish. He accelerated the rapidity of his play, and at last, just as he was jumping aside, his foot slipped, and he nearly fell upon the bosom of Madame de Condamine, who had stretched out her arms with a little cry. The spectators, thinking he was hurt, rushed up, but the Abbé, who was pressing the ground with his hands and knees, sprang up again by a strong effort, and sent the shuttlecock, which had not yet fallen, spinning back to Mademoiselle Aurélie. Then, flourishing his battledore, he triumphed. "Bravo! Bravo!" cried Monsieur Piqueur de Soleil, stepping up to him. "Bravo! It was a magnificent stroke!" exclaimed Monsieur Rastoy, who also came up. The game was interrupted, for the two sets of guests had now invaded the lane, and were mingled with each other, crowding upon Abbé Saurin, who leant quite out of breath against the wall by Abbe Faujas' side. Everybody began talking at once. I was afraid that he'd split his skull, said Dr. Pourquier to Monsieur Maffray in a voice full of emotion. Yes, these games generally have a bad ending, remarked Monsieur de Bordeaux, addressing himself to Monsieur de Langres and de Paloc, while he received a shake of the hand from Monsieur de Condamine, whom he always tried to avoid in the streets, so that he might not have to bow to him. Madame de Condamine went from the sub-prefect to the presiding judge, bringing them face to face and exclaiming, "But really, I am more upset than he is. I thought that we were going to fall together. There's a big stone there. Did you notice it?" "Yes, I see it there," said Monsieur Rastoy. "It must have caught against his heel." "Was it this round stone, do you think?" asked Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet, picking up a pebble. They'd never spoken to each other before, except at official ceremonies. Now, however, they began to examine the stone and passed it from one to the other, remarking that it was very sharp and must have cut the Abbe's shoe. Madame de Condamine stood smiling between them and assured them that she was beginning to feel better. "Oh, the Abbe is feeling ill," suddenly cried Monsieur Rastoy's daughters. Abbe Saurin had indeed turned very pale at hearing of a danger he'd run. He was reeling with faintness when Abbe Faujas, who kept aloof, took him in his powerful arms and carried him to Mouret's garden, where he seated him upon a chair. The two sets of guests soon swarmed into the arbor, where the young Abbe completely fainted away. "Get some water and some vinegar, Rose," cried Abbe Faujas, running towards the steps. Mouret, who was in the dining room, came to the window, but on seeing all those people in his garden, he recoiled as though he were struck with fear and kept himself out of sight. Rose soon came up with a collection of drugs, muttering as she hastened along, "If only Madame were here, but she's gone to the seminary to see the lad. I'm all alone and I can't do impossibilities, can I? The master won't stir an inch. Anybody might die for all he cared. There he is in the dining room, hiding himself. He'd let you die before he would get you even a glass of water." By the time she'd got through this grumble, she'd reached Abbe Saurin, who was lying in a swoon. "Oh, the cherub!" she exclaimed, overcome with womanly pity. The young Abbe, with his closed eyes and his pale brow wreathed with long fair hair, looked like one of the sweet-faced martyrs that one sees expiring in sacred pictures. The elder of the Rastoy girls was supporting his head, which lay back, allowing his delicate white neck to be seen. They were all in great excitement over him. Madame de Condamine gently dabbed his brow with a rag soaked in vinegar and water, and the others stood anxiously looking at her. At last the young Abbe opened his eyes, but closed them again immediately. He had 2 more swoons before he recovered. "You've given me a terrible fright," at last said Dr. Pourquier, who kept his hand fast in his own. Abbe Saurin, still sitting on the chair, stammered out confused thanks and assured them all that it was a mere nothing. Then he saw that his cassock had been unbuttoned, and he smiled as he buttoned it and readjusted his bands. To prove that he was all right again, when the company advised him to keep quiet, he went back to the lane with the Rastoy girls in order to finish the game. "You have a very nice place here," said Monsieur Rastoy to Abbe Faujas, whose side he had not quitted. "The air on this slope is delightful," added Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet in his charming manner. Then both sets of guests began looking with curiosity at Mouret's house. "Perhaps the ladies and gentlemen would like to stay in the garden a little while," exclaimed Rose. "I'll go and get some chairs." She made 3 journeys in quest of them, in spite of the protestations of the company. Then, after glancing at each other for a moment, the 2 sets of guests felt constrained by courtesy to seat themselves. The sub-prefect installed himself on Abbe Faujas' right hand, while the presiding judge took a chair on his left, and a friendly conversation at once began. "You are a very quiet neighbor, Monsieur le Curé," said Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet very graciously. You can't imagine what pleasure it gives me to see you every day at the same hour in this little paradise. It seems to bring me a feeling of restfulness after all the noise and worry I have." "A pleasant neighbour is a very rare thing," observed Monsieur Rastoy. "Quite true," said Monsieur de Bordeaux, "but his reverence seems to have filled this spot with the peaceful tranquillity of a cloister." While the Abbé was smiling and acknowledging these complimentary remarks, Monsieur de Condamine, who had not yet seated himself, stooped and whispered in Monsieur de Langres' ear. "There's Rastoy, hoping to get that lout of a son of his made assessor to the public prosecutor." Monsieur de Langres, however, gave him an angry glance, trembling at the thought that this incorrigible chatterer might spoil everything. But this did not prevent the conservator of rivers and forests from adding, "And Bordeaux, too, is flattering himself that he's already won back his prefecture." Meantime, Madame de Condamine had caused a great sensation by saying in a meaning way, "What I like about this garden is the tender charm it seems to possess, which makes it a nook apart from all the cares and wretchedness of the world. It's a spot where even Cain and Abel might have become reconciled." She emphasized her last words and gave 2 glances, one to the right and the other to the left, towards the neighboring gardens. Monsieur Maffray and Dr. Porquier nodded approvingly, while the Palocs looked at each other inquisitively, feeling uneasy and fearing to compromise themselves should they open their mouths. At the end of a quarter of an hour, Monsieur Rastoy rose from his seat. "My wife will be wondering where we've got to," said he. And thereupon the whole company rose, feeling somewhat embarrassed as to the manner of their leave-taking. But Abbe Faujas spread out his hands and said, with the pleasantest possible smile, "My paradise is always open to you." The presiding judge then promised to come and see the curé every now and then, and the sub-prefect, with more effusiveness, declared that he would do the same. For another 5 minutes they all lingered there, exchanging compliments, while out in the lane the laughter of the Rastoy girls and Abbé Sourin was again heard. A fresh game was going on with all the animation of the previous one, and the shuttlecock could be seen passing backwards and forwards in its regular flight above the garden wall. This ends Chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 15. One Friday, as Madame Paloc was entering Saint-Saturnin's, she was greatly surprised to see Marthe kneeling in front of St. Michael's Chapel. The Abbe Faujas was hearing confessions.
"Ah," she muttered, "has she succeeded in touching the Abbe's heart? I must wait a little while and watch. It would be very fine if Madame de Condamine were to come." She took a chair a little in the rear and, half kneeling, covered her face with her hands, as though she was absorbed in earnest prayer, but she held her fingers apart so that she might glance between them. The church was very gloomy. Marthe, with her head bent over her prayer book, looked as though she were asleep. Her figure snowed blackly against the white pillar. Only her shoulders, heaving with deep-drawn sighs, seemed to be alive. She was indeed so profoundly overcome with emotion that she was constantly allowing her turn to be taken by some other of Abbe Faujas' penitents. The Abbe waited for a few moments, and then, seemingly a little impatient, he began tapping the woodwork of the confessional. Thereupon, one of the women who were waiting, seeing that Marthe showed no sign of moving, decided to take her place. The chapel gradually grew empty, and Marthe still remained motionless, as if in ecstasy. "She seems in a terrible state," thought Madame Paloc. It is really quite indecent to make such an exhibition of oneself in church. Ah, here comes Madame de Condamant."
Madame de Condamant was indeed just entering the church. She stopped for a moment before the holy water basin, removed her glove, and crossed herself with a pretty gesture. Her silk dress made a murmuring sound as she passed along the narrow space between the chairs. As she knelt down, she filled the lofty vault with a rustling of skirts. She had her usual affable expression and smiled through the gloom. Soon she and Marthe were the only two penitents left. The priest grew more and more impatient, and tapped yet more loudly upon the woodwork of the confessional.
"It is your turn, madame. I am the last," Madame de Condamant whispered politely, bending towards Marthe, whom she had not recognized.
"Come, ladies, come," exclaimed Abbe Faujas, who had now half opened the door of the confessional. Madame de Condamant smilingly rose to obey the priest's summons, but Marthe, recognizing her, hastened into the chapel to fall again upon her knees, however a few paces away from the confessional box. Madame Palloc felt much amused. She hoped that the two ladies would seize each other by the hair. Marthe could hear all that was said, for Madame de Condamant had a clear flute-like voice. She dallied over the recital of her sins, and quite animated the confessional with her pretty gossiping ways. Once she even vented a little muffled laugh, at the sound of which Marthe raised her pain-racked face. Soon afterwards, Madame de Condamant finished her confession, and rose as if to retire, but she quickly stepped back and commenced talking afresh, this time merely bending her head without kneeling down.
"The she-devil is making sport of Madame Mouret and the Abbe," thought the judge's wife to herself. "It's all put on, is this."
At last, Madame de Condamant really withdrew. Marthe watched her as if waiting till she disappeared. Then she went forward, leant against the confessional box, and fell heavily on her knees. Madame Palloc had slipped a little nearer and was craning out her head, but she could only see the penitent's dark dress spread out around her. For nearly half an hour there was not the slightest movement. Now and then she thought she could detect some smothered sobs in the throbbing silence, which was also broken at times by a creak from the confessional box. She began to feel a little weary of her watching, for all she would be able to do now would be to stare at Marthe as she left the chapel. Abbe Faujas was the first to leave, closing the door of the confessional box with an appearance of annoyance. Madame Mouret lingered there for a long time, bent and motionless. When she at last went away, her face covered with her veil, she seemed quite broken down, and even forgot to cross herself.
"There's been a row. The Abbe hasn't made himself pleasant," thought Madame Palloc. Then she followed Marthe as far as the Place de l'Archevêque, where she stopped and seemed to hesitate for a moment. At last, having glanced cautiously around to make sure that nobody was watching her, she stealthily slipped into the house where Abbe Faujas resided, at one of the corners of the place. Marthe now almost lived at Saint-Saturnin's. She carried out her religious duties with the greatest fervor. Even Abbe Faujas often had to remonstrate with her about her excessive zeal. He only allowed her to communicate once a month, fixed the hours which she should devote to pious exercises, and insisted that she should not entirely shut herself up in religious practices. She for a long time requested him to let her attend a low mass every morning before he would accede to her desire. One day, when she told him that she'd lain for a whole hour on the cold floor of her room to punish herself for some fault she'd committed, he was very angry with her, and declared that her confessor alone had the right to inflict penance. He treated her throughout very sternly, and threatened to send her back to Abbe Faujas if she did not absolutely follow his directions. "I was wrong to take you at all," he often said. "I do not like disobedient souls."
She felt a pleasure in his harshness. That iron hand which bent her, and which held her back upon the edge of the adoration in the depths of which she would have liked to annihilate herself, thrilled her with ever-renewed desire. She remained like a neophyte, making but little advance in her journey of love, being constantly pulled up and vaguely divining some yet greater bliss beyond. The sense of deep restfulness which she had first experienced in the church, that forgetfulness of herself in the outside world, now changed, however, into positive, actual happiness. It was the happiness for which she had been vaguely longing since her girlhood, and which she was now, at 40 years of age, at last finding. A happiness which sufficed her, which compensated her for all the passed-away years, and made her egotistical, absorbed in the new sensations that she felt within her like sweet caresses. "Be kind to me," she murmured to Abbe Faujas. "Be kind to me, for I stand in need of great kindness." And when he did show her kindness, she could have gone down upon her knees and thanked him. At these times he unbent, spoke to her in a fatherly way, and pointed out to her that her imagination was too excited and feverish. God, said he, did not like to be worshipped in that way, in wild impulses. She smiled, looking quite pretty and young again with her blushing face, and promised to restrain herself in the future. But sometimes she experienced paroxysms of devotion, which cast her upon the flagstones in some dark corner, where, almost groveling, she stammered out burning words. Even her power of speech then died away, and she continued her prayers in feeling only, with a yearning of her whole being, an appeal for that divine kiss which seemed ever hovering about her brow without pressing it. At home, Marthe became querulous, she who till now had been indifferent and listless, quite happy so long as her husband left her at peace. Now, however, that he'd begun to spend all his time in the house, had lost his old spirit of raillery, and had grown mopish and melancholy, she grew impatient with him. "He's always hanging about us," she said to the cook one day. "Oh, he does it out of pure maliciousness," replied Rose. "He isn't a good man at heart. I haven't found that out today for the first time. He's only put on that woe-begone look, he who was so fond of hearing his tongue wag, in order to try to make us pity him. He's really bursting with anger, but he won't show it, because he thinks that if he looks wretched, we shall be sorry for him and do just what he wants. You are quite right, madame, not to let yourself be influenced by all those grimaces and pretenses." Mouret kept a hold upon the women with his purse. He did not care to wrangle and argue with them, for fear of making his life still less comfortable than it already was. But, though he no longer grumbled and meddled and interfered, he showed his displeasure by refusing a single extra crown piece to either Marthe or Rose. He gave the latter 100 francs a month for the purchase of provisions. Wine, oil, and preserves were in the house. The cook was obliged to make the sum stated last her till the end of the month, even if she had to pay for something out of her own pocket. As for Marthe, she had absolutely nothing. Her husband never even gave her a sou, and she was compelled to appeal to Rose and ask her to try to save 10 francs out of the monthly allowance. She often found herself without a pair of boots to put on, and was obliged to borrow from her mother the money she needed to buy either a dress or a hat. "But Mouret must surely be going mad," Madame Rougon cried. "You can't go naked. I will speak to him about it." "I beg you to do nothing of the kind, mother," Marthe said. "He detests you, and he would treat me even worse than he does already if he knew that I talked of these matters to you." She began to cry as she added, "I've shielded him for a long time, but I really can't keep silent any longer. You remember that he was once most unwilling for me even to set foot in the street. He kept me shut up and treated me like a mere chattel. Now he behaves so unkindly because he sees that I have escaped from him, and that I won't submit any longer to be a mere servant. He's a man utterly without religion, selfish and bad-hearted."
"He doesn't strike you, does he?"
"No, but it will come to that. At present he contents himself with refusing me everything. I have not bought any chemises for the last 5 years, and yesterday I showed him those I have. They are quite worn out, so patched and mended that I am ashamed of wearing them." He looked at them and examined them, and said that they would do perfectly well till next year. I haven't a single centime of my own. The other day I had to borrow 2 sous from Rose to buy some thread to sew up my gloves, which were splitting all over. She gave her mother many other details of the straits to which she was reduced. How she had to make laces for her boots out of blackened string. How she had to wash her ribbons in tea to make her hat look a little fresher. And how she had to smear the threadbare folds of her only silk dress with ink to conceal the signs of wear. Madame Rougon expressed great pity for her, and advised her to rebel. Mouret was a monster, said she. Rose asserted that he carried his avarice so far as to count the pears in the storeroom and the lumps of sugar in the cupboard, while he also kept a close eye on the preserves and ate himself all the remnants of the loaves. It was a source of especial distress to Marthe that she was not able to contribute to the offertories at Saint-Saturnin's. She used to conceal 10-sou pieces in scraps of paper, and carefully preserve them for High Mass on Sundays. When the lady patronesses of the Home of the Virgin made some offering to the cathedral, such as a pyx, or a silver cross, or a banner, she felt quite ashamed, and kept out of the way, affecting ignorance of their intentions. The ladies felt much pity for her. She would have robbed her husband if she could have found the key of his desk, so keenly was she tortured at being able to do nothing for the honor of a church to which she was so passionately attached. She felt all the jealousy of a deceived woman when Abbe Faujas used the chalice which had been presented by Madame de Condamine, whereas on the days when he said Mass in front of the altar cloth which she herself had embroidered, she was filled with fervent joy, and said her prayers with ecstatic thrills, as though some part of her lay beneath the priest's extended hands. She would have liked to have had a whole chapel of her own, and even dreamt of expending a fortune upon one, and of shutting herself up in it, and receiving the deity alone by herself at her own altar. Rose, of whom she made a confidante, had recourse to all sorts of plans to obtain money for her. That year she secretly gathered the finest fruit in the garden and sold it, and she also disposed of a lot of old furniture that was stowed away in an attic, managing her sales so well that she succeeded in getting together a sum of 300 francs, which she handed to Marthe with great triumph. The latter kissed the old cook. "Oh, how good you are," she said to her affectionately. "Are you quite sure that he knows nothing about what you've done? I saw the other day in the Rue des Orfèvres 2 little cruets of chased silver, such dear little things. They are marked 200 francs. Now, you'll do me a little favor, won't you? I don't want to go and buy them myself, because someone would certainly see me going into the shop. Tell your sister to go and get them. She can bring them here after dark, and can give them to you through the kitchen window." This purchase of the cruets seemed like a clandestine intrigue to Marthe, and thrilled her with the sweetest pleasure. For 3 days she kept the cruets at the bottom of a chest, hidden away beneath layers of linen, and when she gave them to Abbe Faujas in the sacristy of Saint-Saturnin's, she trembled so much that she could scarcely speak. The Abbe scolded her in a kindly fashion. He was not fond of presents, and spoke of money with the disdain of a strong-minded man who only cares for power and authority. During his earlier years of poverty, even at times when he and his mother had no food beyond bread and water, he had never thought of borrowing even a 10-franc piece from the Mourets. Marthe found a safe hiding-place for the 100 francs which were still left her. She also was becoming a little miserly, and she schemed how she should best expend this money, making some fresh plan every morning. While she was still in a state of hesitation, Rose told her that Madame Truche wished to see her privately. Olympe, who used to spend hours in the kitchen, had become Rose's intimate friend, and often borrowed a couple of francs of her to save herself from going upstairs at times when she said that she'd forgotten to bring down her purse.
"Go upstairs and see her there," said the cook. "You'll be better able to talk there. They're good sort of people, and they're very fond of his reverence. They've had a lot of trouble. Madame Olympe has quite made my heart ache with all the things she's told me."
When Marthe went upstairs, she found Olympe in tears. They, the Truches, were too soft-hearted, said she, and their kindness was always being abused. Then she entered upon an explanation of their affairs at Besançon, where the rascality of a partner had saddled them with a heavy burden of debt. To make matters worse, their creditors were getting angry, and she just received an insulting letter, the writer of which threatened to communicate with the mayor and the Bishop of Plassans. "I don't mind what happens to me," she sobbed, "but I would give my head to save my brother from being compromised. He's already done too much for us, and I don't want to speak to him on the matter, for he's not rich, and he would only distress himself to no purpose. Good heavens! What can I do to keep that man from writing? My brother would die of shame if such a letter were sent to the mayor and the bishop. Yes, I know him well. He would die of shame." Tears rushed to Marthe's eyes. She was quite pale and fervently pressed Olympe's hands. Then, without the latter having preferred any request, she offered her the 100 francs she had. "It is very little, I know, but perhaps it might be sufficient to avert the danger," she said, with an expression of great anxiety. 100 francs! 100 francs! exclaimed Olympe. Oh no, he would never be satisfied with 100 francs. Marthe lost all hope. She swore that she had not a centime more. She so forgot herself as to speak of the cruets. If she had not bought them, she would have been able to give 300 francs. Madame Truche's eyes sparkled. 300 francs! That is just what he demands, she said. Ah, you would have rendered my brother a much greater service by not giving him that present, which, by the way, will have to remain in the church. What a number of beautiful things the ladies of Besançon presented to him. But he isn't a bit the better off for them today. Don't give him anything more. It is really nothing but robbery. Consult me about what you do. There's so much hidden misery. No, 100 francs will certainly not be sufficient. At the end of half an hour spent in lamentation, however, she accepted the 100 francs when she saw that Marthe really had no more. I will send them so as to pacify the man a little, she said, but he won't leave us at peace long. Whatever you do, I beg of you not to mention anything about it to my brother. It would nearly kill him. And I think it would be better, too, if my husband knew nothing of what has passed between us. He is so proud that he would be sure to be doing something rash, to be able to acquit himself of our obligation to you. We women can understand each other, you know. This loan was a source of much pleasure to Marthe, who henceforth had a fresh care, that of warding off from Abbe Faujas the danger that threatened him without his being aware of it. She frequently went upstairs to the Truche rooms and stayed there for hours, discussing with Olympe the best means of discharging the debts. The latter had told her that a good many promissory notes had been endorsed by the priest, and that there would be a terrible scandal if they should ever be sent to any bailiff in Plassans to be protested. The sum total of their liabilities was so great, she said, that for a long time she refused to disclose it, only weeping the more bitterly when Marthe pressed her. One day, however, she mentioned the sum of 20,000 francs. Marthe was quite frozen upon hearing this. She would never be able to procure anything like 20,000 francs, and thought that she would certainly have to wait for Mouret's death before she could hope to have any such sum at her disposal.
I say 20,000 francs in all, Olympe hastily added, disquieted by Martha's grave appearance. But we should be quite satisfied if we were able to pay by small installments spread over 60 years. The creditors would wait for any length of time if they were only sure of getting their installments regularly. It's a great pity that we can't find anyone who has sufficient confidence in us to make the small necessary advances.
This matter became an habitual topic of conversation. Olympe also frequently spoke of Abbe Faujas, whom she seemed almost to worship. She gave Marthe all kinds of private details about the priest, such as, for instance, that he could not bear anything that tickled him, that he could sleep on his left side, and that he had a strawberry mark on his right shoulder, which turned red in May like the natural fruit. Marthe smiled and never tired of hearing of these little matters, and she questioned the young woman about her childhood and that of her brother. When the subject of the money cropped up, she seemed painfully overcome by her inability to do anything, and she even complained bitterly of Mouret, to whom Olympe, emboldened by Marthe's language, now always referred in her presence as the old miser. Sometimes when Trouche returned from his office, he found the two women still talking together, but at his appearance they checked themselves and changed the subject. Trouche conducted himself in the most satisfactory way, and the lady patronesses of the Home of the Virgin were highly pleased with him. He was never seen in any of the cafes in the town. In order to be able to render some assistance to Olympe, who sometimes talked about throwing herself out of the window, Marthe made Rose take all the useless old odds and ends that were lying about the house to a second-hand dealer at the market. At first the two women were a little timid about the matter, and only disposed of broken-down chairs and tables when Mouret was out of the way. But afterwards they began to lay hands upon more important articles, and sold ornaments, pieces of china, and anything else they could remove without its absence appearing too conspicuous. They were slipping down a fatal incline, and would have ended by carting off all the furniture in the house and leaving nothing but the bare walls, if Mouret had not one day charged Rose with thieving and threatened to send for the police.
"What, sir? A thief? I," she cried. "Just because you happened to see me selling one of Madame's rings. Be careful of what you are saying. The ring was mine. Madame gave it to me. Madame isn't such a mean wretch as you are. You ought to be ashamed of yourself for leaving your wife without a sou. She hasn't even a pair of shoes to put on. The other day I had to pay the milkman myself. Yes, I did sell the ring, and what of that? Isn't Madame's ring her own? She's obliged to turn it into money, since you won't give her any. If I were she, I would sell the whole house. The whole house, do you hear? It distresses me beyond everything to see her going about as naked as St. John the Baptist."
Mouret now began to keep a close watch at all times. He locked up the cupboards and drawers, and kept the keys in his own possession. Whenever Rose went out, he would look at her hands distrustfully, and even feel at her pockets if he saw any suspicious swelling beneath her skirt. He brought certain articles back from the second-hand dealers and restored them to their places, dusting and wiping them ostentatiously in Marthe's presence in order to remind her of what he called Rose's thefts. He never directly accused his wife. There was a cut-glass water bottle which he turned into a special instrument of torture. Rose, having sold it for 20 sous, had pretended to Mouret that it was broken, but now he made her bring it and put it on the table at every meal. One day at lunch she quite lost her temper over it and purposely let it fall.
"There, sir, it's really broken this time, isn't it?" she cried, laughing in his face. As he threatened to dismiss her, she exclaimed, "You had better. I've been in your service for 25 years. If I went, Madame would go with me."
Marthe, reduced to extremities and egged on by Rose and Olympe, at last rebelled. She was desperately in want of 500 francs. For the last week, Olympe had been crying and sobbing, asserting that if she could not get 500 francs by the end of the month, one of the bills which had been endorsed by Abbe Faujas would be published in one of the Plassans newspapers. The threatened publication of this bill, this terrible threat which she did not quite understand, threw Marthe into a state of dreadful alarm, and she resolved to dare everything. In the evening, as they were going to bed, she asked Mouret for the 500 francs. And when he looked at her in amazement, she began to speak of the 15 years which she'd spent behind a counter at Marseille, with a pen behind her ear like a clerk. "We made the money together," she said, "and it belongs to us both. I want 500 francs. Mouret thereupon broke his long-maintained silence in the most violent fashion, and all his old raillery burst forth again. 500 francs, he cried. Do you want them for your priest? I'd play the simpleton now and keep my peace, for fear I might say too much. But you must not imagine that you can go on forever making a fool of me. 500 francs. Why not say the whole house? The whole house certainly does seem to belong to him. He wants some money, does he? And he's told you to ask me for it? I might be among a lot of robbers in a wood instead of being in my own home. I shall have my very handkerchief stolen out of my pocket before long. I'll be bound that if I were to go and search his room, I should find his drawers full of my property. There are 7 pairs of my socks missing, 4 or 5 shirts, and 3 pairs of pants. I was going over the things yesterday. Everything I have is disappearing, and I shan't have anything left very soon. No, not a single sou will I give you, not a single sou. I want 500 francs. Half of the money belongs to me, Marthe tranquilly replied. For a whole hour, Mouret stormed and fumed and repeated the same reproaches. His wife was no longer the same, he said. He did not know her now. Before the priest's arrival, she'd loved him and obeyed him and looked after the house. Those who set her to act in opposition to him must be very wicked persons. Then his voice grew thick, and he let himself fall into a chair, broken down and as weak as a child. Give me the key of your desk, said Marthe. He got up from his chair and gathered his strength together for a last cry of protest. You want to strip me of everything, eh? To leave your children with nothing but straw for a bed? You won't even leave us a loaf of bread. Well, clear out everything, and send for Rose to fill her apron. There's the key. He threw the key at Marthe, and she placed it under her pillow. She was quite pale after this quarrel, the first violent quarrel that she'd ever had with her husband. She got into bed, but Mouret passed the night in an easy chair. Towards morning, Marthe heard him sobbing. She would then have given him back the key if he had not wildly rushed into the garden, though it was still pitch dark. Peace again seemed to be re-established between them. The key of a desk remained hanging upon a nail near the mirror. Marthe, who was not quite unaccustomed to the sight of large sums, felt a sort of fear of the money. She was very bashful and shamefaced at first whenever she went to open the drawer in which Mouret always kept some 10,000 francs in cash to pay for his purchases of wine. She strictly confined herself to taking only what was necessary. Olympe, too, gave her the most excellent advice, and told her that now that she had the key, she ought to be careful and economical, and indeed, seeing the trembling nervousness which she exhibited at the sight of the hoard of money, she ceased for some time to speak to her of the Besançon debts. Mouret, meantime, relapsed into his former moody silence. Serge's admission to the seminary had been another severe blow to him. His friends of the Cour Sauvaire, the retired traders who promenaded there regularly between 4 o'clock and 6, began to feel very uneasy about him when they saw him arrive with his arms swaying about and his face wearing a stupefied expression. He hardly made any reply to their remarks, and seemed a prey to some incurable disease.
"He's breaking up," they murmured to each other, "and he's only 44. It's scarcely credible. He will end by having softening of the brain."
Mouret no longer seemed to hear the malicious allusions which were made before him. If he was questioned directly about Abbe Faujas, he colored slightly as he replied that the priest was an excellent tenant and paid his rent with great punctuality. When his back was turned, the retired shopkeepers grinned as they sat and basked in the sun on one of the seats on the cour.
"Well, after all, he's only getting what he deserves," said a retired almond dealer. "You remember how hotly he stood up for the priest? How he sang his praises in the four corners of Plassans? But when one talks to him on that subject now, rather an odd expression comes over his face."
These worthy gentlemen then regaled themselves with certain scandalous stories which they whispered into each other's ears, passing them on in this way from one end of the bench to the other.
"Well," said a master tanner in a half-whisper, "there isn't much pluck about Mouret. If I were in his place, I would soon show the priest the door."
Thereupon they all repeated that Mouret was certainly a very timid fellow, he who had formerly jeered so much at those husbands who allowed their wives to lead them by the nose. These stories, however, in spite of the persistence with which certain persons kept them afloat, never got beyond a particular set of idle, gossiping people, and the reason which the curé himself gave for not taking up his residence at the parsonage, namely, his liking for the Mourets' beautiful garden, where he could read his breviary in such perfect peace, was generally accepted as the true one. His great piety, his ascetic life, and his contempt for all the frivolities and coquetries which other priests allowed themselves, placed him beyond suspicion. The members of the Young Men's Club accused Abbe Faujas of trying to ruin him. All the new part of the town was on his side, and it was only the Saint-Marc quarter that was against him, its aristocratic inhabitants treating him with great reserve whenever they met him in Monseigneur Rousselot's saloons. However, in spite of his popularity, he shook his head when old Madame Rougon told him that he might now dare everything. "Nothing is quite safe and solid yet," he said. "I'm not sure of anyone. The least touch might bring the whole edifice toppling down." Marthe had been causing him anxiety for some time past. He felt that he was incapable of calming the fever of devotion which was raging within her. She escaped his control and disobeyed him, and advanced further than he wished her to do. He was afraid lest this woman, this much respected patroness who was so useful, might yet bring about his ruin. There was a fire burning within her which seemed to discolor her flesh, and redden her eyes and make them heavy. It was like an ever-growing disease, an infatuation of her whole being that was gradually weakening her heart and brain. She often seemed to lapse into some ecstatic trance. Her hands were shaken by a nervous trembling, and a dry cough occasionally shook her from head to foot without consciousness apparently on her part of how it was rending her. The curé then showed himself sterner to her than before, tried to crush the passion which was dawning within her, and even forbade her to come to Saint-Saturnin's. "The church is very cold," he said, "and you cough so much there. I don't want you to do anything to make yourself worse." She protested that there was nothing the matter with her beyond a slight irritation of the throat. But at last she yielded and accepted his prohibition as a well-deserved punishment which closed the doors of heaven upon her. She wept, believed that she was damned, and dragged herself listlessly through the blank, weary days. And then, in spite of herself, like a woman returning to some forbidden love, when Friday came, she humbly glided into St. Michael's Chapel and laid her burning brow against the woodwork of the confessional box. She did not speak a word, but simply knelt there, completely crushed, quite overwhelmed. At this, Abbe Faujas, who was greatly irritated, treated her as harshly as though she was some unworthy woman, and hastily ordered her away. Then she left the church, feeling happy and consoled. The priest was afraid of the effect of the gloomy darkness of St. Michael's Chapel. He spoke upon the subject to Dr. Pourquier, who persuaded Marthe to go to confession at the little oratory of the Home of the Virgin in the suburb. Abbe Faujas promised to be here to hear her every other Saturday. This oratory, which had been established in a large whitewashed room with 4 big windows, was bright and cheerful, and would, he thought, have a calming effect upon the excited imagination of his penitent. There, he thought, he would be able to bring her under control, reduce her to obedience without possible fear of any scandal. As a guard against all calumnious gossip, he asked his mother to accompany Marthe, and while he confessed the latter, Madame Faujas remained outside the door. As the old lady did not like to waste her time, she used to take her knitting with her and work away at a stocking.
"My dear child," she often said to Marthe as they were returning together to the Rue Balland, "I could hear very well what Ovid was saying to you today. You don't seem to be able to please him. You can't care for him. Ah, I wish I were in your place to be able to kiss his feet. I shall grow to hate you if you go on causing him nothing but annoyance." Marthe bent her head. She felt deep shame in Madame Faujas' presence. She did not like her. She felt jealous of her at finding her always coming between herself and the priest. The old lady's dark eyes, too, troubled her when they constantly bent upon her, full as they seemed of strange and disquieting thoughts. Marthe's weak state of health sufficed to account for her meetings with Abbe Faujas at the oratory of the Home of the Virgin. Dr. Pourquier stated that she went there simply in obedience to his orders, and the promenaders on the cour were vastly amused by this saying of the doctor's. "Well, all the same," remarked Madame Paloc to her husband one day, as she watched Marthe going down to the Rue Balland, accompanied by Madame Faujas, "I should like to be in some corner and watch the vicar and his sweetheart. It's very amusing to hear her talk of her bad cold, as though a bad cold was any reason why one shouldn't make one's confession in church. I've had colds, but I never made them an excuse for shutting myself up in a little chapel with a priest." "It is very wrong of you to interfere in Abbe Faujas' affairs," the judge replied to his wife. "I have been spoken to about him. He's a man with whom we must keep on good terms, and you will prevent us from doing so. You are too spiteful." "Stuff!" she retorted angrily. "They've trampled me underfoot, and I will let them know who I am. Your Abbe Faujas is a big imbecile. Don't you suppose that Abbe Faujas would be very grateful to me if I could catch the vicar and his sweetheart? Ah, he would give a great deal to have a scandal like that. Just you leave me alone. You don't understand anything about such matters."
A fortnight later, Madame Paloc watched Marthe go out on the Saturday. She was standing ready-dressed, hiding her hideous face behind her curtains, but keeping watch over the street through a hole in the muslin. When the 2 women disappeared round the corner of the Rue Taravelle, she sniggered, and leisurely drawing on her gloves, went quietly on to the Place of the Sub-Prefecture, and walked slowly round it. As she passed in front of Madame de Condamint's little house, she thought for a moment of going in and taking her with her, but she reflected that the other might perhaps have some scruples, and all considered it was better she should be without witnesses, and manage the business by herself.
"I have given them time," she thought, after a quarter of an hour's promenade. "I think I may present myself now."
Thereupon she quickened her pace. She frequently went to the Home of the Virgin to discuss the accounts with Trouche, but that day, instead of repairing to the secretary's office, she went straight along the corridor towards the oratory. Madame Faujas was quietly knitting on a chair in front of the door. The judge's wife had foreseen that obstacle, and went straight on to the door with the hasty manner of a person who has important business on hand. But before she could reach out her hand to turn the handle, the old lady had risen from her chair and pushed her aside with extraordinary energy.
"Where are you going?" she asked in her blunt peasant woman's tones. "I'm going where I have business," Madame Palloc replied, her arms smarting and her face convulsed with anger. "You are an insolent, brutish woman. Let me pass. I am the treasurer of the Home of the Virgin, and I have a right to go anywhere here I want."
Madame Faujas, who stood leaning against the door, straightened her spectacles upon her nose and with unruffled tranquillity resumed her knitting.
"Well," she said bluntly, "you can't go in there." "Can't indeed. And may I ask why?" "Because I don't wish that you should."
The judge's wife felt that her plan was frustrated, and she almost choked with spleen and anger. She was positively frightful to look at as she gasped and stammered. "I don't know who you are, and I don't know what you are doing here. If I were to call out, I could have you arrested, for you have struck me. There must be some great wickedness going on at the other side of that door for you to have been put there to keep people from entering. I belong to the house, I tell you. Let me pass, or I shall call for help." "Call for anyone you like," replied the old lady, shrugging her shoulders. "I've told you that you shall not go in, that I won't let you. How am I to know that you belong to the house? But it makes no difference whether you do or you don't. No one can go in. I won't let them." Thereupon Madame Palloc lost all control of herself, raised her voice and shrieked out, "I have no occasion to go in now. I've learnt quite sufficient. You are Abbe Faujas' mother, are you not? This is a very decent and pretty part for you to be playing. I wouldn't enter the room now. I wouldn't mix myself up with all this wickedness." Madame Faujas laid her knitting upon the chair, and bending slightly forward, gazed with glistening eyes through her spectacles at Madame Palloc, holding her hands the while a little in front of her, as though she were about to spring upon the angry woman and silence her. She was indeed going to throw herself forward, when the door suddenly opened and Abbe Faujas appeared on the threshold. He was in his surplice and looked very stern. "Well, mother," he asked, "what is going on here?" The old lady bent her head and stepped back like a dog that is taking its place at his master's heels. "Ah, is it you, dear Madame Palloc?" the curé continued. "Do you want to speak to me?" By a supreme effort of will, the judge's wife forced her face into a smile. She answered the priest in a tone that was terrible in its amiability and mingled irony. "Ah, you were inside, were you, your reverence? If I'd known that, I would not have insisted upon entering. But I want to see the altar cloth, which must, I think, be getting into a bad condition. I am a careful superintendent here, you know, and I keep an eye upon all these little details. But of course, if you are engaged in the oratory, I wouldn't think of disturbing you. Pray go on with what you are doing. The house is yours. If Madame had only just dropped me a word, I would have left her quietly to continue guarding you from being disturbed." Madame Faujas allowed a growl to escape her, but a glance from her son reduced her to silence. "Come in, I beg you," he said. "You won't disturb me in the least. I was confessing Madame Mouret, who's not very well. Come in, by all means. The altar cloth might very well be changed, I think." "Oh, no, I will come some other time," Madame Palloc replied. "I am quite distressed to have interrupted you. Pray, go on, your reverence. Pray, go on." Notwithstanding her protestations, however, she entered the room. While she was examining the altar cloth with Marthe, the priest began to chide his mother in a low voice. "Why did you prevent her coming in, mother? I never told you to allow no one to enter." She gazed straight in front of her with her obstinate, determined glance. "She would have had to walk over my body before she got inside," she muttered. "But why?" "Because— Listen to me, Ovid. Don't be angry. You know that it pains me to see you angry. You told me to accompany our landlady here, didn't you?
Well, I thought you wanted me to stop inquisitive people's curiosity, so I took my seat out here, and no one should have entered, be sure of that." But the priest caught hold of his mother's hand and shook her, exclaiming, "Why, mother, you couldn't have supposed—" "I suppose nothing," she replied, with sublime indifference. "You are free to do whatever pleases you. You are my child. I would steal for you, I would." The priest was no longer listening to her. He had let her hands drop, and as he gazed at her, he seemed to be lost in reflections, which made his face look sterner and more austere than ever. "No, never," he exclaimed with lofty pride. "You are greatly mistaken, mother. It is only the chaste who are powerful." This ends chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 16. At 17 years of age, Désirée still retained the childlike laugh of an innocent. She was now a fine, tall girl, plump and well-developed, with the arms and shoulders of a full-grown woman. She grew like a healthy plant, happy in her growth and quite untouched by the unhappiness which was wrecking and saddening the house. "Why do you never laugh?" she cried to her father one day. "Come and have a game at skipping. It's such fun." She'd taken possession of one of the garden beds, which she dug, planted with vegetables, and carefully watered. The hard work delighted her. Then she desired to have some fowls, which devoured her vegetables and which she scolded with motherly tenderness. With these occupations of hers, gardening and fowl-keeping, she made herself dreadfully dirty. "She's perfectly filthy," cried Rose. "I won't have her coming into my kitchen any more. She dirties everything. It's no use your trying to keep her neatly dressed, madame. If I were you, I should just let her mess about as she likes." Marthe, now ever preoccupied, no longer took care even that Désirée should change her underlinen regularly. The girl sometimes wore the same chemise for 3 weeks together. Her stockings fell over her shoes, which were sadly worn down at the heels, and her tattered skirts hung about her like a beggar's rags. Mouret was one day obliged to take up a needle himself, for the girl's dress was torn behind from top to bottom. She, however, laughed gleefully at her nakedness, at her hair that fell over her shoulders, and at her black hands and dirty face. Marthe came to feel a sort of disgust of her. When she returned home from Mass, still retaining in her hair the vague perfume of the church, she quite shuddered at the strong scent of earth which exhaled from her daughter. She sent her into the garden again immediately lunch was over. She could not bear to have her near her, distressed, disquieted as she was by the girl's robust vigor and clear laugh, which seemed to find amusement in everything. "Oh dear, how wearisome the child is," she murmured sometimes, with an air of nerveless lassitude. As Mouret heard her complain, he exclaimed in an impulse of anger, "If she's in your way, we will turn her out of the house, as we've done the other two." "Indeed, I should be very glad if she were to go away," Marthe answered unhesitatingly. One afternoon, about the end of the summer, Mouret was alarmed at no longer being able to hear Désirée, who, a few minutes previously, had been making a tremendous noise at the bottom of the garden. He ran to see what had happened to her, and found her lying on the ground. She'd fallen from a ladder on which she had climbed to gather some figs. Fortunately, the box plants had broken the force of her fall. Mouret, in a great fright, lifted her up in his arms and called for assistance. He thought she was dead, but she quickly came to herself, declared that she was none the worse for the accident, and wanted to climb the ladder again. Marthe, however, had meantime come into the garden. When she heard Désirée laugh, she seemed quite annoyed.
"That child will kill me one of these days," she exclaimed. "She doesn't know what to invent to alarm me. I'm sure that she threw herself down on purpose. I can't endure it any longer. I shall shut myself up in my own room or go out in the morning and not return till evening. Yes, you may laugh, you great goose, to think that I am the mother of such a ninny. You are making me pay for it very dearly." "Yes, that she is," cried Rose, who'd run down from the kitchen. "She's a great burden, and unfortunately there's no chance of our ever being able to get her married." Mouret looked at them and listened with a pang at the heart. He said nothing, but stayed with the girl at the bottom of the garden, and there they remained chatting affectionately till nightfall. The next day Marthe and Rose were away from the house the whole morning. They went to hear mass at a chapel, a league from Plassans, dedicated to Saint Januarius, whither all the pious folks of the town made a pilgrimage on that particular day. When they returned, the cook hastily served up a cold lunch. Marthe went on eating for a few minutes before she noticed that her daughter was not at table. "Isn't Désirée hungry?" she asked. "Why hasn't she come to lunch?" "Désirée is no longer here," answered Mouret, who left his food almost untouched upon his plate. "I took her this morning to her nurse at Saint-Eutrope." Marthe laid down her fork and turned a little pale, seeming both surprised and hurt. "You might have consulted me," she said. Her husband, without making any direct reply, continued, "She's all right with her nurse. The good woman is very fond of her and will look well after her, and the child will no longer be in your way, and everyone will be happy." Then, as his wife said nothing, he added, "If the house is not yet sufficiently quiet for you, just tell me, and I will go away myself." She half rose from her seat, and a light glistened in her eyes. Mouret had wounded her so cruelly that she stretched out her hand as though she were going to throw the water bottle at his head. In her long submissive nature, angry promptings were now being fanned into life, and she was growing to hate this man who was ever prowling round her. She made a show of eating again, but she said nothing further about her daughter. Mouret had folded his napkin and remained sitting in front of her, listening to the sound of her fork, and casting lingering glances round the dining room, which had once been so merry with the chatter of the children, but was now so empty and mournful. The room seemed to him to be quite chilly, and tears were mounting to his eyes when Marthe called to Rose to bring in the dessert. "You must be very hungry, I should think, madame," said the cook, as she put a plateful of fruit upon the table. "We had quite a long walk, and if the master, instead of playing the pagan, had come with us, he would not have left you to eat the mutton all by yourself." Then she changed the plates without pausing in her chatter. "It's very pretty, is that chapel of Saint Januarius, but it's too small. Did you see that the ladies who came late were obliged to kneel down outside on the grass in the open air? I can't understand why Madame de Condamine came in a carriage. There's no merit in making the pilgrimage if you come like that. We spent a delightful morning, didn't we, madame?" "Yes, a very delightful morning," Marthe replied. "Abbe Mousseau, who preached, was very affecting." When Rose in her turn noticed Désirée's absence and learnt of the girl's departure, she exclaimed, "Well, really, it was a very good idea of the master's. She was always walking off with my saucepans to water her plants. We shall be able to have a little peace now." "Yes, indeed," said Marthe, who was cutting a pear. Mouret was almost choking. He rose and left the dining room without paying any attention to Rose, who cried out to him that the coffee would be ready directly. Marthe, now left alone in the room, quietly finished her pear. Just as the cook was bringing the coffee, Madame Faujas came downstairs. "Go in," Rose said to her. "You will be company for madame, and you can have the master's coffee, for he's just rushed off like a madman." The old lady sat down in Mouret's place.
"I thought you did not take coffee," she remarked as she put some sugar into her cup. "No, indeed, she didn't do so when the master kept the purse," interposed Rose. "But Madame would be very silly now to deny herself what she likes." They talked for a good hour together, and Marthe ended by relating all her troubles to Madame Faujas, telling her how her husband had just inflicted a most painful scene upon her on account of her daughter, whom he had removed her nurses in a sudden pet. She defended herself, and told Madame Faujas that she was really very fond of the girl, and should go to fetch her back before long. "Well, she was rather noisy," Madame Faujas remarked. "I've often pitied you. My son was thinking about giving up going into the garden to read his breviary. She almost distracted him with the noise she made."
From that day forward, Marthe and Mouret took their meals in silence. The autumn was very damp, and the dining room looked intensely melancholy with only 2 covers laid, one at each end of the big table. The corners were dark, and a chill seemed to fall from the ceiling. As Rose would say, it looked as though a funeral were going on.
"Well, indeed," she often exclaimed, as she brought the plates into the room, "you couldn't make much less noise, sir, however you tried. There isn't much danger of your wearing the skin of your tongue off. Do try to be a little livelier, sir. You look as though you were following a corpse to the grave. You will end by making Madame quite ill. It's bad for the health to eat without speaking."
When the first frosts came, Rose, who sought in every way to oblige Madame Faujas, offered her the use of her cooking stove. The old lady had begun by bringing down kettles to get her water boiled, as she had no fire, she said, and the Abbe was in a hurry to shave. Then she borrowed some flat irons, begged the use of some saucepans, asked for the loan of a Dutch oven to cook some mutton, and finally, in the end, as she had no conveniently arranged fireplace upstairs, she accepted Rose's repeated offers, and the cook lighted her a fire of vine branches, big enough to roast a whole sheep, in the kitchen.
"Don't show any diffidence about it," she said, as she herself turned the leg of mutton round. "The kitchener is a large one, isn't it? And big enough for us both. I don't know how you've been able to do your cooking upstairs as long as you have, with only that wretched iron stove there. I should have been afraid of falling down in an apoplectic fit myself. Monsieur Mouret ought to know better than to let a set of rooms without any kitchen. You must be very enduring kind of people, and very easily satisfied."
Thus, Madame Faujas gradually began to cook her lunch and dinner in the Mourets' kitchen. On the first few occasions she provided her own coal and oil and spices, but afterwards, when she forgot to bring any article with her, Rose would not allow her to go upstairs for it, but insisted upon supplying the deficiency from the house stores.
"Oh, there's some butter there. The little bit which you will take with the tip of your knife won't ruin us. You know very well that everything here is at your service. Madame would be quite angry with me if I didn't make you at home here."
A close intimacy now sprang up between Rose and Madame Faujas. The cook was delighted to have someone always at hand who was willing to listen to her while she stirred her sauces. She got on extremely well with the priest's mother, whose print dresses and rough face and unpolished demeanor put her almost on a footing of equality. They sat chatting together for hours before the fireplace, and Madame Faujas soon gained complete sway in the kitchen, though she still maintained her impenetrable attitude, and only said what she chose to say, while contriving to worm out all that she wanted to know. She settled the Mourets' dinner, tasted the dishes which she had arranged they should have, and Rose herself often made savory little luxuries for the Abbe's delectation, such as sugared apples, or rice cakes, or fritters. The provisions of the 2 establishments often got mixed together. Mistakes were made with the different pans, the 2 dinners being so intermingled that Rose would cry out with a laugh,
"Tell me, Madame, are these poached eggs yours? Really, I don't know. Upon my word, it would be much better if you were all to dine together." It was on All Saints' Day that Abbe Faujas lunched for the first time in the Mourets' dining room. He was in a great hurry, as he had to return to Saint-Saturnins at once, and so, to give him as much time as possible, Marthe asked him to sit down at their table, saying that it would save his mother from climbing a couple of flights of stairs. A week later it had become a regular thing. The Faujas came downstairs at every meal and took their seats at table just as if they were entering a restaurant. For the first few days their provisions were cooked and served separately, but Rose declared this was a very silly arrangement, that she could easily cook for 4 persons, and that she would arrange it all with Madame Faujas. "Pray don't thank me," she said to the Abbé and his mother. "It is a kindness on your part to come down and keep Madame company. You'll cheer her up a little. I scarcely dare go into the dining room now. It's just like going into the chamber of death. It quite frightens me, it feels so desolate. If the master chooses to go on sulking, he will have to do so all by himself." They kept up a roaring fire. The room was very warm, and the winter proved a delightful one. Rose had never before taken such pains to lay the tablecloth nicely. She placed his reverence's chair near the stove so that he might have his back to the fire. She paid particular attention to his glass and his knife and his fork. She took care that whenever the slightest stain made its appearance upon the cloth, it should not be put on his side, and she paid him numberless other delicate little attentions. When she had prepared any dish of which he was particularly fond, she gave him notice so that he might reserve himself for it, though sometimes, on the other hand, she made a surprise of it for him, and brought it into the room under a cover, smiling at the inquisitive glances directed towards it, and exclaiming with an air of triumph, "This is for his reverence. It's a wild duck stuffed with olives, just what he is so fond of. Give his reverence the breast, madame. I cooked it specially for him." Marthe carved the duck, and with beseeching looks pressed the choicest morsels upon the Abbé. She always helped him the first, and searched the dish for him, while Rose bent over and pointed out what she thought the best parts. They occasionally even had little disputes as to the superiority of this or that part of a fowl or rabbit. Then, too, Rose used to push an embroidered hassock under the priest's feet, while Marthe insisted that he should always have his bottle of Bordeaux and his roll, specially ordering one of the latter for him from the baker every day. "We can never do too much for you," said Rose, when the Abbé expressed his thanks. "Who should be well looked after if it isn't good, kind hearts like yours? Don't you trouble about it. The Lord will pay your debt for you." Madame Faujas smiled at all these flattering civilities as she sat at table opposite her son. She was beginning to feel quite fond of Marthe and Rose. She considered their adoration only natural, and thought it a great happiness for them to be allowed to cast themselves in this way at the feet of her idol. It was really she, with her square head and peasant manner, who presided over the table, eating slowly but plentifully, noticing everything that happened without once setting down her fork, and taking care that Marthe should play the part of servant to her son, at whom she was constantly gazing with an expression of content. She never opened her lips except to make known in as few words as possible the Abbé's various tastes, or to overrule the polite refusals in which he still occasionally indulged. Sometimes she shrugged her shoulders and pushed him with her foot. Wasn't everything on the table at his service? He might eat the whole contents of a dish if he liked, and the others would be quite happy to nibble their dry bread and look at him. Abbe Faujas himself, however, seemed quite indifferent to all the tender care which was lavished upon him. Of a very frugal disposition and a quick eater, his mind always occupied with other matters, he was frequently quite unconscious of the dainties which were specially reserved for him. He yielded to his mother's entreaties in consenting to join the Mourets, but the only satisfaction he experienced in the dining room on the ground floor was the pleasure of being set entirely free from the everyday cares of life.
He manifested unruffled serenity, gradually grew accustomed to seeing his least wish anticipated and fulfilled, and ceased to manifest any surprise or express any thanks, lording it haughtily between the mistress of the house and the cook, who kept anxious watch over the slightest motions of his stern face. Mouret sat opposite his wife, quite forgotten and unnoticed. He let his hands rest upon the edge of a table and waited like a child till Marthe should be willing to attend to him. She helped him the last, scantily, and to whatever might happen to be left. Rose stood behind her and warned her whenever by mistake she was going to give her husband some of the more delicate morsels in the dish.
No, not that. The master likes the head, you know. He enjoys sucking the little bones.
Mouret snubbed and slighted, ate his food with a sort of shame, as though he was subsisting unworthily on other people's bounty. He could see Madame Faujas watching him keenly as he cut his bread. He kept his eyes fixed on the bottle for a whole minute, full of doubtful hesitation, before he dare venture to help himself to wine. Once he made a mistake and took a little of the priest's choice Bordeaux. There was a tremendous fuss made about it, and for a whole month afterwards Rose reproached him for those few drops of wine. Whenever she made any sweet dish, she would say, "I don't want the master to have any of that. He never thinks anything I make nice. He once told me that an omelette I had made was burnt, and then I said, 'They shall be burnt altogether for you.' Don't give any of it to the master. I beg you, madame." She also did all she could to worry and upset him. She gave him cracked plates, contrived that one of a table leg should come between his own, left shreds of the glass cloth clinging to his glass, and placed the bread and wine and salt as far from him as possible. Mouret was the only one in the family who liked mustard, and he used to go himself to the grocer's and buy canisters of it, which the cook promptly caused to disappear, saying that they stank so. The deprivation of mustard spoilt his enjoyment of his meals. But what made him still more miserable and robbed him of all appetite was his expulsion from his own seat, which he had always previously occupied in front of the window, which was now given to the priest as being the pleasantest in the room. Mouret had to sit with his face towards the door, and he felt as though he were eating amongst strangers, now that he could not at each mouthful cast a glance at his fruit trees. Marthe was not so bitter against him as Rose was. She treated him at first like a poor relation, whose presence is just tolerated, and then gradually grew to ignore him, scarcely ever addressing a remark to him, and acting as though Abbe Faujas alone had the right to give orders in the house. Mouret, however, showed no inclination to rebel. He occasionally exchanged a few polite phrases with the priest, though he generally ate in perfect silence, and only replied to the cook's attacks by looking at her. He always finished before any of the others, folded up his napkin tidily, and then left the room, frequently before the dessert was placed upon the table. Rose alleged that he was bursting with anger, and when she gossiped in the kitchen with Madame Faujas, she discussed his conduct freely. "I know him very well. I've never been afraid of him. Before you came, Madame used to tremble before him, for he was always scolding and blustering and trying to appear very terrible. He used to worry our lives out of us, always poking about, never finding anything right, and trying to show us that he was master. Now he's as docile as a lamb, isn't he? It's just because Madame has asserted herself. Ah, if he weren't a coward and weren't afraid of what might happen, you would hear a pretty row. But he's afraid of your son. Yes, he's afraid of his reverence the curé. Anyone would say, to look at him, that he's lost his senses every now and then. But after all, as long as he doesn't bother us any longer, he's welcome to act as he pleases. Isn't he, Madame?" Madame Faujas replied that Monsieur Mouret seemed to her to be a very worthy man, and that his only fault was his lack of religion. but he would certainly adopt a better mode of life in time, she said. The old lady was gradually making herself mistress of the whole of the ground floor, going from kitchen to dining room as she pleased, and ever bustling about in the hall and passages. When Mouret met her, he used to recall the day when the Faujas first arrived, when, wearing that shabby black dress of hers, she had tenaciously clung to her basket with both hands and poked her head inquisitively into each room, with all the unruffled serenity of a person inspecting some property for sale. Since the Faujas had begun to take their meals downstairs, the Trouches were left in possession of the second floor. They made a great deal of noise, and the constant moving of furniture, the stamping of feet, and the violent banging of doors were heard by those downstairs. Madame Faujas would then uneasily raise her head in the midst of her gossiping in the kitchen. Rose, for the sake of putting her at her ease, used to say that poor Madame Trouche suffered a great deal of pain. One night the Abbe, who had not yet gone to bed, heard a strange commotion on the stairs. He left his room with his candle in his hand, and saw Trouche, disgracefully drunk, climbing up the stairs on his knees. He seized the sot in his strong arms and threw him into his room. A lamp was in bed there, quietly reading a novel, and sipping a glass of spirits and water that stood on a little table at the bedside. "Listen to me," said Abbe Faujas, livid with rage. "You will pack up your things in the morning and take yourselves off." "Why? What for?" asked Olympe, quite calmly. "We are very comfortable here." The priest sternly interrupted her. "Hold your tongue! You are a wretched woman. You've never tried to do anything but injure me. Our mother was right. I ought never to have rescued you from your state of wretchedness. I've just had to pick your husband up on the stairs. It is disgraceful. Think of the scandal there would be if he were to be seen in this state. You will go away in the morning." Olympe sat up to sip her grog. No, indeed," she said. Trouche laughed. He was drunkenly merry, and fell back into an armchair in a state of happy self-satisfaction. "Don't let us quarrel," he stammered. "It's a mere nothing, only a little giddiness. The air, which is very cold, made me dizzy, that's all. And your streets in this confounded town are so very confusing. I say, Faujas, there are some very nice young fellows about here. There's Dr. Pourquier's son. You know Dr. Pourquier, don't you? Well, I meet the son at a cafe behind the jail. It's kept by a woman from Arles, a fine, handsome woman with a dark complexion." The priest crossed his arms and looked at him with a terrible expression. "No, really, Faujas, I assure you that it's quite wrong of you to be angry with me. You know that I've been well brought up and that I know how to behave myself. Why, in the daytime I wouldn't touch a drop of syrup for fear of compromising you. Since I've been here, I've gone to my office just like a boy going to school, with slices of bread and jam in a little basket. It's a very stupid sort of life, I can assure you, and I only do it to be of service to you. But at night, I'm not likely to be seen, and I can go about a little. It does me good, and in fact, I should die if I always kept myself locked up here. There's no one in the streets, you know. What funny streets they are, eh?" "Sot!" growled the priest between his clenched teeth. "You won't be friends, then? Well, that's very wrong of you, old chap. I'm a jolly fellow myself, and I don't like sour looks, and if what I do doesn't please you, I'll leave you to get on with your pious ladies by yourself. That little Condamine is the only decent one amongst them, and even she doesn't come up to the cafe keeper from Arles. Oh yes, you may roll your eyes about as much as you like. I can get on quite well without you. See, would you like me to lend you 100 francs? He drew out a bundle of banknotes and spread them on his knees, laughing loudly as he did so. Then he swept them under the Abbe's nose and threw them up in the air. Olympe sprang out of bed half naked, picked up the notes and placed them under the bolster with an expression of vexation. Abbe Faujas glanced around him with great surprise. He saw bottles of liqueur ranged all along the top of a chest of drawers. A scarcely touched patty was on the mantelpiece, and there were some sweetmeats in an old box. The room was indeed full of recent purchases. Dresses thrown over the chairs, an open parcel of lace, a magnificent new overcoat hanging from the window catch, and a bearskin rug spread out in front of the bed. By the side of Olympe's glass of grog on the little table, there also lay a small gold lady's watch, glittering in a porcelain tray. Whom have they been plundering, I wonder, thought the priest. Then he recollected having seen Olympe kissing Marthe's hands. "You wretched people," he cried, "you have been thieving!" Trouche sprang up, but his wife pushed him down upon the sofa. "Keep quiet," she said to him. "Go to sleep. You need it." Then turning to her brother, she continued, "It is 1 o'clock, and you might let us go to sleep if you have only disagreeable things to say. It's certainly wrong of my husband to intoxicate himself, but that's no reason why you should abuse him. We've already had several explanations. This one must be the last. Do you understand, Ovid? We are brother and sister, are we not? Well then, as I've told you before, we must go halves. You gorge yourself downstairs. We have all kinds of dainty dishes provided for you, and you live a fat life between the landlady and the cook. Well, you please yourself about that. We don't go and look into your plate or try to pull the dainty morsels out of your mouth. We let you manage your affairs as you like. Very well then. Just you leave us alone and allow us the same liberty. I don't think I'm asking anything unreasonable." The priest made a gesture of impatience. "Oh, yes, I understand," she continued. "You are afraid lest we should compromise you in your schemes. The best way to ensure our not doing so is to leave us in peace and cease from worrying us. In spite of all your grand airs, you are not so clever. We have the same interests as you have. We are all of the same family, and we might very well hunt together. It would be much the best plan if you would only see it. But there, go to bed now. I'll scold Trouche in the morning, and I'll send him to you, and you can give him your instructions." For a moment the priest, who was a little pale, remained thinking. Then, without another word, he left the room, and Olympe resumed the perusal of her novel, while Trouche lay snoring on the sofa. The next morning, Trouche, who had recovered his wits, had a long interview with Abbe Faujas. When he returned to his wife, he informed her of the conditions upon which peace had again been patched up. "Listen to me, my dear," Olympe replied. "Give way to him and do what he asks. Above all, try to be useful to him, since he gives you the chance of being so. I put a bold face on the matter when he's here, but in my own heart I know very well that he would turn us out into the street like dogs if we pushed him too far, and I don't want to have to go away. Are you sure that he will let us stay?" "Oh, yes, don't be afraid," replied the secretary. "He has need of me, and he will leave us to feather our nest." From this time forward, Trouche used to go out every evening about 9 o'clock, when the streets were quiet. He told his wife that he went into the old quarter of the town to further the Abbe's cause. Olympe was not at all jealous of his nightly absences, and laughed heartily whenever he brought her back some broad story. She preferred being left quietly to herself, to sip her glass and nibble her cakes in privacy, or to spend her long evenings snugly in bed, devouring the old novels of a circulating library which he had discovered in the Rue Conquest. Trouche used to come back slightly under the influence of liquor, but he took off his boots in the hall so as to make no noise as he went upstairs. When he drunk too much and reeked of tobacco and brandy, his wife would not let him get into bed, but made him sleep on the sofa. If he became annoying, she caught hold of him, looked him sternly in the face, and said,
Ovid will hear you. Ovid is coming." At this he was as frightened as a child that is threatened with a wolf, and went off to sleep, muttering excuses. In the morning he dressed himself in serious, sedate fashion, wiped from his face all the marks of the previous night's dissipation, and put on a certain cravat which gave him, he said, quite the air of a parson. As he passed the cafes he bent his head to the ground. At the home of the Virgin he was held in great respect. Now and then, when the girls were playing in the courtyard, he raised the corner of his curtain and glanced at them with an affectation of fatherliness, though his eyes glistened beneath their lowered lids. Petruche was still kept in check by Madame Faujas. The mother and the daughter were perpetually quarreling, Olympe complaining that she was sacrificed to her brother, and Madame Faujas treating her like a viper whom she ought to have crushed to death in her cradle. Both grasping after the same prey, they kept a close watch on one another, anxious to know which would secure the larger share. Madame Faujas wanted to obtain everything in the house, and she tried to keep the very sweepings from Olympe's clutching fingers. On seeing what large sums her daughter drew from Marthe, she quite burst with anger. When her son shrugged his shoulders at it, like a man who despises such matters, and is forced to close his eyes to them, she on her side had a stormy explanation with her daughter, whom she branded as a thief, as though the money had been taken from her own pocket. "There, mother, that will do," cried Olympe impatiently. "It isn't your purse, you know, that I've been lightening. Besides, I have only been borrowing a little money. I don't make other people keep me." "What do you mean, you wicked hussy?" gasped Madame Faujas with indignation. "Do you suppose that we won't pay for our food? Ask the cook, and she will show you our account book." Olympe broke out into a loud laugh. "Oh, yes, that's very nice," she cried. "I know that account book of yours. You pay for the radishes and butter, don't you? Stay downstairs by all means, mother. Stay downstairs on the ground floor. I don't want to interfere with your arrangements, but don't come up here and worry me any more, or I shall make a row, and you know that Ovid has forbidden any noise up here." At this, Madame Faujas went downstairs, muttering and growling. The threat of making a disturbance always compelled her to beat a retreat. Olympe began to sing jeeringly as soon as her mother's back was turned. But whenever she went down into the garden, the other took her revenge, keeping everlastingly at her heels, watching her hands, never ceasing to play the spy upon her. She would not allow her in the kitchen or dining room for a moment. She embroiled her with Rose about a saucepan that had been borrowed and never returned, but she did not dare to attempt to undermine Marthe's friendship for her, for fear of causing some scandal which might prove prejudicial to the priest. "Since you are so regardless of your own interests," she said to her son one day, "I must look after them for you. Make yourself easy. I shan't do anything foolish. But if I were not here, your sister would snatch the very bread out of your hands." Marthe had no notion of the drama that was being played around her. To her, the house simply seemed more lively and cheerful, now that all these people thronged the hall and the stairs and the passages. The place was as noisy as a hotel, what with all the echoes of quarreling, the banging of doors, the free and independent life of each of the tenants, and the flaming fire in the kitchen, where Rose seemed to have a whole table d'hôte to provide for. There was a continual procession of tradesmen to the house. Olympe, who became very particular about her hands, and refused to risk spoiling them by washing plates and dishes, had everything sent from a confectioner's in the Rue de la Banque, who catered for the townspeople. Marthe smiled and said she enjoyed the present bustle of the house. She now greatly disliked being left alone, and felt the necessity of occupation of some sort to allay the fever that was consuming her. Mouret, however, to escape from all the racket, used to shut himself up in a room on the first floor, which he called his office. He'd overcome his distaste for solitude. He now scarcely ever went down into the garden, but kept himself locked up from morning till night.
I should very much like to know what he finds to do in there, said Rose to Madame Faujas. One can't hear him move, and one might almost fancy he was dead. If he wants to hide himself in that way, it must be because he's doing something that's neither right nor proper. Don't you think so, eh? When the summer came round once more, the house grew still livelier. Abbe Faujas received the guests of both the sub-prefect and the presiding judge beneath the arbor at the bottom of the garden. Rose, by Marthe's orders, purchased a dozen rustic chairs so that the visitors might enjoy the fresh air without it being necessary to carry the dining-room chairs hither and thither. It was now the regular thing for the doors communicating with the little lane to remain open every Tuesday afternoon, and the ladies and gentlemen came to salute Abbe Faujas like friendly neighbors, the men often in their slippers and with their coats carelessly unbuttoned, and the ladies in straw hats and with skirts looped up with pins. The visitors arrived one by one, and gradually the two sets of guests found themselves mixing together, gossiping and amusing themselves with perfect familiarity. "Aren't you afraid," said Monsieur Bourdeaux to Monsieur Rastoy one day, "that these meetings with the sub-prefect's friends may be ill-advised? The general elections are getting near." "Why should they be ill-advised?" asked Monsieur Rastoy. "We don't go to the sub-prefecture. We keep on neutral ground. Besides, my good friend, there is no ceremony about the matter. I keep my linen jacket on, and it's a mere private, friendly visit. No one has any right to pass judgment upon what I do at the back of my house. In the front, it's another matter. In the front, we belong to the public. When Monsieur Pecqueur and I meet each other in the streets, we merely bow." "Monsieur Pecqueur de Sarlet improves much on acquaintance," the ex-prefect ventured to remark after a short pause. Certainly, replied the presiding judge. "I am delighted to have made his acquaintance, and what a worthy man Abbe Faujas is. No, I have no fear of any slander arising from our going to pay our respects to our excellent neighbor." Since the general election had begun to be the subject of conversation, Monsieur de Bourdeaux had felt very uneasy. He declared that it was the increasing warmth of the weather that affected him, but he was frequently assailed with doubts and scruples, which he confided to Monsieur Rastoy in order that the latter might reassure him. However, politics were never mentioned in the Mourets' garden. One afternoon, Monsieur de Bourdeaux, after vainly trying to devise some means of bringing political matters forward, exclaimed abruptly, addressing himself to Dr. Porquier, "I say, doctor, have you seen the Moniteur this morning? I see that the Marquis has at last spoken. He uttered just 13 words. I counted them. Poor la Griffoul, he's made himself very ridiculous." Abbe Faujas raised his finger with an arch look. "No politics, gentlemen, no politics," said he. Monsieur Pecqueur de Sarlet was chatting with Monsieur Rastoy, and they both pretended that they had not heard what was said. Madame de Condamine smiled as she continued her conversation with Abbe Serin. "Aren't your surplices stiffened with a weak solution of gum?" she inquired. "Yes, madame, with a weak solution of gum," replied the young priest. "Some laundresses use boiled starch, but it spoils the material and is worthless." "Well," rejoined the young woman, "I never can get my laundress to use gum for my petticoats." Thereupon Abbe Serin politely gave her the name and address of his own laundress upon the back of one of his visiting cards. Then the company chatted about dress and the weather and the crops and the events of the week, spending a delightful hour together, and there were also games of shuttlecock in the alley. Abbe Burette frequently made his appearance, and told in his enthusiastic manner divers pious little stories to which Monsieur Maffray listened with the greatest attention. Upon one occasion only had Madame Delangre met Madame Rastoy there. They treated each other with the most scrupulous politeness, but in their faded eyes still flashed the sparks of their old-time rivalry. Monsieur Delangre, for his part, did not make himself too cheap, and though the Perloques were constantly at the sub-prefecture, They contrived to be absent when Monsieur Pecqueur de Sarolais went to make one of his neighbourly calls upon Abbe Faujas. The judge's wife had been much perplexed in mind ever since her unfortunate expedition to the oratory at the home of the Virgin. On the other hand, the person who was oftenest to be seen in the garden was certainly Monsieur de Condamine, who always wore the most perfect-fitting gloves and came thither to make fun of the company, telling fibs and indelicate stories with extraordinary coolness and unconcern, and deriving a perfect fund of amusement for the whole week from the little intrigues which he scented out. This tall old buck, whose coat fitted so closely to his slim figure, was devoted to youth. He scoffed at the old ones, went off with the young ladies, and laughed gaily in the snug little corners of the garden. "This way, youngsters," he would say with a smile. "Let us leave the old ones together." One day he almost defeated Abbé Faujas in a tremendous battle at shuttlecock. He was very fond of plaguing young people, and made a special victim of Monsieur Rastoy's son, a simple young fellow to whom he told the most prodigious stories. He ended indeed by accusing him of making love to his wife, and rolled his eyes about in such a terrible way that the wretched Sévérin broke out into a perspiration from very fear. The youth did, as it happened, actually fancy that he was in love with Madame de Condamine, in whose presence he behaved in a tender, simpering manner that extremely amused her husband. The Rastoy girls, for whom the conservator of rivers and forests manifested all the gallantry of a young widower, also supplied subjects of his raillery. Although they were approaching their 30th birthdays, he spurred them on to indulge in childish games, and spoke to them as though they were yet schoolgirls. His great amusement was to gaze at them when Lucien Deslangre, the mayor's son, was present. He would then take Dr. Pourquier aside, and whisper in his ear, alluding to the former entanglement between Monsieur Deslangre and Madame Rastoy. "There's a young man there, Pourquier, who's very much embarrassed in his mind. Is it Angeline or is it Aurélie whom he ought to choose? Guess if you can, and name if you dare." Meantime, Abbe Faujas was very polite and amiable to all his visitors, even to the terrible Condamine, who caused so much disquietude. He effaced himself as much as possible, spoke but little, and allowed the rival sets of guests to coalesce, seemingly experiencing the quiet satisfaction of a host who's happy to be the means of bringing together a number of distinguished people intended by nature to be on good terms with one another. Martha had upon 2 occasions made her appearance, thinking that she would put the visitors more at their ease by doing so. But it distressed her to find the abbé in the midst of so many people. She much preferred to see him walking slowly and seriously in the quiet of the arbour. The Trouche, on their side, had resumed their Tuesday watchings behind their curtains, while Madame Faujas and Rose craned their heads from the doorway and admired the graceful manner in which his reverence received the chief people of Plassans. "Ah, madame," said the cook, "it is very easy to see that he is a distinguished man. Look at him bowing to the sub-prefect. I admire his reverence the most, though indeed the sub-prefect is a fine man. Why do you never go into the garden to them? If I were you, I'd put on a silk dress and join them. You are his mother, you know, after all." But the old peasant woman shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, he isn't ashamed of me," she said, "but I should be afraid of putting him out. I prefer to watch him from here, and I enjoy it more." "Yes, I can understand that. Ah, you must be very proud of him. He isn't a bit like Monsieur Mouret, who nailed the door up so that no one might open it. We never had a visitor. There was never a dinner to be prepared for anyone, and the garden was so desolate that it made one feel quite frightened in the evenings. Monsieur Mouret would certainly never have known how to receive visitors. He always pulled a sour face if one ever happened to come by chance. Don't you think now that he ought to take an example from his reverence? If I were he, I should come down and amuse myself in the garden with the others, instead of shutting myself up all alone. I would take my proper place. But there he is, shut up in his room, as though he were afraid they would give him some nasty illness. By the way, shall we go up sometime and try to find out what he does?" One Tuesday they did go upstairs together. The visitors were very merry that afternoon, and the sound of their laughter floated into the house through the open windows, while a tradesman, who brought a hamper of wine for the truce, made a clatter on the second floor as he collected the empty bottles together. Mouret was securely locked up in his office. "The key prevents me from seeing," said Rose, who had applied her eye to the keyhole. "Wait a moment," murmured Madame Faujas, and she carefully turned the end of the key, which protruded slightly through the lock. Mouret was sitting in the middle of the room in front of a big empty table, covered with a thick layer of dust. There was not a single paper nor a book upon it. He was lying back in his chair, his arms hanging listlessly beside him while he gazed blankly into space. He sat perfectly still, without the slightest movement. The two women looked at him in silence, one after the other. "He's made me feel cold to the very marrow," exclaimed Rose, as they went downstairs again. "Did you notice his eyes? And what a filthy state the room is in! He hasn't laid a pen on that desk for a couple of months past, and to think that I fancied he spent all his time there writing. Fancy him amusing himself like that, shutting himself up all alone like a corpse, when the house is so bright and cheerful." This ends Chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 17. Marthe's health was causing Dr. Poquet much anxiety. He still smiled in his pleasant way, and talked to her after the manner of a fashionable medical man, for whom disease never has any existence, and who grants a consultation just as a dressmaker fits on a new dress. But there was a certain twist on his lips, which indicated that dear Madame had something more seriously wrong with her than a slight cough and spitting of blood, as he tried to persuade her. He advised her, now that the warm weather had come, to get a little change of surroundings and occupation by taking an occasional drive, without, however, over-fatiguing herself. In obedience to the doctor's directions, Marthe, who was more and more possessed by a vague feeling of anguish, and in need of finding some occupation to assuage her nervous impatience, started on a series of excursions to the neighboring villages. Twice a week she drove off after luncheon in an old refurbished carriage, hired from a Plassans coach-builder. She generally drove some 6 or 7 miles out, so as to get back home by 6 o'clock. Her great desire was to induce Abbe Faujas to go with her, and it was only in the hope of accomplishing this that she had conformed with the doctor's directions. But the Abbé, without distinctly refusing, always excused himself on the ground that he was too busy to spare the time, and Marthe was obliged to content herself with the companionship of Olympe or Madame Faujas. One afternoon, as she was driving with Olympe towards the village of Les Toulettes, past the little estate of her uncle Macquart, the latter caught sight of her as he stood upon his terrace, which was ornamented with a couple of mulberry trees. "Where's Mouret?" he cried. "Why hasn't Mouret come as well?" Marthe was obliged to stop for a moment or two to speak to her uncle, and to explain to him that she was not well and could not stay to dine with him. He had expressed his determination to kill a fowl for the meal. "Well," he said at last, "I'll kill it all the same, and you shall take it away with you." Then he hurried off to kill the fowl at once. When he came back with it, he laid it on a stone table in front of the house, and exclaimed with an expression of satisfaction,
Isn't it a plump, splendid fellow?"
At the moment of Marthe's arrival, Macquart had been on the point of drinking a bottle of wine under the shade of his mulberry trees, in company with a tall, thin young fellow, dressed entirely in grey. He persuaded the two women to leave the carriage and sit down beside him for a time, bringing them chairs and doing the honours of his house with a snigger of satisfaction.
"I have a very nice little place here, haven't I? My mulberries are very fine ones. In the summer I smoke my pipe out here in the fresh air. In the winter I sit down yonder with my back to the wall in the sun. Do you see my vegetables? The fowl house is at the bottom of the garden. I have another strip of ground as well, behind the house, where I grow potatoes and lucerne. I'm getting old now, worse luck, and it's quite time that I should enjoy myself a little."
He rubbed his hands together and gently wagged his head, as he cast an affectionate glance over his little estate. Then some thought seemed to sadden him.
"Have you seen your father lately?" he abruptly asked. "Rougon isn't very amiable, you know. That cornfield over yonder to the left is for sale. If he'd been willing, we might have bought it. What would it have been for a man of his means? A paltry 3,000 francs is all that is asked, but he refuses to have anything to do with it. The last time I went to see him, he even made your mother tell me that he wasn't at home. But you'll see, it will be all the worse for them in the end."
He wagged his head and indulged in his unpleasant laugh as he repeated,
Yes, it will be all the worse for them."
Then he went to fetch some glasses, for he insisted upon making the two women taste his wine. It was some light wine which he had discovered at Saint-Eutrope, and in which he took great pride. Marthe scarcely wetted her lips, but Olympe finished the bottle, and afterwards she even accepted a glass of syrup, saying that the wine was very strong.
"And what have you done with your priest?" Uncle Macquart suddenly asked his niece.
Marthe looked at him in surprise and displeasure without replying.
"I heard that he was sponging on you tremendously," Macquart loudly continued. "Those priests are fond of good living. When I heard about him, I said that it served Mouret quite right. I warned him. Well, I shall be glad to help you to turn him out of the house. Mouret has only got to come and ask me, and I'll give him a helping hand. I've never been able to endure those fellows. I know one of them, Abbe Faujas, who has a house on the other side of the road. He's no better than the rest of them, but he is as malicious as an ape, and he amuses me. I fancy that he doesn't get on very well with that priest of yours. Isn't that so, eh?"
Marthe had turned very pale. "Madame here is the sister of his reverence Abbe Faujas," she said, turning to Olympe, who was listening with much curiosity.
"What I said has no reference to Madame," replied Macquart quite unconcernedly. "Madame is not offended, I'm sure. She'll take another glass of syrup."
Olympe accepted another glass of syrup, but Marthe rose from her seat and wished to leave. Her uncle, however, insisted upon taking her over his grounds. At the end of the garden she stopped to look at a large white building that was on the slope of the hill, at a few hundred yards from Les Toulettes. Its inner courts looked like prison yards, and the narrow symmetrical windows which streaked its front with black lines gave it the cheerless aspect of a hospital.
"That's the lunatic asylum," exclaimed Macquart, who followed the direction of Marthe's eyes. "The young man here is one of the warders. We get on very well together, and he comes every now and then to have a bottle of wine with me."
Then, turning towards the man in grey, who was finishing his glass beneath the mulberry tree, he called out,
"Here, Alexander, come and show my niece our poor old woman's window."
Alexander came up to them politely.
"Do you see those 3 trees?" he said,
stretching out his forefinger, as though he were drawing a plan in the air.
"Well, a little below the one, to the left, you can see a fountain in the corner of a courtyard. Follow the windows on the ground floor to the right. It's the 5th one."
Marthe stood there in silence, her lips white and her gaze fixed, in spite of herself, on the window pointed out to her. Uncle Macquart was looking at it as well, but with complacence manifest in his blinking eyes. "I see her sometimes of a morning," he said, "when the sun's on the other side. She keeps very well, doesn't she, Alexandre? I always tell them so when I go to Plassans. I'm very well placed here to keep a watch on her. I couldn't be anywhere better." He again gave a snigger of satisfaction. "The Rougon, you know, my dear, haven't got any stronger heads than the Macquarts have, and I often think as I sit out here in front of that big house that the whole lot will perhaps join the mother there some day. Thank heaven I've no fear about myself. My noddle is firmly fixed on. But I know some of them who are a little shaky. Well, I shall be here to receive them, and I shall see them from my den and recommend them to Alexandre's kind attention, though they haven't all of them always been particularly kind to me." Then, with that hideous smile of his that was like a captive wolf's, he added, "It's very lucky for you all that I am here on the spot at Les Toulettes." Marthe could not help trembling. Though she was well aware of her uncle's taste for savage pleasantries, and the pleasure he took in torturing the people to whom he presented his rabbits, she could not help fancying that he was perhaps speaking the truth, and that the rest of the family would indeed be quartered eventually in those gloomy cells. She insisted upon taking her immediate departure in spite of the pressing entreaties of Macquart, who wanted to open another bottle of wine. "Ah, where is the fowl?" he cried, just as she was getting into the carriage. He went back for it and placed it upon her knees. "It is for Mouret, you understand," he said, with a malicious expression. "For Mouret, and for no one else. When I come to see you, I shall ask him how he liked it." He winked as he glanced at Olympe. Then, just as the coachman was going to whip his horse forward, he laid hold of the carriage again and said, "Go and see your father and talk to him about the cornfield. See, it's that field just in front of us. Rougon is making a mistake. We are too old friends to quarrel about the matter. Besides, as he very well knows, it would be worse for him if we did. Let him understand that he's making a mistake." The carriage set off, and as Olympe turned round, she saw Macquart grinning under his mulberry trees with Alexandre, and uncorking that second bottle of which he'd spoken. Marthe gave the coachman strict orders that he was never to take her to Les Toulettes again. She was beginning to feel a little tired of these drives into the country, and she took them less frequently, and at last gave them up altogether, when she found that she could never prevail upon Abbe Faujas to accompany her. Marthe was now undergoing a complete change. She was becoming quite another woman. She had grown much more refined through the life of nervous excitement which she'd been leading. The stolid heaviness and dull lifelessness which she'd acquired from having spent 15 years behind a counter at Marseille seemed to melt away in the bright flame of her newborn piety. She dressed better than she'd been used to do, and joined in the conversation when she now went to the Rougon on Thursdays. "Madame Mouret is becoming quite a young girl again," exclaimed Madame de Condamine in amazement. "Yes, indeed," replied Dr. Poquier, nodding his head. "She's going through life backwards." Marthe, who'd now grown much slimmer, with rosy cheeks and magnificent black flashing eyes, burst for some months into singular beauty. Her face beamed with animation. Extraordinary vitality seemed to flood her being and thrill her with warmth. Her forgotten and joyless youth appeared to blaze in her now at 40 years of age. At the same time, she was overwhelmed by a perpetual craving for prayer and devotion, and no longer obeyed Abbe Faujas' injunctions. She wore out her knees upon the flagstones at Saint-Saturnin's, lived in the midst of canticles and offerings of praise and worship, and took comfort in the presence of the gleaming monstrances and the brightly lit chapels, and priests and altars that glittered with starry sheen through the dark gloom of the cathedral nave. She had a sort of physical craving for those glories, a craving which tortured and racked her. She was compelled by her very suffering. She would have died if she had not yielded. To seek sustenance for her passion, to come and prostrate herself in confession, to bow in lowly awe amidst the thrilling peals of the organ, and to faint with melting joy in the ecstasy of communion. Then all consciousness of trouble left her. She was no longer tortured. She bowed herself to the ground in a painless trance, etherealized as it were, becoming a pure, unsullied flame of self-consuming love. But Faujas' severity increased. He tried to check her by roughness. He was amazed at this passionate awakening of Marthe's soul, this ardor for love and death. He frequently questioned her on the subject of her childhood. He even went to see Madame Rougon, and remained for a long time in great perplexity and dissatisfaction. "Our landlady has been complaining of you," his mother said to him. "Why won't you allow her to go to church whenever she likes? It's very unkind of you to vex her. She is very kindly to us." "She is killing herself," replied the priest. Madame Faujas shrugged her shoulders after her usual fashion. "That is her own business. We all have our ways of finding pleasure. It's better to die of praying than to give oneself indigestion like that hussy Olympe. Don't be so severe with Madame Mouret. You'll end by making it impossible for us to live here." One day, when she was advising him in this way, he exclaimed in a gloomy voice, "Mother, this woman will be the obstacle." "She?" cried the old peasant woman. "Why, she worships you, Ovid. She may do anything you like with her, if you will only treat her a little more kindly. She would carry you to the cathedral if it rained, to prevent you wetting your feet, if you would only let her." Abbe Faujas himself at last came to understand the necessity of no longer treating Marthe so harshly. He began to fear an outburst. So he gradually allowed her greater liberty, permitted her to seclude herself, to tell her beads at length, to offer prayers at each of the stations of the cross, and even to come twice a week to his confessional at Saint-Saturnin's. Marthe, no longer hearing the terrible voice which had seemed to impute her piety to her as a vice, believed that God was pouring his grace upon her. Now at last, she thought, she was entering into all the joys of paradise. She was overcome by trances of sweet emotion, inexhaustible floods of tears, which she shed without being conscious of their flow, and nervous ecstasies from which she emerged weak and faint, as though all her life-blood had left her veins. At these times, Rose would take her and lay her upon her bed, where she would lie for hours with pinched lips and half-closed eyes, like a dead woman. One afternoon, the cook, alarmed by her stillness, was really afraid she might be dead. She did not think of knocking at the door of the room in which Mouret had shut himself, but she went straight to the second floor and besought Abbe Faujas to come down to her mistress. When he reached Marthe's room, Rose hastened to fetch some ether, leaving the priest alone with the swooning woman. He merely took her hands within his own. At last Marthe began to move about and talk incoherently. When she at last recognized him at her bedside, her blood surged to her face. "Are you better, my dear child?" he asked her. "You make me feel very uneasy." She felt too much oppressed at first to be able to reply to him, and burst into tears as she let her head slip between his arms. "I am not ill," she murmured at last, in so feeble a voice that it was scarcely more than a breath. "I am too happy. Let me cry. I feel delight in my tears. How kind of you to have come. I'd been expecting you and calling you for a long time." Then her voice grew weaker and weaker, till it was nothing more than a mere murmur of ardent prayer. "Oh,
who will give me wings to fly towards thee? My soul languishes without thee, it longs for thee passionately, and sighs for thee, O my God, my only good thing, my consolation, my sweet joy, my treasure, my happiness, my life, my God, my all.
Her face broke into a smile as she breathed these passionate words, and she clasped her hands, fancying that she saw Abbe Faujas' grave face circled by an aureole. The priest, who had hitherto always succeeded in checking anything of this sort, felt alarmed for a moment and hastily withdrew his arms. Then he exclaimed authoritatively, "Be calm and reasonable. I desire you to be so. God will refuse your homage if you do not offer it to him in calm reason. What is most urgent now is to restore your strength." Rose returned to the room, quite distracted at not having been able to find any ether. The priest told her to remain by the bedside, while he said to Marthe in a more gentle tone, "Don't distress yourself. God will be touched by your love. When the proper time comes, he will come down to you and fill you with everlasting felicity." Then he quitted the room, leaving the ailing woman quite radiant, like one raised from the dead. From that day forward, he was able to mold her like soft wax beneath his touch. She became extremely useful to him in certain delicate missions to Madame de Condamine, and she also frequently visited Madame Rastoy when he expressed a desire that she should do so. She rendered him absolute obedience, never seeking the reason of anything he told her to do, but saying just what he instructed her to say and no more. He no longer observed any precautions with her, but bluntly taught her her lessons and made use of her as though she were a machine. She would have begged in the streets if he had ordered her to do so. When she became restless and stretched out her hands to him with bursting heart and passion-swollen lips, he crushed her with a single word beneath the will of heaven. She never dared to make any reply. Between her and the priest there was a wall of anger and scorn. When Abbe Faujas left her after one of the short struggles which he occasionally had with her, he shrugged his shoulders with the disdain of a strong wrestler who's been opposed by a child. Though Marthe was so pliant in the hands of the priest, she grew more querulous and sour every day amidst all the little cares of household life. Rose said that she'd never before known her to be so fractious. It was now towards her husband that she specially manifested increasing bitterness and dislike. The old leaven of the Rougons' rancor was reviving in presence of this son of a Macquart, this man whom she accused of being the torture of her life. When Madame Faujas or Olympe came downstairs to sit with her in the dining room, she no longer observed any reticence, but gave full vent to her feelings against Mouret. "For 20 years he kept me shut up like a mere clerk, with a pen behind his ear, between his jars of oil and bags of almonds. He never allowed me a pleasure, or gave me a present. He's robbed me of my children, and he's quite capable of taking himself off any day to make people believe that I've made his life unendurable. It's very fortunate that you are here and can tell the truth." She fell foul of Mouret in this way without any provocation from him. Everything that he did, his looks, his gestures, the few words he spoke, all seemed to infuriate her. She could not even see him without being carried away by an unreasoning anger. It was at the close of their meals, when Mouret, without waiting for dessert, folded his napkin and silently rose from table, that quarrels more especially occurred. "You might leave the table at the same time as other people," Marthe would bitterly remark. "It is not very polite of you to behave in that way." "I've finished, and I'm going away," Mouret replied in his drawling voice. Marthe began to imagine that her husband's daily retreat from table was an intentional slight to Abbe Faujas, and thereupon she lost all control over herself. "You are a perfect boor! You make me feel quite ashamed," she cried. "I should have a nice time of it with you if I had not been fortunate enough to make some friends who console me for your boorish ways. You don't even know how to behave yourself at table. You prevent me from enjoying a single meal. Stay where you are, do you hear? If you don't want to eat any more, you can look at us." He finished folding his napkin as calmly as though he had not heard a word of what his wife had said. And then, with slow and deliberate steps, he left the room. They could hear him go upstairs and lock himself in his office. Thereupon, Marthe, choking with anger, burst out, "Oh, the monster! He's killing me! He's killing me!" Madame Faujas was obliged to console and soothe her. Rose ran to the foot of the stairs and called out at the top of her voice, so that Mouret might hear her through the closed door, "You are a monster, sir! Madame is quite right to call you a monster!" Some of their quarrels were particularly violent. Marthe, whose reason was on the verge of giving way, had got it into her head that her husband wished to beat her. It was a fixed idea of hers. She asserted that he was only waiting and watching for an opportunity. He had not dared to do it yet, she said, because he had never found her alone, and in the night time he was afraid lest she should cry out for assistance. Rose, on her side, swore that she had seen her master hiding a thick stick in his office. Madame Faujas and Olympe showed no hesitation in believing these stories, expressed the greatest pity for their landlady, and constituted themselves her protectors. That brute, as they now called Mouret, would not venture, they said, to ill-treat her in their presence, and they told her to come for them at night if he should show the least sign of violence. The house was now in a constant state of alarm. "He's capable of any wickedness," exclaimed the cook. That year, Marthe observed all the religious ceremonies of Passion Week with the greatest fervor. On Good Friday she knelt in agony in the black-draped church, while the candles were extinguished one by one, midst the mournful swell of voices rising through the gloomy nave. It seemed to her as though her own breath were dying away with the light of the candles. When the last one went out, and the darkness in front of her seemed implacable and repelling, she fainted away, remaining for an hour bent in an attitude of prayer without the women around her being aware of her condition. When she came to herself, the church was deserted. She imagined that she was being scourged with rods, and that blood was streaming from her limbs. She experienced two such excruciating pains in her head that she raised her hands to it, as if to pull out thorns whose point she seemed to feel piercing her skull. She was in a strange condition at dinner that evening. She was still suffering from nervous shock. When she closed her eyes, she saw the souls of the expiring candles flitting away through the darkness, and she mechanically examined her hands for the wounds whence her blood had streamed. All the passion bled within her. Madame Faujas, seeing her so unwell, persuaded her to go to rest early, accompanied her to her room, and put her to bed. Mouret, who had a key of the bedroom, had already retired to his office, where he spent his evenings. When Marthe, covered up to her chin with the blankets, said that she was quite warm and felt better, Madame Faujas went to blow out the candle that she might be better able to sleep. But at this, Marthe sprang up in fear and cried out beseechingly, "No, no, don't put out the light. Put it on the drawers so that I can see it. I should die if I were left in the dark." Then, with staring eyes, trembling as though at the recollection of some dreadful tragedy, she murmured in tones of terrified pity, "Oh, it is horrible! It is horrible!" She fell back upon the pillow and seemed to drop asleep, and Madame Faujas then silently left the room. That evening the whole house was in bed by 10 o'clock. As Rose went upstairs, she noticed that Mouret was still in his office. She peeped through the keyhole and saw him asleep there with his head on the table, and a kitchen candle smoking dismally by his side. Well, I won't wake him, she said to herself as she continued her journey upstairs. Let him get a stiff neck if he likes. About midnight, when the whole house was wrapped in slumber, cries were heard proceeding from the first floor. At first they were but wails, but they soon grew into loud howls, like the hoarse, choking calls of one who's being murdered. Abbe Faujas, awaking with a start, called his mother, who scarcely gave herself time to slip on a petticoat before she went to knock at Rose's door. "Come down immediately," she said. "I'm afraid Madame Mouret is being murdered." The screams became louder than ever. The whole house was soon astir. Olympe, with her shoulders simply hidden by a kerchief, made her appearance with Truche, who had only just returned home, slightly intoxicated. Rose hastened downstairs, followed by the lodgers. "Open the door, madame! Open the door!" she cried excitedly, hammering with her fist on Madame Mouret's door. Deep sighs alone answered her. Then there was the sound of a body falling, and a terrible struggle seemed to be taking place on the floor in the midst of overturned furniture. The wall shook with repeated heavy blows, and a sound like a death rattle passed under the door, so terrible that the Faujas and Matruche turned pale as they looked at each other. "Her husband is murdering her," murmured Olympe. "Yes, you're right. The brute's killing her," said the cook. "I saw him pretending to be asleep when I came up to bed, but he was planning it all then." She once more thundered on the door with both her fists, repeating, "Open the door, sir. We shall go for the police if you don't. Oh, the scoundrel! He will end his days on the scaffold." Then the groans and cries began again. Truce declared that the blackguard must be bleeding the poor lady like a fowl. "We must do something more than knock at the door," said Abbe Faujas, coming forward. "Wait a moment." He put one of his broad shoulders to the door, and with a slow, persistent effort forced it open. The women then rushed into the room, where the most extraordinary spectacle met their eyes. Marthe, her night-dress torn, lay panting on the floor, bruised, scratched, and bleeding. Her dishevelled hair was twined round the leg of a chair, and her hands had so firmly gripped hold of the chest of drawers that it was pulled from its place and now stood in front of the door. Mouret was standing in a corner, holding the candle and gazing at his wife with an expression of stupefaction. Abbe Faujas had to push the chest of drawers on one side. "You are a monster!" cried Rose, rushing up to Mouret and shaking her fist at him. "To treat a woman like that! He would have killed her if we hadn't come in time to prevent him." Madame Faujas and Olympe bent down over Marthe. "Poor dear," said the former. "She had a presentiment of something this evening. She was quite frightened." "Where are you hurt?" asked Olympe. "There's nothing broken, is there?" "Look at her shoulder. It's quite black, and her knee is dreadfully grazed." "Make yourself easy. We're with you, and we will protect you." But Marthe was now simply wailing like a child. While the two women were examining her, forgetting that there were men in the room, the abbe quietly put the furniture in order. Then Rose helped Madame Faujas and Olympe to carry Marthe back to bed. And when they'd done so and had knotted up her hair, they lingered for a moment, looking curiously round the room and waiting for explanations. Mouret still stood in the same corner holding the candle, as though petrified by what he had seen. "I assure you," he said, "that I didn't hurt her. I didn't touch her with the tip of my finger even." "You've been waiting for your opportunity this month past," cried Rose in a fury. "We all know that well enough. We've watched you. The dear lady was quite expecting your brutality. Don't tell lies about it. They put me quite beside myself." The other women cast threatening glances at him, though they did not feel at liberty to speak to him in the same way as Rose had done. "I assure you," repeated Mouret in a gentle voice, "that I did not strike her. I was just about to get into bed, but the moment I touched the candle, which was standing on the drawers, she awoke with a start, stretched out her arms with a cry, and then began to beat her forehead with her fists and tear her flesh with her nails. The cook shook her head furiously. "Why didn't you open the door?" she cried. "We knocked loud enough." "I assure you that I have done nothing," he reiterated still more gently than before. I could not tell what was the matter with her. She threw herself upon the floor, bit herself, and leapt about so violently as almost to break the furniture. I did not dare to go near her. I was quite overcome. I twice called to you to come in, but she was screaming so loudly that she must have prevented you from hearing me. I was in a terrible fright, but I have done nothing, I assure you." "Oh, yes, she's been beating herself, hasn't she?" jeered Rose. Then, addressing herself to Madame Faujas, she added, "He threw his stick out of the window, no doubt, when he heard us coming." Mouret at last put the candle back upon the chest of drawers, and seated himself on a chair with his hands upon his knees. He made no further attempt to defend himself, but gazed with stupefaction at the women who were shaking their skinny arms in front of the bed. Trouche had exchanged a glance with Abbe Faujas. That poor fellow Mouret certainly had no very ferocious appearance as he sat there in his nightgown, with a yellow handkerchief tied round his bald head. However, the others all closed round the bed and looked at Marthe, who, with distorted face, seemed to be waking from a dream. "What is the matter, Rose?" she asked. "What are all these people doing here? I'm quite exhausted. Ask them to leave me in peace." Rose hesitated for a moment. "Your husband is in the room, madame," she said at last. "Aren't you afraid to remain alone with him?" Marthe looked at him in astonishment. No, not at all," she replied. "Go away. I am very sleepy." Thereupon the 5 people quitted the room, leaving Mouret seated on the chair, staring blankly towards the bed. "He won't be able to fasten the door again," the cook exclaimed as she went back upstairs. "At the very first sound I shall fly down and be at him. I shall go to bed with my things on. Did you hear what stories the dear lady told to prevent him from appearing such a brute? She would let herself be murdered rather than accuse him. What a hypocritical face he has, hasn't he?" The 3 women remained for a few moments on the landing of the 2nd floor, holding their candlesticks the while. No punishment, said they, would be severe enough for such a man. Then they separated. The house fell into its wonted quietness, and the remainder of the night passed off peacefully. The next morning, when the 3 women eagerly referred to the terrible scene, they found Marthe nervous, shamefaced, and confused. She gave them no answer, but cut the conversation short. When she was alone, she sent for a workman to come and mend the door. Madame Faujas and Olympe came to the conclusion that Madame Mouret's reticence was caused by a desire to avoid scandal. The next day, Easter Day, Marthe tasted at Saint-Saturnin's all the sweetness of an awakening of the soul amidst the triumphant joys of the resurrection. The gloom of Good Friday was swept away by the brightness of Easter. The church was decked in white and was full of perfume and light, as though for the celebration of some divine nuptials. The voices of the choir boys sounded flute-like, and Marthe, amidst their songs of joyful praise, felt transported by even more thrilling, overwhelming sensations than during the celebration of the crucifixion. She returned home with glistening eyes and hot, dry tongue, and sat up late, talking with a gaiety that was unusual in her. Mouret was already in bed when she at last went upstairs. About midnight, terrible cries again echoed through the house. The scene that had taken place 2 days previously was repeated. Only on this occasion, at the first knock, Mouret came in his nightgown and with distracted face to open the door. Marthe, still dressed, was lying on her stomach, sobbing violently and beating her head against the foot of the bed. The bodice of her dress looked as though it had been torn open, and there were 2 big scratches on her throat. "He's tried to strangle her this time," exclaimed Rose. The women undressed her. Mouret, after opening the door, had got back into bed, trembling all over and as pale as a sheet. He made no attempt to defend himself. He did not even appear to hear the indignant remarks that were made about him, but simply covered himself up and lay close to the wall. Similar scenes now took place at irregular intervals. The house lived in a state of fear lest the crime should be committed, and at the slightest noise the occupants of a second floor were astir. Marthe, however, still avoided all allusions to the matter, and absolutely forbade Rose to prepare a folding bed for Mouret in his office. When the morning came, it seemed to take away from her the very recollection of the scene of the night. However, it was gradually reported about the neighborhood that strange things happened at the Mourets. It was said that the husband belabored his wife every night with a bludgeon. Rose had made Madame Faujas and Olympe swear that they would say nothing on the subject, as her mistress seemingly wished to keep silence upon it. But she herself, by her expressions of pity and her allusions and her reservations, materially contributed to set afloat amongst the tradesmen the stories that became current. The butcher, who was a great jester, asserted that Mouret had thrashed his wife on account of the priest. But the greengrocer's wife defended the poor lady, who was, she declared, an innocent lamb quite incapable of doing any wrong. The baker's spouse, on the other hand, considered that Mouret was one of those men who ill-treat their wives for mere pleasure and amusement. In the marketplace, people raised their eyes to heaven when they spoke of the matter, and referred to Marthe in the same terms of caressing endearment that they would have used in speaking of a sick child. Whenever Olympe went to buy a pound of cherries or a basket of strawberries, the conversation inevitably turned upon the Mourets, and for a quarter of an hour there was a stream of sympathetic remarks. "Well, and how are things getting on in your house?" "Oh, don't speak of it. She's weeping her life away. It's most pitiable. One could almost wish to see her die." "She came to buy some anchovies the other day, and I noticed that one of her cheeks was scratched." "Oh, yes, he nearly kills her. If you could only see her body as I have seen it, it's nothing but one big sore. When she's down on the ground, he kicks her with his heels. I'm in constant fear of finding in the morning that he has split her head open during the night." "It must be very unpleasant for you living in such a house. I should go somewhere else if I were in your place. It would make me quite ill to be mixed up with such horrors every night."
"But what would become of the poor woman? She's so refined and gentle. We stay on for her sake. 5 sous, isn't it? That's pound of cherries?" "Yes, 5 sous. Well, it's very good of you. You show a kind heart."
This story of a husband who waited till midnight to fall upon his wife with a bludgeon excited the greatest interest amongst the gossips of the marketplace. There were further terrible details every day. One pious woman asserted that Mouret was possessed by an evil spirit, and that he seized his wife by the neck with his teeth with such violence that Abbe Faujas was obliged to make the sign of the cross 3 times in the air with his left thumb before the monster could be made to let go his hold. Then, she added, Mouret fell to the ground like a great lump, and a huge black rat leaped out of his mouth and vanished, though not the slightest hole could be discovered in the flooring. The tripe seller at the corner of the Rue Taravel terrified the neighborhood by promulgating the theory that the scoundrel had perhaps been bitten by a mad dog. The story, however, was not credited among the higher classes of the inhabitants of Plassans. When it was mooted about the Cour Sauvaire, it afforded the retired traders much amusement, as they sat on the benches there, basking in the warm May sun. "Mouret is quite incapable of beating his wife," said the retired almond dealers. He looks as though he's had a whipping himself, and he no longer even comes out for a turn on the promenade. His wife must be keeping him on dry bread."
"One can never tell," said a retired captain. "I knew an officer in my regiment whose wife used to box his ears for a mere yes or no. That went on for 10 years. Then one day she took it into her head to kick him, but that made him quite furious, and he nearly strangled her. Perhaps Mouret has the same dislike to being kicked as my friend had."
"He probably had a yet greater dislike to priests," said another of the company with a sneer. For some time Madame Rougon appeared quite unconscious of the scandal which was occupying the attention of the town. She preserved a smiling face, and ignored the allusions which were made before her. One day, however, after a long visit from Monsieur de Langres, she arrived at her daughter's house looking greatly distressed, her eyes filled with tears.
"Ah, my dear," she cried, clasping Marthe in her arms, "what is this that I have just heard? Can your husband really have so far forgotten himself so as to have raised his hand against you? It's all a pack of falsehoods, isn't it? I've given it the strongest denial. I know Mouret. He's been badly brought up, but he's not a wicked man."
Marthe blushed. She was overcome by that embarrassment and shame which she experienced every time the subject was alluded to in her presence.
"Ah, Madame will never complain," cried Rose with her customary boldness. "I should have come and informed you a long time ago if I'd not been afraid of Madame being angry with me."
The old lady let her hands fall with an expression of extreme grief and surprise.
"It is really true, then," she exclaimed, "that he beats you? Oh, the wretch! The wretch!" Thereupon she began to weep. "For me to have lived to my age to see such things! A man whom we have overwhelmed with kindnesses ever since his father's death, when he was only a little clerk with us. It was Rougon who desired your marriage. I told him more than once that Mouret looked like a scoundrel. He's never treated us well, and he only came to live at Plassans for the sake of setting us at defiance with the few sous he had got together. Thank heaven we stand in no need of him. We're richer than he is, and it is that which annoys him. He's very mean-spirited, and so jealous that he's always refused to set foot in my drawing-room. He knows he would burst with envy there. But I won't leave you in the power of such a monster, my dear. There are laws, happily."
"Oh, don't be uneasy. There's been much exaggeration, I assure you," said Marthe, who was growing more and more ill at ease.
"You see that she's trying to defend him," cried the cook.
At this moment, Abbe Faujas and Trouche, who had been conferring together at the bottom of the garden, came up, attracted by the sound of the conversation.
"I am a most unhappy mother, your reverence," said Madame Rougon piteously. "I have only one daughter near me now, and I hear she's weeping her eyes out from ill treatment. But you live in the same house, and I beg you to protect and console her."
The Abbe fixed his eyes upon the old woman, as though he were trying to guess the real meaning of this sudden manifestation of distress.
"I have just seen one whom I would rather not name," she continued, returning the Abbe's glance. "This person has quite alarmed me. God knows that I don't want to do anything to injure my son-in-law, but it is my duty, is it not, to defend my daughter's interests? Well, my son-in-law is a wretch. He ill-treats his wife, he scandalizes the whole town, and mixes himself up in all sorts of dirty affairs. You will see that he will also compromise himself in political matters when the elections come on. The last time it was he who put himself at the head of the riff-raff of the suburbs. It will kill me, your reverence."
Monsieur Mouret would not allow anybody to make remarks to him about his conduct, the Abbe at last ventured to say.
"But I can't abandon my daughter to such a man," cried Madame Rougon. "I will not allow it that we should be dishonored. Justice is not made for dogs."
Trouche, who was swaying himself about, took advantage of a momentary pause to exclaim, "Monsieur Mouret is mad!" The words seemed to fall with all the force of a blow from a club, and everybody looked at the speaker. "I mean that he has a weak head," continued Trouche. "You've only got to look at his eyes. I may tell you that I don't feel particularly easy myself. There was a man at Besançon who adored his daughter, but he murdered her one night without knowing what he was doing."
"The master has been cracked for a long time past," said Rose. "But this is frightful," cried Madame Rougon. "Really, I fear you may be right. The last time I saw him, he had a most extraordinary expression on his face. He never had very sharp wits. Ah, my poor dear, promise to confide everything to me. I shall not be able to sleep quietly after this. Listen to me now. At the first sign of any extravagant conduct on your husband's part, don't hesitate. Don't run any further risk. Madmen must be placed in confinement." After this speech, she went off. When Trouche was again alone with Abbe Faujas, he gave one of those unpleasant grins that exposed his black teeth to view. "Our landlady will owe me a big taper," he said. "She'll be able to kick about at nights as much as she likes." The priest, with his face quite ashy and his eyes turned to the ground, made no reply. Then he shrugged his shoulders and went off to read his breviary under the arbor at the bottom of the garden. This ends chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 18. On Sundays, Mouret, like many of the other retired traders of Plassans, used to take a stroll about the town. It was on Sundays only that he now emerged from that lonely seclusion in which he buried himself, overcome by a sort of shame, and his Sunday outing was gone through quite mechanically. In the morning he shaved himself, put on a clean shirt, and brushed his coat and hat. Then, after breakfast, without quite knowing how, he found himself in the street, walking along slowly with his hands behind his back and looking very sedate and neat. As he was leaving his house one Sunday, he saw Rose talking with much animation to Monsieur Rastoy's cook on the pathway of the Rue Balande. The two servants became silent when they caught sight of him. They looked at him with such a peculiar expression that he felt behind him to ascertain whether his handkerchief was hanging out of his pocket. When he reached the place of the sub-prefecture, he turned his head, looked back, and saw them still standing in the same place. Rose was imitating the reeling of a drunken man, while the president's cook was laughing loudly. "I'm walking too quickly, and they're making fun of me," thought Mouret. He thereupon slackened his pace. As he passed through the Rue de la Banque towards the market, the shopkeepers ran to their doors and watched him curiously. He gave a little nod to the butcher, who looked confused and did not return the salutation. The baker's wife, to whom he raised his hat, seemed quite alarmed and hastily stepped backwards. The greengrocer, the pastry cook, and the grocer pointed him out to each other from opposite sides of the street. As he went along, there was ever excitement behind him. People clustered together in groups, and a great deal of talking, mingled with laughs and grins, ensued. "Did you notice how quickly he was walking? Yes, indeed. When he wanted to stride across the gutter, he almost jumped. It's said that they are all like that. I felt quite frightened. Why is he allowed to come out? It oughtn't to be permitted." Mouret was beginning to feel timid, and dared not venture to look round again. He experienced a vague uneasiness, though he could not feel quite sure that it was about himself that the people were all talking.
He quickened his steps and began to swing his arms about. He regretted that he had put on his old overcoat, a hazel-colored one, and no longer of a fashionable cut. When he reached the marketplace, he hesitated for a moment, and then boldly strode into the midst of the greengrocer's stalls. The mere sight of him caused quite a commotion there. All the housewives of Plassans formed in a line about his path. The market women stood up by their stalls with their hands on their hips and stared hard at him. People even pushed one another to get a sight of him, and some of the women mounted onto the benches in the corn market. Mouret still further quickened his steps and tried to disengage himself from the crowd, not as yet able to believe that it was he who was causing all this excitement.
"Well, anyone would think that his arms were windmill sails," said a peasant woman who was selling fruit.
"He flies on like a shot. He nearly upset my stall," exclaimed another woman, a greengrocer. "Stop him! Stop him!" the millers cried facetiously. Then Mouret, overcome by curiosity, halted and rose on tiptoes to see what was the matter. He imagined that someone had just been detected thieving, but a loud burst of laughter broke out from the crowd, and there were shouts and hisses, all sorts of calls and cries.
"There's no harm in him. Don't hurt him." "I'm not so sure of that. I shouldn't like to trust myself too near him. He gets up in the night and strangles people." "He certainly looks like a bad one. Has it come upon him suddenly?"
"Yes, indeed, all at once. And he used to be so kind and gentle. I'm going away. All this distresses me. Here are the 3 sous for the turnips." Mouret had just recognized a lamp in the midst of a group of women, and he went towards her. She'd been buying some magnificent peaches, which she carried in a very fashionable-looking handbag, and she was evidently relating some very moving story, for all the gossips around her were breaking out into exclamations and clasping their hands with expressions of pity.
"Then," said she, "he caught her by the hair, and he would have cut her throat with a razor which was lying on the chest of drawers if we hadn't arrived just in time to prevent the murder. But don't say anything to her about it. It would only bring her more trouble."
"What trouble?" asked Mouret in amazement. The listeners hurried away, and her lamp assumed an expression of careful watchfulness as, in her turn, she warily slipped off, saying,
"Don't excite yourself, Monsieur Mouret. You'd better go back home."
Mouret took refuge in a little lane that led to the Cour Sauvaire. Thereupon the shouts increased in violence, and for a few moments he was pursued by the angry uproar of the market folk. What is the matter with them today, he wondered. Could it be me that they were jeering at? But I never heard my name mentioned. Something out of the common must have happened. He then took off his hat and examined it, imagining that perhaps some street lad had thrown a handful of mud at it. It was all right, however, and there was nothing fastened on to his coat-tails. This examination soothed him a little, and he resumed his sedate walk through the silent lane, and quietly turned on to the Cour Sauvaire. The usual groups of friends were sitting on the benches there. "Hello, here's Mouret!" cried the retired captain, with an expression of great astonishment. The liveliest curiosity became manifest on the sleepy faces of the others. They stretched out their necks without rising from their seats, while Mouret stood in front of them. They examined him minutely from head to foot. "Ah, you're taking a little stroll," said the captain, who seemed the boldest. "Yes, just a short stroll," replied Mouret, in a listless fashion. "It's a very fine day." The company exchanged meaning smiles. They were feeling chilly, and the sky had just become overcast. "Very fine," said a retired tanner. "You are easily pleased. It's true, however, that you are already wearing winter clothes. What a funny overcoat that is of yours." The smiles now grew into grins and titters. A sudden idea seemed to strike Mouret. "Just look and tell me," said he, suddenly turning round. "Have I got a sun on my back?" The retired almond dealers could no longer keep serious, but burst into loud laughter. The captain, who was the jester of the company, winked. "A sun?" he asked. "Where? I can only see a moon." The others shook with laughter. They thought the captain excessively witty. "A moon?" said Mouret. "Be kind enough to remove it. It's caused me much inconvenience." The captain gave him 3 or 4 taps on the back, and then exclaimed, "There, you're rid of it now. But it must indeed be extremely inconvenient to have a moon on one's back. You are not looking very well." "I am not very well," Mouret replied, in his listless, indifferent way. Then, imagining that he heard a titter, he added, "But I'm very well taken care of at home. My wife is very kind and attentive and quite spoils me. But I need rest, and that's the reason why I don't come out now as I used to. Directly I'm better, I shall look after business again." "But they say it is your wife who's not very well," interrupted the retired tanner bluntly. "My wife? There's nothing the matter with her. It's a pack of falsehoods. There's nothing the matter with her, nothing at all. People say things against us because we keep quietly at home. Ill indeed, my wife! She's very strong, and never even has so much the matter with her as a headache." He went on speaking in short sentences, stammering and hesitating in the uneasy way of a man who is telling falsehoods. Full too of the embarrassment of a whilom gossip who has become tongue-tied. The retired traders shook their heads with pitying looks, and the captain tapped his forehead with his finger. A former hatter of the suburbs, who'd scrutinized Mouret from his cravat to the bottom button of his overcoat, was now absorbed in the examination of his boots. The lace of the one on the left had come undone, and this seemed to the hatter a most extraordinary circumstance. He nudged his neighbor's elbows and winked as he called their attention to the loosened lace. Soon the whole bench had eyes for nothing else but the lace. It was the last proof. The men shrugged their shoulders in a way that seemed to imply that they had lost their last spark of hope. "Mouret," said the captain in a paternal fashion, "fasten up your bootlace." Mouret glanced at his feet, but did not seem to understand, and he went on talking. Then, as no one replied, he became silent, and after standing there for a moment or two longer, he quietly continued his walk. "He will fall, I'm sure," exclaimed the master tanner, who'd risen from his seat that he might keep Mouret longer in view. When Mouret got to the end of the Cours Sauveur and passed in front of the Young Men's Club, he was again greeted with the low laughs which had followed him since he had set foot out of doors. He could distinctly see Séverin Rastoy, who was standing at the door of the club, pointing him out to a group of young men. Clearly, he thought, it was himself who was thus providing sport for the town. He bent his head and was seized with a kind of fear, which he could not explain to himself, as he hastily stepped past the houses. Just as he was about to turn into the Rue Cancoin, he heard a noise behind him, and turning his head, he saw 3 lads following him. 2 of them were big, impudent-looking boys, while the third was a very little one with a serious face. The latter was holding in his hand a dirty orange which he picked out of the gutter. Mouret made his way along the Rue Cancoin, and then, crossing the Place des Récollets, he reached the Rue de la Banne. The lads were still following him. "Do you want your ears pulled?" he called out, suddenly stepping up to them. They dashed on one side, shouting and laughing, and made their escape on their hands and knees. Mouret turned very red, realizing that he was an object of ridicule. He felt a perfect fear of crossing the place of the sub-prefecture and passing in front of Rougon's windows with a following of street Arabs, whom he could hear, increasing in numbers and boldness behind him. As he went on, he was obliged to step out of his way to avoid his mother-in-law, who was returning from vespers with Madame de Condamine. "Wolf!" Wolf!" cried the lads. Mouret, with perspiration breaking out on his brow, and his feet stumbling against the flagstones, overheard old Madame Rougon say to the wife of the conservator of rivers and forests, "See, there he is, the scoundrel. It's disgraceful. We can't tolerate it much longer." Thereupon, Mouret could no longer restrain himself from setting off at a run. With swinging arms and a look of distraction upon his face, he rushed into the Rue Ballon, while some 10 or a dozen street Arabs dashed after him. It seemed to him as though all the shopkeepers of the Rue de la Banque, the market women, the promenaders of the Cour, the young men from the clubs, the Rougon, the Condamins, all the people of Plassans, in fact, were surging onwards behind his back, breaking out into laughs and jeers as he sped up the hilly street. The lad stamped and slid over the pavement, making indeed as much noise in that usually quiet neighborhood as a pack of hounds might have made. "Catch him!" they screamed. "Hi, what a scarecrow he looks in that overcoat of his! Some of you go round by the Rue Taravelle, and then you'll nab him. Cut along as hard as you can go." Mouret, now quite frantic, made a desperate rush towards his door, but his foot slipped, and he tumbled upon the foot pavement, where he lay for a few moments, utterly overcome. The lads, afraid lest he should kick out at them, formed a circle around and vented screams of triumph, while the smallest of them, gravely stepping forward, threw the rotten orange at Mouret. It flattened itself against his left eye. He rose up with difficulty and went into his house without attempting to wipe himself. Rose was forced to come out with a broom and drive the young ragamuffins away. From that Sunday forward, all Plassans was convinced that Mouret was a lunatic who ought to be placed under restraint. The most surprising statements were made in support of this belief. It was said, for instance, that he shut himself up for days together in a perfectly empty room, which had not been touched with a broom for a whole year, and those who circulated the story vouched for its truth, as they had it, they said, from Mouret's own cook. The accounts differed as to what he did in that empty room. The cook said that he pretended to be dead, a statement which thrilled the whole neighborhood with horror. The market people firmly believed that he kept a coffin concealed in the room, laid himself at full length in it with his eyes open and his hands upon his breast, and remained like that from morning till night. The attack had been threatening him for a long time past, Olympe remarked in every shop she entered. It was brooding in him. He had for a long time been very melancholy and low-spirited, hiding in out-of-the-way corners, just like an animal, that feels ill. The very first day I set foot in the house, I said to my husband, "The landlord seems to be in a bad way." His eyes were quite yellow, and he had such a queer look about him. Afterwards he went on in the strangest way. He had all sorts of extraordinary whims and crotchets. He used to count every lump of sugar and lock everything up, even the bread. He was so dreadfully miserly that his poor wife hadn't even a pair of boots to put on. Ah, poor thing, she has a dreadful time of it, and I pity her from the bottom of my heart. Imagine the life she leads with a madman who can't even behave decently at table. He throws his napkin away in the middle of dinner and stalks off, looking stupefied, after having made a horrible mess in his plate. And such a temper he has, too. He used to make the most terrible scenes just because the mustard pot wasn't in its right place. But now he doesn't speak at all, though he glares like a wild beast and springs at people's throats without uttering a word. I could tell you some strange stories if I liked. When she had thus excited her listeners' curiosity, and they began to press her with questions, she added, No, it's no business of mine. Madame Mouret is a perfect saint, and bears her suffering like a true Christian. She has her own ideas on the matter, and one must respect them. But would you believe it? He tried to cut her throat with a razor. The story she told was always the same, but it never failed to produce a great effect. Fists were clenched, and women talked of strangling Mouret. If any incredulous person shook his head, he was put to confusion by a summons to explain the dreadful scenes which took place every night. Only a madman, people said, was capable of flying in that way at his wife's throat the moment she went to bed. There was a spice of mystery in the affair which helped materially to spread the story about the town. For nearly a month the rumors went on gaining strength. Yet, in spite of Olympe's tragical gossipings, peace had been restored at the Mourets, and the night now passed in quietness. Marthe exhibited much nervous impatience when her friends, without openly speaking on the subject, advised her to be very careful. "You will only go your own way, I suppose," said Rose. "Well, you'll see. He will begin again, and we shall find you murdered one of these fine mornings." Madame Rougon now ostentatiously called at the house every other day. She entered it with an air of extreme uneasiness, and as soon as the door was opened, she asked Rose, "Well, has anything happened today?" Then, as soon as she caught sight of her daughter, she kissed her and threw her arms round her with a great show of affection, as though she'd been afraid that she might not find her alive. She passed the most dreadful night, she said. She trembled at every ring of the bell, imagining that it was the signal of the tidings of some dreadful calamity, and she no longer had any pleasure in living. When Marthe told her that she was in no danger whatever, she looked at her with an expression of admiration and exclaimed, "You are a perfect angel. If I were not here to look after you, you would allow yourself to be murdered without raising even a sigh. But make yourself easy. I am watching over you, and am taking all precautions. The first time your husband raises his little finger against you, he will hear from me." She did not explain herself any further. The truth of the matter was that she had visited every official in Plassans, and had in this way confidentially related her daughter's troubles to the mayor, the sub-prefect, and the presiding judge of a tribunal, making them promise to observe absolute secrecy about the matter. "It is a mother in despair who tells you this," she said, with tears in her eyes. "I'm giving the honor and reputation of my poor child into your keeping. My husband would take to his bed if there were to be a public scandal, but I can't wait till there is some fatal catastrophe. Advise me and tell me what I ought to do." The officials showed her the greatest sympathy and kindness. They did their best to reassure her. They promised to keep a careful watch over Madame Mouret without in any way letting it be known, and to take some active step at the slightest sign of danger. In her interviews with Monsieur Pecker de Saulet and Monsieur Rastoy, she drew their especial attention to the fact that, as they were her son-in-law's immediate neighbors, they would be able to interfere at once in the event of anything going wrong. The story of a lunatic in his senses who awaited the stroke of midnight to become mad imparted much interest to the meetings of the guests in Mouret's garden. They showed great alacrity in going to greet Abbe Faujas. The priest came downstairs at 4 o'clock and did the honors of the arbor with much urbanity, but in talking he persisted in keeping in the background, merely nodding in answer to what was said to him. For the first few days, only indirect allusions were made to the drama which was being acted in the house. But one Tuesday, Monsieur Maffray, who was gazing at it with an uneasy expression, fixing his eyes upon one of the windows of the first floor, ventured to ask, "That's the room, isn't it?" Then in low tones the two parties began to discuss the strange story which was exciting the neighborhood. The priest made some vague remarks. "It was very sad and much to be regretted," said he, and then he pitied everybody without venturing to say anything more explicit. "But you, doctor," asked Madame de Condamine of Dr. Pourquier, "you who are the family doctor, what do you think about it all?" Dr. Pourquier shook his head for some time before making any reply. He at first affected a discreet reserve. "It's a very delicate matter," he muttered. "Madame Mouret is not robust, and as for Monsieur Mouret—" "I have seen Madame Rougon," said the sub-prefect. "She's very uneasy." Her son-in-law has always been obnoxious to her, Monsieur de Condamine exclaimed bluntly. I met Mouret myself at the club the other day, and he gave me a beating at piquet. He seemed to me to be as sensible as ever. The good man was never a Solomon, you know. I have not said that he's mad in the common interpretation of the word, thinking that he was being attacked. But neither will I say that I think it prudent to allow him to remain at large. This statement caused considerable emotion, and Monsieur Rastoy instinctively glanced at the wall which separated the two gardens. Every face was turned towards the doctor. I once knew, he continued, a charming lady who kept up a large establishment, giving dinner parties, receiving the most distinguished members of society, and showing much sense and wit in her conversation. Well, when that lady retired to her bedroom, she locked herself in and spent a part of a night in crawling round the room on her hands and knees, barking like a dog. The people in the house long imagined that she really had a dog in the room with her. This lady was an example of what we doctors call lucid madness. Abbe Sourin's face was wreathed with twinkling smiles as he glanced at Monsieur Rastoy's daughters, who appeared much amused by the story of a fashionable lady turning herself into a dog. Dr. Poquier blew his nose very gravely. I could give you a score of other similar instances, he continued, of people who appeared to be in full possession of their senses, and who yet committed the most extravagant actions as soon as they found themselves alone. For my part, said Abbe Faujas, I once had a very strange penitent. She had a mania for killing flies, and could never see one without feeling an irresistible desire to capture it. She used to keep them at home strung upon knitting needles. When she came to confess, she would weep bitterly and accuse herself of the death of the poor creatures, and believe that she was damned. But I could never correct her of the habit. This story was very well received, and even Monsieur Pécur de Soleil and Monsieur Rastoy themselves condescended to smile. There is no great harm done, said the doctor, so long as one confines oneself to killing flies. But the conduct of all lucid madmen is not so innocent as that. Some of them torture their families by some concealed vice, which has reached the degree of a mania. There are other wretched ones who drink and give themselves up to secret debauchery, or who steal because they can't help stealing, or who are mad with pride, or jealousy, or ambition. They're able to control themselves in public, to carry out the most complicated schemes and projects, to converse rationally and without giving anyone any reason to suspect their mental weakness. But as soon as they get back to their own private life and are alone with their victims, they surrender themselves to their delirious ideas and become brutal savages. If they don't murder straight out, they do it gradually. Well now, what about Monsieur Mouret? Asked Madame de Condamine. Monsieur Mouret has always been a teasing, restless, despotic sort of man. His cerebral derangement has increased with his years. I should not hesitate now to class him amongst dangerous madmen. I had a patient who used to shut herself up, just as he does, in an unoccupied room, and spend the whole day in contriving the most abominable actions. But, doctor, if that is your opinion, you ought to prefer your advice, exclaimed Monsieur Rastoy. You ought to warn those who are concerned. Dr. Poquier seemed slightly embarrassed. Well, we will see about it, he said, smiling again with his fashionable doctor's smile. If it should be necessary and matters should become serious, I will do my duty. Pooh! Cried Monsieur de Condamine satirically. The greatest lunatics are not those who have the reputation of being so. No brain is sound for a mad doctor. The doctor here has just been reciting to us a page out of a book on lucid madness, which I have read, and which is as interesting as a novel. Abbe Faujas had been listening with curiosity, though he had taken no part in the conversation. Then, as soon as there was a pause, he remarked that their talk about mad people had a depressing effect upon the ladies, and suggested that the subject should be changed. Everybody's curiosity was fully awakened, however, and the two sets of guests began to keep a sharp watch upon Mouret's behavior. The latter now came out into the garden for an hour a day, while the Faujas remained at table with his wife. Directly he appeared there, he came under the active surveillance of the Rastoys and the frequenters of the sub-prefecture. He could not stand for a moment in front of a bed of vegetables, or examine a plant, or even make a gesture of any sort, without exciting in the gardens on his right and left the most unfavorable comments. Everyone was turning against him. Monsieur de Condamine was the only person who still defended him. One day the fair Octavie said to him as they were at luncheon, "What difference can it make to you whether Mouret is mad or not?" "To me, my dear, absolutely none," he said in astonishment. "Very well, then, allow that he is mad, since everyone says he is. I don't know why you always persist in holding a contrary opinion to your wife's. It won't prove to your advantage, my dear. Have the intelligence at Plassans not to be too intelligent." Monsieur de Condamine smiled. "You are right, my dear, as you always are," he said gallantly. "You know that I have put my fortune in your hands. Don't wait dinner for me. I'm going to ride to Saint-Eutrope to have a look at some timber they're felling." Then he left the room, biting the end off a cigar. Madame de Condamine was well aware that he had a flame for a young girl in the neighborhood of Saint-Eutrope, but she was very tolerant and had even saved him twice from the consequences of scandalous intrigues. On his side, he felt very easy about his wife. He knew that she was much too prudent to give cause for scandal at Plassans. "You would never guess how Mouret spends his time in that room when he shuts himself up," the conservator of rivers and forests said the next morning when he called at the sub-prefecture. "He's counting all the S's in the Bible. He's afraid of making any mistake about the matter, and he's already recommenced counting them for the third time. Ah, you were quite right. He's cracked from top to bottom." From this time forward, Monsieur de Condamine was very hard upon Mouret. He even exaggerated matters and used all his skill to invent absurd stories to scare the Rastoys. But it was Monsieur Maffray whom he made his special victim. He told him one day that he had seen Mouret standing at one of the windows overlooking the street in a state of complete nudity, having only a woman's cap on his head and bowing to the empty air. Another day he asserted with amazing assurance that he had seen Mouret dancing like a savage in a little wood 3 leagues away. And when the magistrate seemed to doubt this story, he appeared to be vexed and declared that Mouret might very easily have got down out of his house by the waterspout without being noticed. The frequenters of the sub-prefecture smiled, but the next morning the Rastoys cook spread these extraordinary stories about the town, where the legend of the man who beat his wife was assuming extraordinary proportions. One afternoon, Aurélie, the elder of Monsieur Rastoy's 2 daughters, related with a blushing face how on the previous night, having gone to look out of her window about midnight, she'd seen their neighbor promenading about his garden, carrying a big altar candle. Monsieur de Condamine thought the girl was making fun of him, but she gave the most minute details. "He held the candle in his left hand, and he knelt down on the ground and dragged himself along on his knees, sobbing as he did so." "Can it be possible that he's committed a murder and has buried the body of his victim in his garden?" exclaimed Monsieur Maffray, who had turned quite pale. Then the 2 sets of guests agreed to watch some evening till midnight if necessary, to clear the matter up. The following night, indeed, they kept on the alert in both gardens, but Mouret did not appear. 3 nights were wasted in the same way. The sub-prefecture party was going to abandon the watch, and Madame de Condamine declared that she could not stay any longer under the chestnut trees, where it was so dreadfully dark, when all at once a light was seen flickering through the inky blackness of the ground floor of Mouret's house. When Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet's attention was drawn to this, he slipped into the Impasse de Cheviot to invite the Rastoys to come on to his terrace, which overlooked the neighboring garden. The presiding judge, who was on the watch with his daughters behind the cascade, hesitated for a moment, reflecting whether he might not compromise himself politically by going to the sub-prefects in this way. But as the night was very black, and his daughter Aurélie was most anxious to have the truth of her report manifested, he followed Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet with stealthy steps through the darkness. It was in this manner that a representative of legitimacy at Plassans for the first time entered the grounds of a Bonapartist official.
"Don't make a noise," whispered the sub-prefect. "Lean over the terrace."
There Monsieur Rastoy and his daughters found Dr. Pourquier and Madame de Condamine and her husband. The darkness was so dense that they exchanged salutations without being able to see one another. Then they all held their breath. Mouret had just appeared upon the stairs with a candle, which was stuck in a great kitchen candlestick.
"You see, he's got a candle," whispered Aurélie.
No one dissented. The fact was quite incontrovertible. Mouret certainly was carrying a candle. He came slowly down the steps, turned to the left, and then stood motionless before a bed of lettuces. Then he raised his candle to throw a light upon the plants. His face looked quite yellow amidst the black night.
"What a dreadful face!" exclaimed Madame de Condamine. "I shall dream of it, I'm certain. Is he asleep, doctor?" "No, no," replied Dr. Pourquier. "He's not a somnambulist. He's wide awake. Do you notice how fixed his gaze is? Observe, too, the abruptness of his movements." "Hush, hush," interrupted Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet. "We don't require a lecture just now."
The most complete silence then fell. Mouret had stridden over the box edging and was kneeling in the midst of the lettuces. He held his candle down and began searching along the trenches underneath the spreading leaves of the plants. Every now and then he made a slight exclamation and seemed to be crushing something and stamping it into the ground. This went on for nearly half an hour.
"He's crying. It's just as I told you," Aurélie complacently remarked.
"It's really very terrifying," Madame de Condamine exclaimed nervously.
"Pray, let us go back into the house."
Mouret dropped his candle and it went out. They could hear him uttering exclamations of annoyance as he went back up the steps, stumbling against them in the dark. The Rastoy girls broke out into little cries of terror and did not quite recover from their fright till they were again in the brightly lighted drawing room, where Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet insisted upon the company refreshing themselves with some tea and biscuits. Madame de Condamine, who was still trembling with alarm, huddled up on a couch, said with a touching smile that she'd never felt so overcome before, and even on the morning when she had had the reprehensible curiosity to go and see a criminal executed. "It is strange," remarked Monsieur Rastoy, who'd been buried in thought for a moment or two, "but Mouret looked as if he were searching for slugs amongst his lettuces. The gardens are quite ravaged by them, and I've been told that they can only be satisfactorily exterminated in the night time." "Slugs, indeed!" cried Monsieur de Condamine. "Do you suppose he troubles himself about slugs? Do people go hunting for slugs with a candle? No, I agree with Monsieur Maffray in thinking that there is some crime at the bottom of the matter. Did this man Mouret ever have a servant who disappeared mysteriously? There ought to be an inquiry made." Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet thought that his friend the conservator of rivers and fences was theorizing a little further than the facts warranted. He took a sip of his tea and said, "No, no, my dear sir. He's mad and has extraordinary fancies, but that is all. It's quite bad enough as it is." He then took a plate of biscuits, handed it to Monsieur Rastoy's daughter with a gallant bow, and after putting it down again continued, And to think this wretched man has mixed himself up in politics. I don't want to insinuate anything against your alliance with the Republicans, my dear Judge, but you must allow that in Mouret, the Marquis de la Rifoule had a very peculiar supporter." Monsieur Rastoy, who had become very grave, made a vague gesture without saying anything. "And he still busies himself with these matters. It is politics, perhaps, which has turned his brain," said the fair Octavie, as she delicately wiped her lips. "They say he takes the greatest interest in the approaching elections, don't they, my dear?" She addressed this question to her husband, casting a glance at him as she spoke. "He's quite bursting over the matter," cried Monsieur de Condamine. "He declares that he can entirely control the election and can have a shoemaker returned if he chooses." "You are exaggerating," said Dr. Pourquier. "He no longer has the influence he used to have. The whole town jeers at him." "Ah, you are mistaken. If he chooses, he can lead the old quarter of a town and a great number of villages to the poll. He's mad, it is true, but that is a recommendation. I myself consider him still a very sensible person for a Republican." This attempt at wit met with distinct success. Monsieur Rastoy's daughters broke out into schoolgirl laughs, and the presiding judge himself nodded his head in approval. He threw off his serious expression, and without looking at the sub-prefect, he said, "La Rifoule has not rendered us, perhaps, the services we had a right to expect. But a shoemaker would be really too disgraceful for Plassans." Then, as though he wanted to prevent any further remarks on the subject, he added quickly, "Why, it's 1:30. This is quite an orgy we're having, my dear sub-prefect. We're all very much obliged to you." Madame de Condamine wrapped her shawl round her shoulders and contrived to have the last word. "Well," she said, "we really must not let the election be controlled by a man who goes and kneels down in the middle of a bed of lettuces after 12 o'clock at night." That night became quite historical, and Monsieur de Condamine derived such amusement from relating the details of what had occurred to Monsieur de Bordeaux, Monsieur Maffray, and the priests who had not seen Mouret with his candle. 3 days later, all the neighborhood was asserting that the madman who beat his wife had been seen walking about with his head enveloped in a sheet. Meantime, the afternoon assemblies under the arbor were much exercised by the possible candidature of Mouret's radical shoemaker. They laughed as they studied each other's demeanor. It was a sort of political pulse feeling. Certain confidential statements of his friend the presiding judge induced Monsieur de Bordeaux to believe that a tacit understanding might be arrived at between the sub-prefecture and the moderate opposition to promote the candidature of himself, and thus inflict a crushing defeat upon the Republicans. Possessed by this idea, he waxed more and more sarcastic against the Marquis de Rifoule, and made the most of the latter's blunders in the chamber. Monsieur Deslangres, who only called at long intervals, alleging the pressure of his municipal duties as an excuse for his infrequent appearances, smiled softly at each fresh sally of the ex-prefect. "You've only got to bury the Marquise now, your reverence," he said one day in Abbe Faujas' ear. Madame de Condamine, who heard him, turned her head and laid her finger upon her lips with a pretty look of mischief. Abbe Faujas now allowed politics to be mentioned in his presence. He even occasionally expressed an opinion in favor of the union of all honest and religious men. Thereupon all present, Monsieur Pécur de Salé, Monsieur Rastoy, Monsieur de Bordeaux, and even Monsieur Maffray, grew quite warm in their expressions of desire for such an agreement. It would be so very easy, they said, for men with a stake in the country to come to an understanding together to work for the firm establishment of the great principles without which no society could hold together. Then the conversation turned upon property and family and religion. Sometimes Mouret's name was mentioned, and Monsieur de Condamine once said, "I never let my wife come here without feeling uneasy. I'm really getting alarmed. You will see some strange things happen at the next elections if that man is still at liberty." Troche did his best to frighten Abbe Faujas during the interviews which he had with him every morning. He told him the most alarming stories. The working men of the old quarter of the town, said he, were showing too much interest in Mouret. They talked of coming to see him, of judging his condition for themselves, and taking his advice. As a rule, the priest merely shrugged his shoulders. But one day, Troche came away from him looking quite delighted. He went off to Olympe and kissed her, exclaiming, "This time, my dear, I've managed it." "Has he given you leave?" she asked. "Yes, full leave. We shall be delightfully comfortable when we've got rid of the old man." Olympe was still in bed. She dived under the bedclothes and wriggled about and laughed gleefully. "We shall have everything to do as we will like then, shan't we? I shall take another bedroom and go out into the garden whenever I like, and do all my cooking in the kitchen. My brother will have to let us do all that. You must have managed to frighten him very much." It was not till about 10 o'clock that evening that Troche made his appearance at the Low Café, where he was accustomed to meet Guillaume Porquier and other wild young fellows. They joked him about the lateness of the hour, and playfully accused him of having been out on the ramparts, courting one of the girls of the Home of the Virgin. Jests of this kind generally pleased him, but that night he remained very grave. He declared that he'd been engaged with business, very serious business. It was only about midnight, when he'd emptied the decanters on the counter, that he became more expansive. Then he began to talk familiarly to Guillaume, leaning the while against the wall, stammering and lighting his pipe afresh between every 2 sentences. "I saw your father this evening. He's a very good fellow. I wanted a paper from him. He was very kind indeed. He gave it to me. I have it here in my pocket. He didn't want to give it me at first, though. He said it was only the family's business. But I told him, I am the family. I've got the wife's orders. You know her, don't you? A dear little woman. She seemed quite pleased when I went to talk the matter over with her beforehand. Then he gave me the paper. You can feel it here in my pocket." Guillaume looked at him, concealing his extreme curiosity with an incredulous laugh. "I'm telling you the truth," continued the drunkard. "The paper's here in my pocket. Can't you feel it?" "Oh, it's only a newspaper," said Guillaume. At this, Troche sniggered and drew a large envelope from the pocket of his overcoat and laid it on the table amidst the cups and glasses. For a moment, though Guillaume had reached out his hand, he prevented him from taking it. But then he allowed him to have it, laughing loudly the while. The paper proved to be a most detailed statement by Dr. Porquier with respect to the mental condition of Francois Mouret, householder of Plassans. "Are they going to shut him up, then?" asked Guillaume, handing back the paper. "That's no business of yours, my boy," replied Troche, who had now become distrustful again. "This paper here's for his wife. I am merely a friend who's glad to do a service. She will act as she pleases. However, she can't go on letting herself be half murdered, poor lady." By the time they were turned out of the café, he was so drunk that Guillaume had to accompany him to the Rue Balande. He wanted to lie down and go to sleep on every seat on the Cours Salvert. When they reached the place of the sub-prefecture, he began to shed tears and stutter. "I've no friends now. Everyone despises me just because I'm poor. But you are a good-hearted young fellow, and shall come and have coffee with us when we get into possession. If the Abbé interferes with us, we'll send him to keep the other one company. He isn't very sharp, the Abbé, in spite of all his grand airs. I can persuade him into believing anything. You are a real friend, aren't you? Mouret's done for, old chap. We'll drink his wine together." When Guillaume had seen Troche to his door, he walked back through the sleeping town and went and whistled softly before Monsieur Maffrey's house. It was a signal he was making. The young Maffreys whom their father locked up in their bedroom, opened the window on the first floor and descended to the ground by the help of the bars with which the ground floor windows were protected. Every night they thus went off to the haunts of vice in the company of Guillaume Porquier. "Well," he said to them, when they'd reached the dark paths near the ramparts, "we needn't trouble ourselves now. If my father talks any more about sending me off anywhere, I shall have something serious to say to him. I'll bet you that I can get elected into the Young Men's Club whenever I like now." The following night, Marthe had a dreadful attack. She'd been present in the morning at a long religious ceremony, the whole of which Olympe had insisted upon seeing. When Rose and the lodgers ran into the room upon hearing her piercing screams, they found her lying at the foot of the bed with her forehead gashed open. Mouret was kneeling in the midst of the bedclothes, trembling all over. "He's killed her this time!" cried the cook. She seized Mouret in her arms, although he was in his nightdress, pushed him out of the room and into his office, the door of which was on the other side of the landing. Then she went back to get a mattress and some blankets, which she threw to him. Trouche had set off at a run for Dr. Porquier. When the doctor arrived, he dressed Marthe's wound. If the cut had been a trifle lower down, he said, it would have been fatal. Downstairs in the hall, he declared in the presence of them all that it was necessary to take some active steps, and that Madame Mouret's wife could no longer be left at the mercy of a violent madman. The next morning, Marthe was obliged to keep her bed. She was still slightly delirious, and fancied that she saw an iron hand driving a flaming sword into her skull. Rose absolutely declined to allow Mouret to enter the room. She served him his lunch on a dusty table in his own office. He was still gazing at his plate with a look of stupefaction when Rose ushered into the room 3 men dressed in black. "Are you the doctors?" he asked. "How is she getting on?" "She is better than she was," replied one of the men. Mouret began to cut his bread mechanically, as though he were going to eat it. "I wish the children were here," he said. "They would look after her, and we should be more lively. It is since the children went away that she's been ill. I am no longer good for anything." He raised a piece of bread to his mouth, and heavy tears trickled down his face. The man who'd already spoken to him now said, casting at the same time a glance at his companions, "Shall we go and fetch your children?" "I should like it very much," replied Mouret, rising from his seat. "Let us start at once." As he went downstairs, he saw no one except Trouche and his wife, who were leaning over the balustrade on the 2nd floor, following each step he took with gleaming eyes. Olympe hurried down behind him and rushed into the kitchen, where Rose, in a state of great emotion, was watching out of the window. When a carriage, which was waiting at the door, had driven off with Mouret, she sprang up the staircase again, 4 steps at a time, and seizing Trouche by his shoulders, made him dance round the landing in a paroxysm of delight. "He's packed off!" she cried. Marthe kept her bed for a week. Her mother came to see her every afternoon and manifested the greatest affection. The Faujas and the Trouche succeeded each other in attendance at her bedside, and even Madame de Condamine called to see her several times. Nothing was said about Mouret, and Rose told her mistress that she thought he had gone to Marseille. When Marthe, however, was able to come downstairs again and took her place at table in the dining room, she began to manifest some astonishment, and inquired uneasily where her husband was. "Now, my dear, don't distress yourself," said Madame Faujas, "or you will make yourself ill again. It was absolutely necessary that something should be done, and your friends felt bound to consult together and take steps for your protection." "You've no reason to regret him, I'm sure," cried Rose harshly. "The whole neighborhood breathes more freely now that he's no longer here. One was always afraid of him setting the place on fire or rushing out into the street with a knife. I used to hide all the knives in my kitchen, and Monsieur Hartzoy's cook did the same. And your poor mother nearly died of fright. Everybody who's been here while you've been ill, those ladies and gentlemen, they all said to me as I let them out, 'It's a good riddance for Plassans.' A place is always on the alert when a man like that is free to go about as he likes." Marthe listened to this stream of words with dilated eyes and pale face. She let her spoon fall from her hand, and she gazed out of the window in front of her as though some dreadful vision rising from behind the fruit trees in the garden was filling her with terror. "Les Toulettes! Les Toulettes!" she gasped, and she buried her face in her trembling hands. She fell backwards and was fainting away, when Abbe Faujas, who had finished his soup, grasped her hands, pressing them tightly, and saying in his softest tone, "Show yourself strong before this trial which God is sending you. He will afford you consolation if you do not prove rebellious. He will grant you the happiness you deserve." At the pressure of the priest's hands and the tender tone of his voice, Marthe revived and sat up again with flushing cheeks. "Oh yes," she cried as she burst into sobs. "I have great need of happiness. Promise me great happiness, I beg you."
This ends chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 19. The general elections were to take place in October. About the middle of September, Monseigneur Rousselot suddenly set off to Paris after having a long interview with Abbe Faujas. It was said that one of his sisters, who lived at Versailles, was seriously ill. 5 days later he was back in Plassans again, and he called Abbe Saurin into his study to read to him. Lying back in his easy chair, closely enveloped in a padded robe of violet silk, although the weather was still quite warm, he smilingly listened to the young abbe's womanish voice as he softly lisped the strophes of Anacreon. "Good, very good," he said. "You express the music of that beautiful tongue excellently." Then, glancing at the timepiece with an expression of uneasiness, he added, "Has Abbe Faujas been here yet this morning? Ah, my child, what a dreadful time I've had. My ears are still buzzing with the abominable uproar of the railway. It was raining the whole time I was in Paris. I had to rush all over the place and saw nothing but mud everywhere." Abbe Saurin laid his book on the corner of a small table. "Is your lordship satisfied with the results of your journey?" he asked, with the familiarity of a petted favourite. "I have learnt what I wanted to know," the bishop replied with his subtle smile. "I ought to have taken you with me. You would have learnt a good many things that it would be useful for you to know at your age, destined as you are by your birth and connections for the episcopate." "I am listening, my lord," said the young priest, with a beseeching expression. But the prelate shook his head. No, these matters are not to be spoken of. Make a friend of Abbe Faujas. He may be able to do much for you some day. I have received full information about him." Abbe Saurin, however, clasped his hands with such a wheedling look of curiosity that Monseigneur Rousselot went on to say, "He had some bother or other at Besançon. Afterwards he was living in great poverty in furnished apartments in Paris. He went and offered himself. Just at that time the minister was on the lookout for some priests devoted to the government. I was told that Faujas at first quite frightened him with his fierce looks and his old cassock. It was quite by chance that he was sent here. The minister was most pleasant and courteous to me." The bishop finished his sentences with a slight wave of his hand as he sought for fitting words, fearing, as it were, to say too much.
But at last the affection which he felt for his secretary got the better of his caution, and he continued with more animation. "Take my advice and try to be useful to the vicar of Saint-Saturnin's. He will want all the assistance he can get, and he seems to me to be a man who never forgets either an injury or a kindness. But don't ally yourself with him. He will end badly. That is my impression." "End badly?" exclaimed the young priest in surprise. "Oh, just now he's in the full swing of triumph. But his face disquiets me, my child. He has a terrible face. That man will never die in his bed. Don't you do anything to compromise me. All I ask is to be allowed to live tranquilly. Quietness is all I want." Abbe Sourin was just taking up his book again when Abbe Faujas was announced. Monseigneur Rousselot advanced to meet him with outstretched hands and a smiling face, addressing him as his dear curé. "Leave us, my child," he said to his secretary, who thereupon retired. He spoke of his journey. His sister was better than she'd been, he said, and he'd been able to shake hands with some old friends. "And did you see the minister?" asked Abbe Faujas, fixing his eyes upon him. "Yes, I thought it was my duty to call upon him," replied the bishop, who felt that he was blushing. "He spoke to me very favourably indeed of you." "Then you no longer have any doubts. You trust me absolutely?" "Absolutely, my dear curé. Besides, I know nothing about politics myself, and I leave everything in your hands." They remained talking together the whole morning. Abbe Faujas persuaded the bishop to undertake a visitation of his diocese, and said he would go with him and prompt him as to what he should say. It would be necessary to summon all the rural deans so that the priests of the smallest villages might receive their instructions. There would be no difficulty in all this, for the clergy would act as they were told. The most delicate task would be in Plassans itself, in the district of Saint-Marc. The aristocrats there, shutting themselves up in the privacy of their houses, were entirely beyond the reach of Abbe Faujas' influence, and he had so far only been able to work upon certain ambitious royalists, such men as Rasteuil and Maffray and Bourdeaux. The bishop, however, undertook to sound the feelings of various drawing-rooms in the district of Saint-Marc, where he visited. But even allowing that the aristocracy should vote adversely, they would be in a ridiculous minority if they were deserted by those electors of the middle classes who were amenable to clerical influence. "Now," said Monseigneur Rousselot as he rose from his seat, "it would perhaps be as well if you told me the name of your candidate, so that I may recommend him in my letters." Abbe Faujas smiled. "It is dangerous to mention names," he said. "There wouldn't be a scrap of our candidate left in a week's time if we made his name known now. The Marquis de la Griffoul has become quite out of the question. Monsieur de Bordeaux, who reckons upon being a candidate, is still more so. We shall leave them to destroy each other, and then, at the last moment, we shall come forward. Just say that an election on purely political grounds would be very regrettable, and that what is needed for the interests of Plassans is somebody who is not a party man, but has an intimate knowledge of the requirements of the town and the department. And you may let it be understood that such a man has been found, but don't go any further." The bishop now in his turn smiled. He detained the priest for a moment as he was about to take leave. "And Abbe Faujas," he said, lowering his voice, "are you not afraid that he will do all he can to thwart your plans?" Abbe Faujas shrugged his shoulders. "He has made no sign at all," he said. "It is precisely that quietness of his that makes me uneasy," rejoined the prelate. "I know Faujas well. He's the most vindictive priest in my diocese. He may possibly have abandoned the ambition of beating you in the political arena, but you may be sure he will wreak personal vengeance upon you. I've no doubt that he's keeping a watch on you in his retirement." "Pooh," said Abbe Faujas, showing his white teeth. "I'll take care that he doesn't eat me up." Abbe Faujas had just returned into the room, and when the vicar of Saint-Saturnin's had gone, he made the bishop laugh by exclaiming, "Ah, if they could only devour each other like a couple of foxes, and leave nothing but their tails." The electoral campaign was on the point of commencing. Plassans, which generally remained quite calm, unexcited by political questions, was growing a little feverish and perturbed. From some invisible mouth a breath of war seemed to sweep through its quiet streets. The Marquise de la Griffoul, who lived at La Palud, a large straggling village in the neighborhood, had been in Plassans for the last fortnight, staying at the house of a relative of his, the Count de Valqueyras, whose mansion was one of the largest in the Saint-Marc district. The Marquis showed himself about the town, promenaded on the Cours Sauvaire, attended Saint-Saturnin's, and bowed to sundry influential townspeople, but without succeeding in throwing aside his haughty ways. His attempts to acquire popularity seemed to fail. Fresh charges against him, originating from some unknown source, were bandied about every day. It was asserted that he was a miserably incompetent man. With any other representative, Plassans would long ago have had a branch line of railway connecting it with Nice. It was said, too, that if anyone from the district went to see him in Paris, he had to call 3 or 4 times before he could obtain the slightest service. However, although the candidature of the Marquis was much damaged by gossip of this kind, no other candidate had openly entered the lists. There was some talk of M. de Bordeaux coming forward, though it was considered that it would be extremely difficult to obtain a majority for an ex-prefect of Louis-Philippe, who had no strong connection with the place. There seemed also to be some unknown influence at work in Plassans, upsetting all the previous prospects of the election by breaking the alliance between the Legitimists and the Republicans. The prevailing feeling was one of general perplexity and confusion, mingled with weariness and a desire to get the affair over as quickly as possible. "The majority is shifting," said the politicians of the Cours Sauvaire. "The question is, which way will it finally incline?" Amid the excitement and restlessness which this doubtful state of things was causing in the town, the Republicans became anxious to run a candidate of their own. Their choice fell upon a master hatter, one Morin, a plain, simple man who was very much liked by the working classes. In the cafes, in the evenings, Trouche expressed an opinion that Morin was by no means sufficiently advanced in his views, and proposed in his stead a wheelwright of Les Toulettes, whose name had appeared in the list of the December proscripts. This man, however, had the good sense to decline the nomination. It should be said that Trouche now gave himself out as an extreme Republican. He would have come forward himself, he said, if his wife's brother had not been a parson, but as he was, to his great regret, he declared, forced to eat the bread of the hypocrites, he felt bound to remain in the background. He was one of the first to circulate reports to the detriment of the Marquise de la Griffoul, and he also favored the rupture of the Republicans and the Legitimists. Trouche's greatest success was obtained by accusing the sub-prefecture party and the adherents of Monsieur Rastoy of having brought about the confinement of poor Mouret, with the view of depriving the Democratic Party of one of its worthiest chiefs. On the evening when he first launched this accusation at a spirit dealer's in the Rue Canquin, the company assembled there looked at one another with a peculiar expression. The gossips of the old quarter of the town spoke quite feelingly about the madman who beat his wife, now that he was shut up at Les Toulettes, and told one another that Abbe Faujas had simply wanted to get an inconvenient husband out of his way. Trouche repeated his charge every evening, banging his fists upon the tables of the cafes with such an air of conviction that he succeeded in persuading his listeners of the truth of his story, in which, by the way, Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet was made to play the most extraordinary part imaginable. There was a complete reaction in Mouret's favor. He was considered to be a political victim, a man whose influence had been feared so much that he'd been put out of the way in a cell at a madhouse. "Just leave it all to me," Truce said with a confidential air. "I'll expose all these precocious, pious folks, and I'll tell some fine stories about their home of the Virgin. It's a nice place, is that home? A place where the ladies make assignations." Meanwhile, Abbe Faujas almost seemed to have the power of multiplying himself. For some time past he was to be seen everywhere. He bestowed much attention upon his appearance, and was careful always to have a pleasant smile upon his face, though now and then his eyelids dropped for an instant to hide the stern fire kindling in his glance. Often, with his patience quite worn out, weary of his wretched struggles, he returned to his bare room with clenched fists. Old Madame Rougon, whom he continued to see in secret, proved his good genius. She lectured him soundly whenever he felt despondent, and kept him bent before her while she told him that he must strive to please, and that he would ruin everything if he let the iron hand appear from under the velvet glove. Afterwards, when he'd made himself master, he might seize Plassans by the throat and strangle it if he liked. She herself certainly had no great affection for Plassans, against which she owed a grudge for 40 years' wretchedness, and which had been bursting with jealousy of her ever since the coup d'etat. "It is I who wear the cassock," she said sometimes, with a smile. "You carry yourself like a gendarme, my dear curé." The priest showed himself particularly assiduous in his attendance at the young men's club. He listened with an indulgent ear to the young men talking politics, and told them, with a shake of his head, that honesty was all that was necessary. His popularity at the club was still increasing. One evening he consented to play at billiards, and showed himself extremely skillful at the game. And sometimes, when they formed a quiet little party, he would even accept a cigarette. The club took his advice on every question that arose. His reputation for tolerance was completely established by the kind, good-natured way in which he advocated the admission of Guillaume Pourquier, who had now renewed his application. "I have seen the young man," he said. "He came to me to make a general confession, and I ended by giving him absolution. There is forgiveness for every sin. We must not treat him as a leper just because he pulled down a few signboards in Plassans and ran into debt at Paris." When Guillaume was elected, he said to the young Maffray with a grin, "Well, you owe me a couple of bottles of champagne now. You see that the curé does all that I want. I have a little machine to tickle him with in a sensitive place, and then he begins to laugh, my boys, and he can't refuse me anything." "Well, it doesn't seem as though he were very fond of you anyhow," said Alphonse. "He looks very sourly at you." "Oh, that's because I tickled him too hard. You will see that we shall soon be the best friends in the world." Abbe Faujas did indeed seem to have an affection for the doctor's son. He declared that this young man wanted guiding with a very gentle hand. In a short time, Guillaume became the moving spirit of the club. He invented amusements, showed them how to make Kirschwater punch, and led young fellows fresh from college into all sorts of dissipation. His pleasant vices gave him enormous influence. While the organ was pealing above the billiard room, he drank away and gathered round him the sons of the most respectable people in Plassans, making them almost choke with laughter at his broad stories. The club now got into a very fast way, indulging in doubtful topics of conversation in all the corners. Abbe Faujas, however, appeared quite unconscious of it. Guillaume said that he had a splendid noddle, teeming with the greatest thoughts. "The Abbe may be a bishop whenever he likes," he remarked. "He's already refused a living in Paris. He wants to stay at Plassans. He's taken a liking to the place. I should like to nominate him as deputy. He's the sort of man we want in the chamber. But he would never consent. He's too modest. Still, it would be a good thing to take his advice when the elections are at hand. We may trust anything that he tells us. He wouldn't deceive anybody." Meantime, Lucien Delancre remained the serious man of the club. He showed great deference to Abbe Faujas, and won the group of studious young men over to the priest's side. He frequently walked with him to the club, talking to him with much animation, but subsiding into silence as soon as they entered the general room. On leaving the café established beneath the church of the Minimes, the abbé regularly went to the home of the Virgin. He arrived there during playtime and made his appearance with a smiling face upon the steps of the playground. Thereupon the girls surrounded him and disputed with each other for the possession of his pockets, in which some sacred pictures or chaplets or medals that had been blessed were always to be found. Those big girls quite worshipped him as he tapped them gently on their cheeks and told them to be good, at which they broke into sly smiles. The sisters often complained to him that the children confided to their care were utterly unmanageable, that they fought, tore each other's hair, and did even worse things. The abbé, however, regarded their offences as mere peccadillos, and as a rule simply reproved the more turbulent girls in the chapel, whence they emerged in a more submissive frame of mind. Occasionally he made some rather graver piece of misconduct a pretext for sending for the parents, whom he sent away again, quite touched by his kindness and good nature. In this wise, the young scapegraces of the home of the Virgin gained him the hearts of the poor families of Plassans. When they went home in the evening, they told the most wonderful things about his reverence the curé. It was no uncommon occurrence to find a couple of them in some secluded corner of the ramparts on the point of coming to blows to decide which of them his reverence liked the best. "Those young hussies represent from 2,000 to 3,000 votes," Truchet thought to himself, as from the window he watched Abbe Faujas showing himself so amiable. Truche himself had tried to win over the little dears, as he called the girls, but the priest, distrusting him, had forbidden him to set foot in the playground, and so he now confined himself to throwing sugar plums there when the sisters' backs were turned. The abbé's day's work did not end at the home of the Virgin. From there he started on a series of short visits to the fashionable ladies of Plassans. Madame Rastoy and Madame Delancre welcomed him with delight, and repeated his slightest words everywhere. But his great friend was Madame de Condamine. She maintained an air of easy familiarity towards him, betokening the superiority of a beautiful woman who's conscious that she is all-powerful. She spoke now and again in low tones, and with meaning smiles and glances, which seemed to indicate that there was some secret understanding between them. When the priest came to see her, she dismissed her husband. The government was going to hold a cabinet council, so the conservator of rivers and forests playfully said, as he philosophically went off to mount his horse. It was Madame Rougon who had brought Madame de Condamine to the priest's notice. "She's not yet absolutely established her position here," the old lady explained to Abbe Faujas. "But there is a good deal of cleverness under those pretty, coquettish airs of hers. You can take her into your confidence, and she will see in your triumph a means of making her own success and power more complete. She will be of great use to you if you should find it necessary to give away places or crosses. She's retained an influential friend in Paris who sends her as many red ribbons as she asks for." As Madame Rougon kept herself aloof from reasons of diplomacy, the fair Octavie thus became Abbe Faujas' most active ally. She won over to his side both her friends and her friends' friends. She resumed her campaign afresh every morning and exerted an astonishing amount of influence merely by the pleasant little waves of her delicately gloved fingers. She had particular success with the bourgeoisie, and increased tenfold that feminine influence of which the priest had felt the absolute necessity as soon as he began to thread the narrow world of Plassans. She succeeded, too, in closing the mouths of the Perloques, who were growing very rabid about the state of affairs at the Mourets' house, by throwing a honeyed cake to the two monsters. "What, you do still bear us a grudge, my dear lady?" she said one day as she met the judge's wife. It's very wrong of you. Your friends have not forgotten you. They're thinking about you and are preparing a surprise for you." "A fine surprise, I'll be bound," cried Madame Palloc bitterly. "No, we are not going to allow ourselves to be laughed at again. I have firmly made up my mind to keep to my own affairs." Madame de Condorcet smiled. "What would you say," she asked, "if Monsieur Palloc were to be decorated?" The judge's wife stared in silence. A rush of blood to her face turned it quite blue and made her terrible to behold. "You are joking," she stammered. "This is only another plot against us. If it isn't true, I'll never forgive you." The fair Octavie swore that she'd spoken nothing but the truth. The distinction would certainly be conferred upon Monsieur Palloc, but it would not be officially notified in the Moniteur until after the elections, as the government did not wish it to appear as if it were buying the support of the magistracy. She also hinted that Abbe Faujas was not unconcerned in the bestowal of this long-desired reward, and said that he had talked about it to the sub-prefect. "My husband was right, then," exclaimed Madame Palloc in great surprise. "For a long time past he's been worrying me dreadfully to go and apologize to the Abbe. But I am very obstinate, and I would have let myself be killed sooner. But since the Abbe makes the first move, well, we ask nothing more than to live at peace with everyone. We will go to the sub-prefecture tomorrow." The next day the Pallocs were very humble. Madame Palloc accused Abbe Faujas of the blackest conduct, and related with consummate impudence how she'd gone to see him one day, and how he'd spoken in her presence of turning the whole of Abbe Faujas' clique neck and crop out of Plassans. "If you like," she said to the priest, taking him aside, "I will give you a note written at the Vicar General's dictation. It concerns you. He tried, I believe, to get several discreditable stories inserted in the Plassans Gazette." "How did this note come into your hands?" asked Faujas. "Well, it's sufficient that it's there," she replied, without any sign of embarrassment. And with a smile she continued, "I found it. I recollect, by the way, but there are 2 or 3 words written in the Vicar General's own hand. I may trust to your honour in all this, may I not? We are upright, honest people, and we don't want to compromise ourselves." She pretended to be affected by scruples for 3 days before bringing him the note, and Madame de Condorcet was obliged to assure her privately that an application to have Monsieur Rastoy pensioned off would shortly be made, so that her husband could succeed to his post. Then she gave up the paper. Abbe Faujas did not wish to keep it himself, but took it to Madame Rougon, and charged her to make use of it, keeping herself, however, strictly in the background, if the Vicar General showed the slightest sign of interfering in the elections. Madame de Condorcet also dropped a hint to Monsieur Maffray that the Emperor was thinking about decorating him, and she made a formal promise to Dr. Porquier to find a suitable post for his good-for-nothing son. She showed the most obliging kindliness at the friendly afternoon meetings in the gardens. The summer was now drawing to a close, but she still arrived in light toilettes, shivering slightly and risking a cold, in order to show her arms and overcome the last scruples of the Rastoy party. It was really under the Mourets' arbor that the election was decided. "Well, my dear sub-prefect," said Abbe Faujas one day with a smile, when the 2 sets of guests were mingling together, "the great battle is drawing near." They had now arrived at discussing the political struggle in a quiet, friendly way. In the gardens at the back of the houses they cordially grasped each other's hands, while in front of them they still feigned an appearance of hostility. On hearing Abbe Faujas, Madame de Condorcet cast a quick glance at Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet, who bent forward with his habitual elegance, and said all in a breath, "I shall remain in my tent, Monsieur le Curé. I've been fortunate enough to make His Excellency understand that it is the duty of the government, in the immediate interests of Plassans, to hold itself aloof. There will be no official candidate." Monsieur de Bordeaux turned pale. His eyelids quivered, and his hands trembled with delight. "There will be no official candidate?" cried Monsieur Rastoy, greatly moved by this unexpected news, and departing from the reserve which he generally maintained. "No," replied Monsieur Pecqueur de Sarlet. "The town contains a sufficient number of honorable men to make its own choice of a representative." He bowed slightly towards Monsieur de Bordeaux, who rose from his seat and stammered, "Undoubtedly, undoubtedly." While these remarks were being exchanged, Abbe Saurin had got up a game of hot and cold, and Monsieur Rastoy's daughters, and Monsieur Maffrey's sons, and Séverin were busy hunting for the Abbe's handkerchief, which he'd rolled into a ball and hidden. All the young people were flitting about their elders, while the priest called in his falsetto voice, "Hot! Hot!" Angeline at length found the handkerchief in Dr. Porquier's gaping pocket, where Abbe Saurin had adroitly slipped it. They all laughed and considered the selection of the hiding-place a very ingenious joke. "Bordeaux has a chance now," said Monsieur Rastoy, taking Abbe Faujas aside. "It is very annoying. I can't tell him so, but we shan't vote for him. He has compromised himself too much as an Orleanist." "Just look at your son, Séverin," cried Madame de Condorcet, interrupting the conversation. "What a big baby he is! He put the handkerchief under Abbé Bourret's hat." Then she lowered her voice as she continued. "By the way, I have to congratulate you, Monsieur Rastoy. I have received a letter from Paris, from a correspondent who tells me that he has seen your son's name on an official list. He will be nominated assessor to the public prosecutor at Faverolles, I believe." The presiding judge bowed, with a flushed face. The minister had never forgiven the election of the Marquise de la Griffoul. Since then a kind of fatality had seemed to prevent him from finding either a place for his son or husbands for his daughters. He'd never uttered any complaints, but his compressed lips had often borne witness to his feelings on the matter. "I was remarking to you," he resumed, to conceal his emotion, "that Bordeaux is dangerous. But he isn't a Plassans man, and he doesn't know our requirements. We might just as well re-elect the Marquise." "If Monsieur de Bordeaux persists in his candidature," rejoined Abbe Faujas, "the Republicans will poll an imposing minority, which will have a very bad effect." Madame de Condorcet smiled. She pretended to understand nothing about politics, and slipped away, while the Abbé drew the presiding judge aside to the end of the arbor, where they continued the conversation in subdued tones. As they slowly strolled back again, Monsieur Rastoy remarked, "You are quite right. He would be a very suitable candidate. He belongs to no party, and we could all unite in supporting him. I am no fonder of the empire than you are, but it would be childish to go on sending deputies to the chamber for no other purpose than to obstruct and rail at the government. Plassans is suffering from such tactics. What we want is a man with a good head for business, a local man who can look after the interests of the place." "Hot! Hot!" now cried Aurélie in her fluty voice. Abbé Saurin passed through the arbor at the head of the searchers, hunting for the handkerchief. "Cold! Cold!" exclaimed the girl, laughing at their lack of success. One of the young Maffrey, however, lifted up a flower pot, and there discovered the handkerchief folded in four. "That big stick Aurélie might have very well crammed it into her mouth," said Madame Palloc. "There's plenty of room for it, and no one would ever have thought of looking for it there." Her husband reduced her to silence with an angry look. He would no longer allow her to indulge in bitter language. Fearing that Monsieur de Condorcet might have overheard her, he exclaimed, "What a handsome lot of young people!" "Your success is certain, my dear sir," the conservator of rivers and forests was saying to Monsieur de Bordeaux. "But be careful what you do when you get to Paris. I hear from a very trustworthy source that the government has resolved upon taking strong measures if the opposition shows itself too provoking." The ex-prefect looked at Monsieur de Condorcet very uneasily. wondering if he was making fun of him. Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulay merely smiled and stroked his mustaches. Then the conversation became general again, and Monsieur de Bordeaux thought he could detect that everyone was congratulating him upon his approaching triumph, with a discretion that was full of tact. He enjoyed the sweets of an hour's imaginary popularity. "It's surprising how much more quickly the grapes ripen in the sun," remarked Abbe Faujas, who had never moved from his chair, but now raised his eyes to the arbor. "In the north," Dr. Pourquier exclaimed, "grapes can often only be got to ripen by freeing them from the surrounding leaves." They were beginning to discuss this point when Séverin in his turn cried out, "Hot! Hot!" But he had hung the handkerchief with such little concealment upon the garden door that Abbe Sourin found it at once. When the Abbé hid it again, the whole troop vainly scoured the garden for nearly half an hour, and at last gave it up. Then the Abbé showed it to them, lying in the center of a flower bed, rolled up so artistically that it looked like a white stone. This was the most effective stratagem of the afternoon. The news that the government had determined to run no candidate of its own quickly spread through the town, where it gave rise to great excitement. This abstention had the natural effect of disquieting the various political sections, who had each counted upon the diversion of a certain number of votes in favor of the official candidate to enable their own man to win. The Marquis de la Griffoul, Monsieur de Bordeaux, and Hatter Morin appeared to divide the support of the voters pretty equally amongst them. There would certainly be a second ballot, and heaven only could tell what name would then appear at the top of the list. However, there was certainly some talk of a fourth candidate, whose name nobody quite knew, some moderate, equable man who would possibly bring the different parties into concord and harmony. The Plassans electors, who'd grown a little alarmed since they felt the imperial bridle about their necks, would have been only too glad to come to an understanding and choose one of their fellow citizens who would be acceptable to all parties. "The government is wrong to treat us like refractory children," said the politicians of the commercial club, in tones of annoyance. "Anybody would suppose that the town was a hotbed of revolution. If the authorities had been tactful enough to bring forward the right sort of candidate, we should all have voted for him. The sub-prefect has talked about a lesson. Well, we shan't receive the lesson. We shall be able to find a candidate for ourselves, and we shall show that Plassans is a town of sound sense and true liberty." Then they began to look about for a candidate. But the names that were proposed by friends or interested parties only served to increase the confusion. In a week's time there were 20 candidates before Plassans. Madame Rougon, who had become very uneasy and quite unable to understand the position, went to Abbe Faujas, full of indignation with the sub-prefect. "That Pecqueur was an ass," she cried, "a fop, a dummy, of no use except as a pretty ornament to the official drawing-room. He'd already allowed the government to be defeated, and now he was going to compromise it by an attitude of ridiculous indifference." "Make yourself easy," said the priest with a smile. "This time, Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulay is confining himself to obeying orders. Victory is certain." "But you've got no candidate," cried Madame Rougon. "Where is your candidate?" Then the priest unfolded his plans to her. She expressed her approval of them, but she received the name which he confided to her with the greatest surprise. "What!" she exclaimed. "You've chosen him? No one has ever thought of him, I assure you." "I trust that they haven't," replied the priest, again smiling. "We want a candidate of whom nobody has ever thought, so that all parties may accept him without fancying that they are compromising themselves." Then, with the perfect frankness of a shrewd man who has made up his mind to explain his designs, he continued, "I have very much to thank you for. You've prevented me from making many mistakes. I was looking straight towards the goal, and I did not see the strings that were stretched across the path, and which might perhaps have tripped me up and brought me to grief. Thank heaven! All this petty, childish struggle is over, and I shall soon be able to move at my ease. As for the choice I've made, it is a good one. You may feel quite assured of that. Ever since my arrival at Plassans, I've been looking about for a man, and he's the only one I have found. He's flexible, very capable, and very energetic. He's been clever enough not to embroil himself with a single person in the place, which is no common accomplishment. I know that you are not a very great friend of his, and that is the reason that I did not confide my plan to you sooner. But you will see that you are mistaken, and that he will make his way rapidly as soon as he gets his foot into the stirrup. What finally determined me in his favor is what I heard about his means. It is said that he has taken his wife back again 3 separate times, after she'd been detected in actual unfaithfulness, and after he'd made his good-natured father-in-law pay him 100,000 francs on each occasion. If he has really coined money in that way, he will be very useful in Paris in certain matters. You may look about as much as you like, but putting him aside, there's only a pack of imbeciles in Plassans.
Then it is a present you are making to the government, said Félicité, with a laugh.
She allowed herself to be convinced. The next day, the name of Delangre was in everybody's mouth. His friends declared that it was only after the strongest pressure had been brought to bear upon him that he had accepted the nomination. He had refused it for a long time, considering himself unworthy of the position, insisting that he was not a politician, and that the Marquis de la Griffoul or Monsieur de Bordeaux had, on the other hand, had long experience of public affairs. Then, when it had been impressed upon him that what Plassans urgently needed was a representative who was unconnected with the political parties, he had allowed himself to be prevailed upon. He explicitly declared the principles on which he would act if he were returned. It must be thoroughly understood, he said, that he would not go to the chamber either to oppose or support the government under all circumstances. He should look upon himself solely as the representative of the interests of the town. He would always vote for liberty with order and order with liberty, and would still remain mayor of Plassans, so that he might show what a conciliatory and purely administrative task he had charged himself with. These views struck people as being singularly sensible. The knowing politicians of the commercial club vied with each other that same evening in lauding Delangre. "I told you so! He's the very man we want! I shall be curious to see what the sub-prefect will say when the mayor's name heads the list. The authorities can scarcely accuse us of having voted like a lot of sulking schoolboys, any more than they can reproach us with having gone down on our knees before the government. If the empire could only receive a few lessons like this, things would go much better." The whole thing was like a train of gunpowder. The mine was laid, and a spark was sufficient to set it off. In every part of Plassans simultaneously, in all the 3 quarters of the town, in every house, and in every family, Monsieur Delangre's name was pronounced amidst unanimous eulogies. He'd become the expected Messiah, the Savior, unknown the previous day, revealed in the morning, and worshipped ere night. Even in the sacristies and confessionals of Plassans, his name was buzzed about. It mingled with the echoes in the naves, sounded from pulpits in the suburbs, was passed on from ear to ear like a sacrament, and made its way into the most distant homes of the pious. The priests carried it about with them in the folds of their cassocks. Abbe Faujas bestowed on it the respectable cheeriness of his corporation, Abbe Sorin the grace of his smile, and Monseigneur Rousselot the charm of his pastoral blessing. The fashionable ladies were never tired of talking of Monsieur Delangre. He had such a kind disposition, they said, and such a fine, sensible face. Madame Rastoy learned to blush again at mention of him. Madame Perloc grew almost pretty in her enthusiasm, while as for Madame de Condamine, she was ready to fight for him, and won all hearts to his side by the tender way in which she pressed the hands of the electors who promised to vote for him. The Young Men's Club, too, grew passionately enthusiastic on his behalf. Séverin made quite a hero of him, and Guillaume and the young Maffray went canvassing for him through all the disreputable parts of the town. On the day of the election, his majority was overwhelming. The whole town seemed to have conspired together to return him. The Marquis de la Griffoul and Monsieur de Bordeaux, bursting with indignation and crying that they had been betrayed, had retired from the contest, and thus Monsieur de Langres' only opponent was the hatter Morin. The latter received the votes of some 1,500 intractable Republicans of the outskirts of the town, while the mayor had the support of the country districts, the fervent Bonapartists, the townsmen of the new quarter who were amenable to clerical influence, the timid shopkeepers of the old town, and even certain simple-minded royalists of the district of Saint-Marc, whose aristocratic denizens chiefly abstained from voting. Monsieur de Langres thus obtained 33,000 votes. The business was managed so promptly, the victory was won with such a dash, that Plassans felt quite amazed on the evening of the election to find itself so unanimous. The town half fancied that it had just had a wonderful dream, that some powerful hand must have struck the soil and drawn from it those 33,000 electors, that army, almost alarming in its numbers, whose strength no one had ever before suspected. The politicians of the commercial club looked at one another in perplexity, like men dazed with victory. In the evening, Monsieur Rastoy's friends joined those of Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulay to congratulate each other in a little drawing-room at the sub-prefecture, overlooking the gardens. Tea was served to them. The great victory of the day ended by a coalition of the two parties. All the usual guests were present. "I've never systematically opposed any government," said Monsieur Rastoy, after a time, as he accepted some little cakes which Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulay offered him. "The judicial branch ought to take no part in political struggles. I willingly admit that the empire has already accomplished some great things, and that it has a still nobler future before it, if it continues to advance in the paths of justice and liberty." The sub-prefect bowed, as though this eulogy was addressed to him personally. The previous evening, Monsieur Rastoy had read in the Moniteur a decree appointing his son assistant public prosecutor at Faverolles. There was also a good deal of talk about a marriage between his eldest daughter and Lucien de Langres. "Oh yes, it is quite settled," Monsieur de Condorcet said in low tones to Madame Palloc, who had just been questioning him upon the subject. "He has chosen Angeline. I believe that he would rather have had Aurélie, but it has probably been hinted to him that it would not be seemly for the younger sister to be married before the elder one." "Angeline? Are you quite sure?" Madame Palloc murmured maliciously. "I fancy that Angeline has a likeness—" The conservator of rivers and forests put his finger to his lips with a smile. "Well, it's just a toss-up, isn't it?" she continued. "It will strengthen the ties between the two families. We are all good friends now. Palloc is expecting his cross, and I am quite satisfied with everything." Monsieur de Langres did not arrive till late. He received, as newspaper writers say, a perfect ovation. Madame de Condorcet had just informed Dr. Porquier that his son Guillaume had been nominated chief clerk at the post office. She was circulating good news through the town, declaring that Abbé Boret would be vicar general the following year, that Abbé Saurin would be a bishop before he was 40, and that Monsieur Maffray was to have a cross. "Poor Bordeaux!" exclaimed Monsieur Rastoy, with a last sigh of regret. "Oh, there's no occasion to pity him," cried Madame de Condorcet gaily. "I will undertake to console him. He's not cut out for the chamber. What he wants is a prefecture. Tell him that he shall have one before long." The merriment increased. The fair Octavie's high spirits and the desire which she showed to please everybody delighted the company. It was really she who was doing the honours of the sub-prefecture. She was the queen of the place, and while she seemed to be speaking quite playfully, she gave Monsieur de Langres the most practical advice in the world about the part he ought to play in the corps législatif. She took him aside and offered to introduce him to several influential people, an offer which he gratefully accepted. About 11 o'clock, Monsieur de Contact suggested that the garden should be illuminated, but his wife calmed the enthusiasm of the gentleman, and said that such a course would be inadvisable, for it would not do to appear to be exulting over the town.
"Well, what about Abbe Faujas?" she suddenly asked Abbe Faujas, as she took him aside into one of the window recesses. "He has not made any movement, has he?" "Abbe Faujas is a man of sense," the priest replied. "It has been hinted to him that he would do well not to interfere in political matters for the future." In the midst of all the triumphant joy, Abbe Faujas remained grave. He had won after a hard fight. Madame de Condorcet's chatter wearied him, and the satisfaction of these people with their poor vulgar ambitions filled him with disdain. As he stood leaning against the mantelpiece with a far-off look in his eyes, he seemed to be buried in thought. He was master now, and no longer compelled to veil and suppress his real feelings. He could reach out his hand and seize the town and make it tremble in his grasp. His tall black figure seemed to fill the room. The guests gradually drew their chairs closer to him and formed a circle around him. The men awaited some expression of satisfaction from his lips. The women besought him with their eyes like submissive slaves. But he bluntly broke through the circle and went away the first, saying but a brief word or two as he took his leave. When he returned to the Mourets' house, going thither by the way of the Impasse de Cheviots and the garden, he found Marthe alone in the dining-room, sitting listlessly on a chair against the wall, looking very pale and gazing with a blank expression at the lamp, the wick of which was beginning to char. Upstairs, Trouche was having a party, and could be heard singing a broad comic song, which her lamp and his guests accompanied by striking their glasses with the handles of their knives. This ends chapter 19. Chapter 20 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola. Translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 20. Abbe Faujas laid his hand on Marthe's shoulder. "What are you doing here?" he asked. "Why haven't you gone to bed? I told you that you were not to wait for me." She started up and stammered. "I thought you would be back much earlier than this. I fell asleep. I dare say Rose will have got some tea ready." The priest called for the cook and rated her for not having made her mistress go to bed. He spoke in authoritative tones that admitted of no reply. "Bring the tea for his reverence, Rose," said Marthe. "No, I don't want any tea," the priest said, with a show of vexation. "Go to bed immediately. It is absurd. I can scarcely control myself. Show me a light, Rose." The cook went with him as far as the foot of the staircase. "Your reverence knows that I am not to blame," she said. "Madame is very strange. Ill as she is, she can't stop for a single hour in her room. She can't keep from coming and going up and down and fidgeting about merely for the sake of being on the move. She puts me out quite as much as anyone else. She's always in my way, preventing me from getting on with anything. Then she drops down on a chair and sits staring in front of her with a terrified look, as though she could see something horrible. I told her half a score of times at least tonight that you would be very angry with her for not going to bed, but she didn't even seem to hear what I said." The priest went upstairs without replying. As he passed to Trouche's room, he stretched out his arm as though he was going to bang his fist on the door. But the singing had stopped, and he could tell from the sounds within that the visitors were about to take their departure. So he quickly stepped into his own room. Almost immediately afterwards, Trouche went downstairs with a couple of men whom he picked up in some low cafe,
crying out on the staircase that he knew how to behave himself and was going to see them home. A lamp leant over the banisters. "You can fasten the doors," she said to Rose. "He won't be back before tomorrow morning." Rose, from whom she had not been able to conceal her husband's misconduct, expressed much pity for her, and growled as she fastened the doors. "What fools women are to get married! Their husbands either beat them or go off after hussies. For my part, I'd very much rather keep as I am." When she went back into the dining room, she found her mistress again in a sort of melancholy stupor, with her eyes fixed upon the lamp. She shook her and made her go upstairs to bed. Marthe had become very timid. She said she saw great patches of light on the walls of her room at night time, and heard violent blows at the head of her bed. Rose now slept near her in a little dressing room, whence she hastened to calm her at the slightest uneasiness. That night she had not finished undressing herself before she heard Marthe groaning, and on rushing into her room, she found her lying amidst the disordered bedclothes, her eyes staring widely in mute horror, and her clenched fist pressed closely against her mouth to keep herself from shrieking. Rose was obliged to talk to her and soothe her as though she were a mere child, and even had to look behind the curtains and under the furniture and assure her that she was mistaken, for there was really no one there. These attacks of terror ended in cataleptic seizures when the unhappy woman lay back on her pillow with her eyelids rigidly opened as though she were dead. "It's the thought of the master that torments her," Rose muttered, as she at last got into bed. The next day was one of those when Dr. Porquier called. He came regularly twice a week to see Madame Mouret. He patted her hands and said to her with his amiable optimism, "Oh, nothing serious will come of this, my dear lady. You still cough a little, don't you? Ah, it's a mere cold which has been neglected, but which we will cure with some syrups." But Marthe complained to him of intolerable pains in her back and chest, and kept her eyes upon him, as if trying to discover from his face and manner what he would not say in words. "I am afraid of going mad," she suddenly cried, breaking into a sob. The doctor smilingly reassured her. The sight of him always caused her keen anxiety. She felt a sort of alarm of this gentle and agreeable man. She often told Rose not to admit him, saying that she was not ill and had no need to have a doctor constantly to see her. Rose shrugged her shoulders, however, and ushered the doctor into the room. However, he'd almost ceased speaking to Marthe about her ailments, and seemed to be merely making friendly calls upon her. As he was going away, he met Abbe Faujas, who was returning from Saint-Saturnin's. The priest questioned him respecting Madame Mouret's condition. "Science is sometimes quite powerless," said the doctor gravely, "but the goodness of Providence is inexhaustible. The poor lady has been sorely shaken, but I don't altogether give her up. Her chest is only slightly attacked as yet, and the climate here is favorable." Then he started a dissertation upon the treatment of pulmonary diseases in the neighborhood of Plassans. He was preparing a pamphlet on the subject, not for publication, for he was too shrewd to wish to seem a savant, but for the perusal of a few intimate friends. "I have weighty reasons," he said in conclusion, "for believing that the equable temperature, the aromatic flora, and the salubrious springs of our hills are extremely effective for the cure of pulmonary complaints." The priest had listened to him with his usual stern expression. "You are mistaken," he said slowly. "Plassans does not agree with Madame Mouret. Why not send her to pass the winter at Nice?" "At Nice?" repeated the doctor, uneasily. He looked at the priest for a moment, and then continued in his complacent way. "Nice certainly would be very suitable for her, in her present condition of nervous excitement. A change of surroundings would probably have very beneficial results. I must advise her to make the journey. It is an excellent idea of yours, Monsieur le Curé." He bowed, parted from the Abbé, and made his way to Madame de Condamine, whose slightest headaches caused him endless trouble and anxiety. At dinner the next day, Marthe spoke of the doctor in almost violent terms. She swore that she would never allow him to visit her again. "It is he who's making me ill," she exclaimed. "This very afternoon he's been advising me to go off on a journey." "And I entirely agree with him in that," declared Abbe Faujas, folding his napkin. She fixed her eyes upon him and turned very pale as she murmured in a low voice, "What? Do you also want to send me away from Plassans? Oh, I should die in a strange land, far away from all my old associations and far away from those I love." The priest had risen from his seat and was about to leave the dining room. He stepped towards her and said with a smile, "Your friends only think of what is good for your health. Why are you so rebellious?" "Oh, I don't want to go! I don't want to go!" she cried, stepping back from him. There was a short contest between them. The blood rushed to the Abbé's cheeks, and he crossed his arms, as though to withstand a temptation to strike Marthe. She was leaning against the wall in despair at her weakness. Then, quite vanquished, she stretched out her hands and stammered, "I beseech you to allow me to remain here. I will do whatever you tell me." Then, as she burst into sobs, the Abbé shrugged his shoulders and left the room, like a husband fearing an outbreak of tears. Madame Faujas, who was tranquilly finishing her dinner, had witnessed the scene and continued eating. She let Marthe cry on, undisturbed. "You are extremely unreasonable, my dear child," she said after a time, helping herself to some more sweetmeats. "You will end by making Ovid quite detest you. You don't know how to treat him. Why do you refuse to go away from home if it is necessary for your health? We shall look after the house for you, and you would find everything all right and in its place when you came back." Marthe was still sobbing, and did not seem to hear what Madame Faujas said. "Ovid has so much to think about," the old lady continued. "Do you know that he often works till 4 o'clock in the morning? When you cough all through the night, it disturbs him very much and distracts his thoughts. He can't work any longer, and he suffers more than you do. Do this for Ovid's sake, my dear child. Go away, and come back to us in good health." Then Marthe raised her face, red with weeping, and throwing all her anguish into one cry, she wailed, "Oh, heaven lies!" During the next few days, no further pressure was brought to bear upon Madame Mouret to induce her to make the journey to Nice. She grew terribly excited at the least reference to it. She refused to leave Plassans with such a show of determination that the priest himself recognized the danger of insisting upon the scheme. In the midst of his triumph, she was beginning to cause him terrible anxiety and embarrassment. Trouche declared, with his snigger, that it was she who ought to have been sent the first to Les Toulettes. Ever since Mouret had been taken off, she had secluded herself in the practice of the most rigid religious practices, and refrained from ever mentioning her husband's name, praying indeed that she might be rendered altogether oblivious of the past. But she still remained restless, and returned from Saint-Saturnin's with even a keener longing for forgetfulness than she'd had when she went thither. "Our landlady is going it finely," Olympe said to her husband when she came home one evening. "I went with her to church today, and I had to pick her up from the flagstones. You would laugh if I told you all the things that she vomited out against Ovid. She's quite furious with him. She says that he has no heart, and that he has deceived her in promising her a heap of consolations. And you should hear her rail, too, against the divinity. Ah, it's only your pious people who talk so badly of religion.
Anyone would think to hear her that God had cheated her of her large sum of money. Do you know, I really believe that her husband comes and haunts her at night."
Trouche was much amused by this gossip. "Well, she has herself to blame for that," he said. "If that old joke of Mouret was put away, it was her own doing. If I were Faujas, I should know how to arrange matters, and I would make her as gentle and content as a sheep. But Faujas is an ass, and you will see that he will make a mess of the business. Your brother, my dear, hasn't shown himself sufficiently pleasant to us for me to help him out of the bother. I shall have a rare laugh the day our landlady makes him take the plunge."
"Ovid certainly looks down upon women too much," declared Olympe.
Then Trouche continued in a lower tone, "I say, you know, if our landlady were to throw herself down some well with your noodle of a brother, we should be the masters, and the house would be ours. We should be able to feather our nest nicely then. It would be a splendid ending to it all, that." Since Mouret's departure, the Trouches also had invaded the ground floor of the house. Olympe had begun by complaining that the chimneys upstairs smoked, and she had ended by persuading Marthe that the drawing-room, which had hitherto been unoccupied, was the healthiest room in the house. Rose was ordered to light a big fire there, and the two women spent their days in endless talk before the huge blazing logs. It was one of Olympe's dreams to be able to live like this, handsomely dressed and lolling on a couch in the midst of an elegantly furnished room. She even persuaded Marthe to have the drawing-room repapered, to buy some new furniture and a fresh carpet for it. Then she felt that she was a lady. She came downstairs in her slippers and dressing-gown, and talked as though she were the mistress of the house. "That poor Madame Mouret," she would say, "has so much worry that she's asked me to help her, and so I devote a little of my time to assisting her. It's really a kindness to do so." She had indeed quite succeeded in winning the confidence of Marthe, who from sheer lassitude handed over to her the petty details of the household management. It was Olympe who kept the keys of the cellar and the cupboards, and paid the tradesmen's bills as well. She'd been deliberating for a long time as to how she should manage to make herself equally free in the dining-room. Trouche, however, dissuaded her from attempting to carry out that design. They would no longer be able to eat and drink as they liked, he said. They would not even dare to drink their wine unwatered, or to ask a friend to come and have coffee. Then Olympe declared that at any rate she would bring their share of the dessert upstairs. She crammed her pockets with sugar, and she even carried off candle ends. For this purpose she made some big canvas pockets, which she fastened under her skirt, and which it took her a good quarter of an hour to empty every evening. "There's something for a rainy day," she said, as she bundled the stock of provisions into a box, which she then pushed under the bed. "If we happen to fall out with our landlady, we shall have something to keep us going for a time. I must bring up some pots of preserves and some salt pork." "There's no need to make a secret of it," said Trouche. "If I were you, I should make Rose bring them up, as you are the mistress." Trouche had made himself master of the garden. For a long time past he had envied Mouret as he watched him pruning his trees, graveling his walks, and watering his lettuces, and he had indulged in a dream of one day having a plot of ground of his own, where he might dig and plant as he liked. So, now that Mouret was no longer there, he took possession of the garden, planning all kinds of alterations in it. He began by condemning the vegetables. He had a delicate soul, he said, and he loved flowers. But the labor of digging tired him out on the second day, and the gardener was called in, who dug up the beds under his directions, threw the vegetables onto the dung heap, and prepared the soil for the reception of peonies, roses and lilies, larkspurs and convolvuli, and cuttings of geraniums and carnations. Then an idea occurred to Trouche. It struck him that the tall, somber box plants which bordered the beds had a mournful appearance, and he meditated for a long time about pulling them up. "You are quite right," said Olympe, whom he consulted on the matter. "They make the place look like a cemetery. For my part, I should much prefer an edging of cast iron made to resemble rough wood. I'll persuade the landlady to have it done. Anyhow, pull up the box." The box was accordingly pulled up. A week later the gardener came and laid down the cast iron edging. Trouche also removed several fruit trees which interfered with the view, had the arbor painted afresh a bright green, and ornamented the fountain with rockwork. Monsieur Rastoy's cascade greatly excited his envy, but he contented himself for the time by choosing a place where he would construct a similar one, if everything should go on all right. "This'll make our neighbors open their eyes," he said, in the evening to his wife. "They'll see that there's a man of taste here now. In the summer, when we sit at the window, we shall have a delightful view, and the garden will smell deliciously." Marthe let him have his own way, and gave her consent to all the plans that were submitted to her. And in the end he gave over even consulting her. It was solely Madame Faujas that Trouche had to contend against, and she continued to dispute possession of the house with him very obstinately. It was only after a battle royal with her mother that Olympe had been able to take possession of the drawing-room. Madame Faujas had all but won the day on that occasion. It was the priest's fault if she had not proved victorious. "That hussy of a sister of yours says everything that is bad of us to the landlady," Madame Faujas perpetually complained. "I can see through her game. She wants to supplant us and to get everything for herself. She's trying to settle herself down in the drawing-room like a fine lady, the slut." The priest, however, paid no attention to what his mother said. He only broke out into sharp gestures of impatience at her complaints. One day he got quite angry and exclaimed, "I beg of you, mother, do leave me in peace. Don't talk to me any more about Olympe or Trouche. Let them go and hang themselves if they like." "But they are seizing the whole house, Ovid. They are perfect rats. When you want your share, you will find that they've gnawed it all away. You are the only one who can keep them in check." He looked at his mother with a faint smile. "You love me very much, mother," said he, "and I forgive you. Make your mind easy. I want something very different from the house. It isn't mine, and I only keep what I gain. You will be very proud when you see my share. Trouche has been very useful to me, and we must shut our eyes a little." Madame Faujas was then obliged to beat a retreat, but she did so with very bad grace. The absolute disinterestedness of her son made her, with her maternal baser desires and careful economical nature, quite desperate. She would have liked to lock the house up so that Ovid might find it ready in perfect order for his occupation whenever he might want it. The Trouche, with their grasping ways, caused her all the torment and despair felt by a miser who's being preyed upon by strangers. It was exactly as though they were wasting her own substance, fattening upon her own flesh, and reducing herself and her beloved son to penury and wretchedness. When the Abbe forbade her to oppose the gradual invasion of the Trouche, she made up her mind that she would at any rate save all she could from the hands of the spoilers, and so she began pilfering from the cupboards, just as Olympe did. She also fastened big pockets underneath her skirts, and had a chest which she filled with all the things she collected together, provisions, linen, and miscellaneous articles. "What is that you are stowing away there, mother?" the Abbe asked one evening as he went into her room, attracted by the noise which she made in moving the chest. She began to stammer out a reply, but the priest understood it all at a glance, and flew into a violent rage. "It is too shameful," he said. "You've turned yourself into a thief now. What would the consequences be if you were to be detected? I should be the talk of the whole town." "It's all for your sake, Ovid," she murmured. "A thief! My mother a thief! Perhaps you think that I thieve too, that I have come here to plunder, and that my only ambition is to lay my hands upon whatever I can. Good heavens, what sort of an opinion have you formed of me? We shall have to separate, mother, if we do not understand each other better than this." This speech quite crushed the old woman. She'd remained on her knees in front of a chest, and she sank into a crouching position upon the floor, very pale and almost choking, and stretching out her hands beseechingly. When she was able to speak, she wailed out, "It is for your benefit, my child, for yours only, I swear. I have told you before that they're taking everything. Your sister crams everything into her pockets. There will be nothing left for you, not even a lump of sugar. But I won't take anything more, since it makes you angry, and you will let me stay with you, won't you? You will keep me with you, won't you?" Abbe Faujas refused to make any promises until she had restored everything she'd taken to its place. For nearly a week he himself superintended the secret restoration of the contents of the chest. He watched his mother fill her pockets and waited till she came back upstairs again to take a fresh load. For prudential reasons, he allowed her to make only 2 journeys backwards and forwards every evening. The old woman felt as though her heart was breaking as she restored each article to its former place. She did not dare to cry, but her eyelids were swollen with tears of regret, and her hands trembled even more than they had done when they were ransacking the cupboards. However, what afflicted her more than anything else was to see that as soon as she had restored each article to its rightful position, Olympe followed in her wake and took possession of it. The linen, the provisions, and the candle ends merely passed from one pocket to another. "I won't take anything more downstairs," she exclaimed to her son, growing rebellious at this unforeseen result of her restoration. "It isn't the least good, for your sister only walks off with everything directly I put it back. The hussy! I might just as well give her the chest at once. She must have got a nice little hoard together. I beseech you, Ovid, let me keep what still remains. Our landlady will be none the worse off for it, because she will lose it anyhow." "My sister is what she is," the priest replied tranquilly. "But I wish my mother to be an honest woman. You will help me much more by not committing such actions." She was forced to restore everything, and from that time forward she harbored fierce hatred against the Trucers, Marthe, and the whole establishment. She often said that the day would come when she would have to defend Ovid against everybody. The Truches were now reigning in all sovereignty. They completed the conquest of the house and made their way into every corner of it. The abbe's own rooms were the only ones they respected. It was only before him that they trembled. But even his presence in the house did not prevent them from inviting their friends and indulging in debauches till 2 o'clock in the morning. Guillaume Poquier came with parties of mere youths. Olympe, notwithstanding her 37 years, then simpered and put on girlish airs, and flirted with more than one of the college lads. The house was becoming a perfect paradise to her. Truche sniggered and joked about it when they were alone together. "Well," she said, quite tranquilly, "you do as you like, don't you? We're both free to do as we please, you know." Truche had, as a matter of fact, all but brought his pleasant life to an abrupt conclusion. There had been an unpleasant affair at the home of the Virgin in connection with one of the girls there. One of the sisters of Saint Joseph had complained of Truche to Abbe Faujas. He thanked her for telling him, and had impressed upon her that the cause of religion would suffer by such a scandal. So the affair was hushed up, and the lady patronesses never had the faintest suspicion of it. Abbe Faujas, however, had a terrible scene with his brother-in-law, whom he assailed in Olympe's presence, so that his wife might have a weapon against him and be able to keep him in check. Petruche had been troubled for a long time past by another matter. Notwithstanding their life of clover, although they were provided with so many things out of Marthe's cupboards, they had got terribly into debt in the neighborhood. Truche squandered his salary away in cafes, and Olympe wasted the money which she drew out of Marthe's pockets by indulging in all sorts of silly fancies. As for the necessaries of life, they made a point of getting these upon credit. There was one account which made them particularly uneasy, that of a pastry cook in the Rue de la Banque, which amounted to more than 100 francs, for the pastry cook was a rough, blunt sort of man who threatened to lay the whole matter before Abbe Faujas. Petruchus thus long lived in a state of alarm, but when the bill was actually presented to him, Abbe Faujas paid it without a word, and even forgot to address any reproaches to them on the subject. The priest seemed to be above all those sordid little matters, and went on living a gloomy and rigid life in this house that was given up to pillage, without appearing conscious of the gradual ruin which was falling upon it. Everything indeed was crumbling away around him, while he continued to advance straight towards the goal of his ambition. He still camped like a soldier in his big bare room, indulging in no comforts, and showing annoyance when any were pressed upon him. Since he had become the master of Plassans, he had dropped back into complete carelessness as to his appearance. His hat became rusty, his stockings muddy. His cassock, which his mother mended every morning, looked just like the pitiful, worn-out rag which he'd worn when he first came to Plassans. "Pooh, it's very good yet," he used to say, when anyone hazarded a timid remark about it. He made a display of it, walked about the streets in it, carried his head loftily, and altogether unheeding the curious glances which were cast at him. There was no bravado in the matter. He was simply following his natural inclination. Now that he believed that he need no longer lay himself out to please, he fell back into all his old disdain for mere appearance. It was his triumph to sit down just as he was, with his tall, clumsy body, rough, blunt manner, and torn clothes, in the midst of conquered Plassans. Madame de Condamine, distressed by the strong smell which emanated from his cassock, one day gently took him to task about his appearance. "Do you know," she said to him, laughing, "that the ladies are beginning to detest you? They say that you now never take the least trouble over your toilet. Once upon a time, when you took your handkerchief out of your pocket, it was just as though there were a choir boy swinging a thurible behind you." The priest looked greatly astonished. He was quite unaware of any change in himself. Then Madame de Condamine, drawing a little nearer to him, said in a friendly tone, "Will you let me speak quite frankly to you, my dear curé? It is really a mistake on your part to be so negligent of your appearance. You scarcely shave, and you never comb your hair. It is as rough and tumbled as though you had been fighting. I can assure you that all this has a very bad effect. Madame Rastoy and Madame de Langres told me yesterday that they could scarcely recognize you. You are really compromising your success." The priest gave a laugh of defiance as he shook his powerful, unkempt head. "Now that the battle is won," he merely replied, "they must put up with my hair being uncombed." Plassans had indeed to put up with him with his hair uncombed. The once seemingly flexible priest was now transformed into a stern, despotic master who bent all wills to his own. His face, which had again become cadaverous in hue, shone with eyes like an eagle's, and he raised his big hands as though they were filled with threats and chastisements. The town was positively terrified on beholding the master it had imposed upon itself, with his shabby, dirty clothing and unkempt hair. The covert alarm of the women only tended, however, to strengthen his power. He was stern and harsh to his penitents, but not one of them dared to leave him. They came to him in fear and trembling, in which they found some touch of painful pleasure. "I was wrong, my dear," Madame de Condamine confessed to Marthe, in wanting him to perfume himself. I am growing accustomed to him, and even prefer him as he is. He is indeed a man." Abbe Faujas was supreme at the bishops. Since the elections, he had left Monseigneur Rousselot only a show of authority. The bishop lived amidst his beloved books in his study, where the abbé who administered the diocese from an adjoining room virtually kept him prisoner, only allowing him to see those persons whom he could fully trust. The clergy trembled before this absolute master. The old white-headed priests bent before him with all humility and surrender of personal will. Monseigneur Rousselot, when he was alone with Abbé Surin, often wept silent tears. He regretted the impetuous mastery of Abbé Fenil, who had, at any rate, intervals of affectionate softness, whereas now, under Abbé Faujas' rule, he felt a relentless, ceaseless pressure. However, he would smile again and resign himself, saying with a sort of pleasant self-satisfaction, "Come, my child, let us get to work. I must not complain, for I am now leading the life which I always dreamed of, a life of perfect solitude amongst my books." Then he sighed and continued in a lower tone, "I should be quite happy if I were not afraid of losing you, my dear Surin. He will end by not tolerating your presence here any longer. I thought that he looked at you very suspiciously yesterday. Always agree with him, I beseech you. Take his side and don't spare me. Ah me, I have only you left now." 2 months after the elections, Abbé Vial, one of the bishop's grand vicars, went to settle at Rome. Abbé Faujas stepped into his place as a matter of course, although it had been promised long ago to Abbé Bourret. He did not even promote the latter to the living of Saint-Saturnins, which he vacated, but preferred to it a young ambitious priest whom he made a tool of his own. "His lordship would not hear of you," he said curtly to Abbé Bourret when he met him. When the poor old priest stammered out that he would go and see the bishop and ask for an explanation, Abbé Faujas added more gently, "His lordship is too unwell to see you. Trust yourself in my hands. I will plead your cause for you." From his first appearance in the chamber in Paris, M. de Langres had voted with the majority. Plassans was conquered for the empire. Abbé Faujas almost seemed actuated by a feeling of revenge in the rough way in which he treated the prudent townspeople. He again closed the little doors that led into the Impasse de Cheviot, and compelled M. Rastoy and his friends to enter the sub-prefecture by the official door facing the Place. When he appeared at the sub-prefect's friendly gatherings, the guests showed themselves very humble in his presence. So great was the fascination he exercised, and so great the fear he inspired, that even when he was not present, nobody dared to make the slightest equivocal remark concerning him. "He is a man of the greatest merit," declared M. Pécur de Saulay, who now counted on being promoted to a prefecture. "A very remarkable man indeed," chimed in Dr. Pourquier. All the company nodded their heads approvingly, till M. de Condamine, who began to feel irritated by this eulogistic unanimity, amused himself by putting them into embarrassment. "Well, he hasn't a pleasant temper anyway," said he. This remark had a chilling effect upon the company. Each was afraid that his neighbor might be in the terrible abbé's pay. "The Grand Vicar has an excellent heart," Monsieur Rastoy prudently remarked, "but, like all great minds, he appears at first sight to be a little stern." "It is just so with me. I am very easy to get on with, but I've always had the reputation of being a hard, stern man," exclaimed Monsieur de Bourdeaux, who had become reconciled with the party again after a long private interview which he'd had with Abbé Faujas. Then, wishing to put everyone at ease again, the presiding judge exclaimed, "Have you heard that there is a probability of a bishopric for the Grand Vicar?" At this they brightened up. Monsieur Maffray expressed the opinion that it would be of Plassans itself that Abbe Faujas would become bishop, after the retirement of Monseigneur Rousselot, whose health was very feeble. "Everyone would gain by it," said Abbe Burette guilelessly. "Illness has embittered his lordship. I know that excellent Faujas has made the greatest efforts to persuade him out of certain unjust prejudices which he entertains." "He's very fond of you," asserted Judge Palloc, who had just received his decoration. "My wife has heard him complain of the way in which you are neglected." When Abbe Sourin was present, he too joined in the general chorus. But although he had a mitre in his pocket, to use the expression of the priests of a diocese, the success of Abbe Faujas made him uneasy. He looked at him in his pretty way, and calling to mind the bishop's prediction, tried to discover the weak point which would bring that colossus toppling in the dust. The gentlemen of the party, it should be said, had had their desires satisfied. That is, excepting Monsieur de Bordeaux and Monsieur Pécure de Saulay, who were still waiting for the marks of the government's favour. These two were, consequently, the warmest partisans of Abbe Faujas. The others, to tell the truth, would have been glad to rebel if they had dared. They were growing secretly weary of the continual gratitude which was exacted from them by their master, and they ardently wished that some strong, bold hand would effect their deliverance. One day Madame Palloc, with an affectation of indifference, inquired, "What has become of Abbe Faujas? I haven't seen or heard of him for an age." There was profound silence. Monsieur de Condamine was the only one present capable of venturing upon such dangerous ground. They all looked at him. "Oh," he said quietly, "I believe he shuts himself up at his place at Les Toulettes." Madame de Condamine added with an ironical smile, "He can sleep quietly now. His career is over. He will take no part again in the affairs of Plassans." There was only Marthe who remained a real obstacle in Abbe Faujas' path. He felt that she was escaping him more and more each day. He stiffened his will and called up all his forces as priest and man to bend her, without succeeding in moderating the flame which he fanned into life. She was striving to reach the logical end of her passionate longings, and insisted upon forcing her way further and further into the peace and ecstasy and perfect self-forgetfulness of divine happiness. It was bitter pain and anguish to her to be, as it were, walled in and prevented from reaching that threshold of light of which she fancied she caught a glimpse, though it seemed to be ever receding from her reach. She shivered and trembled now at Saint-Saturnin's in the coldness and the gloom amidst which she had once felt such thrills of delight. The peals of the organ no longer stirred her with a tremor of voluptuous joy. The white clouds of incense no longer lulled her into sweet mystic dreams. The gleaming chapels and the sacred pyxes that flashed like stars, the chasubles with their sheen of gold and silver, all now seemed pale and wan to her eyes that were dull and dim with tears. Like a damned soul yearning after paradise, she threw up her arms in bitter desperation and besought the love that denied itself to her, sobbing and wailing, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Bowed down with shame, hurt as it were by the cold silence of the vaulted roof, Marthe left the church, burning with the anger of a scorned woman. She had wild dreams of pouring out her blood, and she writhed madly at her impotence to do more than to pray, at being unable to spring at a single bound into the arms of God. And when she returned home, she felt that her only hope was in Abbe Faujas. It was he alone that could make her gods. He had revealed to her the initiatory joys. He must now tear aside the whole veil. But the priest fell into a passion with her and treated her roughly, refusing to hear her so long as she was not on her knees before him, humble and unresisting like a corpse. She listened to him, standing upright, sustained by an impulse of revolt that thrilled her whole being, as she vented upon him the bitterness that came of her deceived yearnings, and accused him of the base treachery which was torturing her. Old Madame Rougon often thought it was her duty to intervene between the Abbe and her daughter, as she had formerly done between the latter and Mouret. Marthe having told her of her troubles, she spoke to the priest like a mother-in-law desiring the happiness of her children, and doing her best to restore peace in their home. "Well," she said to him with a smile, "can't you manage to live in peace? Marthe is constantly complaining, and you seem to be perpetually grieving her. I know very well that women are exacting, but you must confess that you are a little wanting in consideration. I am extremely distressed by what occurs. It would be so easy for you to arrange matters pleasantly. Do, I beg of you, my dear Abbe, be a little more gentle with her." She also scolded him in a friendly fashion for his slovenly appearance. She could see with her shrewd feminine intelligence that he was abusing his victory. Then she began to make excuses for her daughter. The dear child, she said, had suffered a great deal, and her nervous sensitiveness required most careful treatment. But she had an excellent disposition and an affectionate nature which a clever man might mold after his own wishes. One day, however, when she was thus showing him how he might make Marthe what he liked, Abbe Faujas grew weary of her perpetual advice. "No, no," he cried. "Your daughter is mad. She bores me to death. I won't have anything more to do with her. I would pay the fellow well who would free me of her." Madame Rougon looked him keenly in the face, and tightly pressed her lips. "Listen to me, my friend," she said, after a short silence. "You are wanting in tact, and that will prove your ruin. Overthrow yourself if you like. I wash my hands of you. I assisted you, not for your own sake, but to please our friends in Paris. They wrote to me and asked me to pilot you, and I did so. But understand this, I will never allow you to come the master over me. It's all very well for little piqueurs and simple Rastois, but we are not at all afraid of you, and we mean to remain the masters. My husband conquered Plassans before you did, and I warn you that we shall keep our conquest." From that day forward there was great coldness between the Rougon and Abbe Faujas. When Marthe again came to complain to her mother, the latter said to her very plainly, "Your Abbe is only making a fool of you. If I were in your place, I shouldn't hesitate to tell him a few plain truths. To begin with, he's been disgustingly dirty for a long time past, and I can't understand how you can bear to take your meals at the same table with him." Madame Rougon had, in truth, hinted at a very ingenious plan to her husband, by which the Abbe should be ousted, and they themselves should reap the reward of his success. Now that the town voted properly, Rougon, who had not cared to risk the conduct of the campaign, was quite able to keep it in the proper path. The green drawing-room would become all the more influential, and Félicité began to await developments with that crafty patience to which she owed her fortune. On the day when her mother told her that the Abbe was only making a fool of her, Marthe again repaired to Saint-Saturnin's, resolved upon a last supreme appeal. She remained in the deserted church for 2 hours, pouring out her soul in prayer, waiting longingly for the ecstasy that came not, and torturing herself with her search for consolation. Impulses of deep humility stretched her prostrate upon the flagstones. Momentary thrills of rebellion made her start up again with her teeth clenched, while her whole being, wildly racked and strained, broke down at not being able to grasp or kiss aught save the aching void of her own passion. When she rose and left the church, the sky seemed black to her. She was not conscious of the pavement beneath her feet. The narrow streets left upon her the impression of some immense, lonely wilderness. She threw her hat and shawl upon the dining-room table and went straight upstairs to Abbe Faujas' room. The Abbe sat buried in thought at his little table. His pen had fallen from his fingers. He opened the door, still full of his thoughts. But when he saw Marthe standing before him, very pale, and with the light of deep resolution burning in her eyes, he made a gesture of anger. "What do you want?" he asked. "Why have you come upstairs? Go down again and wait for me if you have anything to say to me." She pushed him aside and entered the room without speaking a word. The priest hesitated for a moment, struggling against the influence which was prompting him to raise his hand against her. He remained standing in front of her, without closing the door that was wide open. "What do you want?" he repeated. "I am busy." Then Marthe closed the door, and having done so, drew nearer to the Abbe and said to him, "I want to speak to you." She sat down and looked about the room, at the narrow bed, the narrow chest of drawers, and at the big black wooden crucifix, the sight of which, as it stood out conspicuously on the bare wall, gave her a passing thrill. A freezing silence seemed to fall from the ceiling. The grate was quite empty. There was not even a pinch of ashes in it. "You will take cold," said the priest in a calmer voice. "Let us go downstairs, I beg you." "No, I want to speak to you," said Marthe again. Then, clasping her hands together like a penitent making her confession, she continued, "I owe you much. Before you came, I was without a soul. It was you who willed that I should be saved. It is through you that I have known the only joys of my life. You are my Savior and my Father. For these last 5 years I have only lived through you and for you." Her voice broke down, and she almost slipped upon her knees. The priest stopped her with a gesture. "And now, today," she cried, "I am suffering and have need of your help. Listen to me, Father. Do not withdraw from me. You cannot abandon me thus. I tell you that God does not listen to me any longer. I do not feel his presence any longer. Have pity upon me, I beseech you. Advise me, lead me to those divine graces whose first joys you made me know. Teach me what I should do to cure myself and ever advance in the love of God." "You must pray," said the priest gravely. "I have prayed, and have prayed for hours with my head buried in my hands, trying to lose myself in every word of adoration, and yet I have not received consolation. I have not felt the presence of God." "You must pray, and pray again. Pray continually. Pray until God is moved by your prayers and descends to you." She looked at him in anguish. "Then there is nothing but prayer?" she asked. "You cannot give me any help?" "No, not at all," he replied roughly. She threw up her trembling hands in a burst of desperation, her breast heaving with anger. But she restrained herself, and she stammered, "Your heaven is fast closed. You've led me on so far only to crush me against the wall. I was very peaceful, you will remember, when you came. I was living quietly at home here without a single desire or curiosity. It was you who awoke me with words that stirred and roused my heart. It was you who made me enter upon a fresh youth. Oh, you cannot tell what joys you brought me at first. It was like sweet, soft warmth thrilling my whole being. My heart woke up within me. I was filled with mighty hopes. Sometimes, when I reflected that I was 40 years old, it all seemed foolish to me, and I smiled, and then I defended myself, for I felt so happy in it all. Now I want the promised happiness. I am growing weary of the desire for it, a desire that burns me and tortures me. I have no time to lose now that my health has broken down, and I don't want to find myself deceived and duped. There must be something more. Tell me that there is something more." Abbe Faujas stood quite impassive, letting this flood of words pass without reply. "Ah, so there is nothing else. There's nothing else," she continued in a burst of indignation. "Then you have deceived me. Down there on the terrace, on those starlit evenings, you promised me heaven, and I believed your promises. I sold myself and gave myself up. I was quite mad during those first transports of prayer. Today the bargain holds no longer. I shall return to my old ways and resume my old peaceful quiet. I will turn everybody out of the house and make it as it used to be. I will again sit in my old corner on the terrace and mend the linen. Needlework never wearies me. And I will have Désirée back to sit beside me on her little stool. She used to sit there, the dear innocent, and laugh and make dolls." Then she burst into a fit of sobbing. "I want my children. They were my safeguard. Since they left, I've lost my head. I've done things that I ought not to have done. Why did you take them from me? They went away from me one by one, and the house became like a strange house to me. My heart was no longer wrapped up in it. I was glad when I left it for an afternoon, and when I came back in the evening, I seemed to have fallen amongst strangers. The very furniture seemed cold and unfriendly. I quite hated the house. But I will go and fetch them again, the poor darlings. Everything will become as it used to be directly they return. Oh, if I could only sink down again into my old sleepy quiet." She was growing more and more excited. The priest tried to calm her by a method which he'd often before found efficacious. "Be calm, my dear lady. Be calm," he said, trying to take her hands and hold them between his own. "Don't touch me," she cried, recoiling from him. "I don't want you to do so. When you hold me, I'm as weak as a child. The warmth of your hands takes all my resolution and strength away. The trouble would only begin again tomorrow, for I cannot go on living like this, and you only assuage me for an hour." A deep shadow passed over her face as she continued. "No, I am damned now. I shall never love my home again. And if the children come, they would ask for their father. Oh, it is that which is killing me. I shall never be forgiven till I have confessed my crime to a priest." Then she fell upon her knees. "I am a guilty woman. That is why God turns his face from me." Abbe Faujas tried to make her rise from her knees. "Be silent," he cried loudly. "I cannot hear your confession here. Come to Saint-Saturnins tomorrow." "Father," she said entreatingly, "have pity upon me. Tomorrow I shall not have the strength for it." "I forbid you to speak," he cried more violently than before. "I won't listen to anything. I shall turn my head away and close my ears." He stepped backward and crossed his arms, trying to check the confession that was on Marthe's lips. They looked at each other for a moment in silence, with the lurking anger that came from their conscious complicity. "It is not a priest who listens to you," said the Abbé in a huskier voice. "Here there is only a man to judge and condemn you." At this she rose from her knees and continued feverishly. "A man! I prefer it, for I am not confessing. I am simply telling you of my wrongdoing. After the children had gone, I allowed their father to be put away too. He'd never struck me, the unhappy man. It was I myself who was mad. Oh, you cannot guess what frightful nightmares overwhelmed me and made me hurl myself upon the floor. All hell seemed to be racking my brain with its torments. He, poor man with his chattering teeth, excited my pity. It was he who was afraid of me. When you'd left the rooms, he dared not venture near me. He passed the night on a chair." Again did Abbe Faujas try to stop her. "You are killing yourself," he exclaimed. "Don't stir up these recollections. God will take count of your sufferings." "It was I who sent him to Les Toulettes," she continued, silencing the priest with an energetic gesture. "You all told me that he was mad. Oh, the unendurable life I've led! I've always been terrified by the thought of madness. When I was quite young, I used to feel as though my skull were being opened and my head were being emptied. I seemed to have a block of ice within my brow. Ah, I felt that awful coldness again, and I was perpetually in fear of going mad. They took my husband away. I let them take him. I didn't know what I was doing. But ever since that day, I've been unable to close my eyes without seeing him over yonder. It is that which makes me behave so strangely, which roots me for hours to the same spot with my eyes wide open. I know the place. I can see it. My Uncle Macquart showed it to me. It is as gloomy as a prison with its black windows." She seemed to be choking. She raised her handkerchief to her lips, and when she took it away again, it was spotted with blood. The priest, with his arms rigidly crossed in front of him, waited till the attack was over. "You know it all, don't you?" she resumed, in stammering accents. "I am a miserable, guilty woman. I sinned for you. But give me life. Give me happiness, I entreat you." "You lie," said the priest slowly. "I know nothing. I was ignorant that you were guilty of that wickedness." She recoiled, clasping her hands, stammering, and gazing at him with a look of terror. At last, utterly unable to restrain herself, she broke out wildly and recklessly. "Hear me, Ovid! I love you! You know that I do you not? I have loved you, Ovid, since the first day you came here. I refrained from telling you so, for I saw it displeased you, but I knew quite well that you were gaining my whole heart. Then it was that I emptied the house for your sake. I dragged myself on my knees and became your slave. You surely cannot go on being cruel forever. Now that I am ill and abandoned, and my heart is broken and my head seems empty, you surely cannot reject me. It is true that we have said nothing openly before, but surely my love spoke to you, and your silence made answer. Oh, I love you, Ovid, I love you, and it is killing me." She burst into another fit of sobbing. Abbe Faujas had braced himself up to his full height. He stepped towards Marthe and poured out upon her all his scorn of woman. "Oh, miserable creature," he said. "I hoped that you would be reasonable, and that you would never lower yourself to the shame of uttering all that vileness. Ah, it is the eternal struggle of evil against will. You are the temptation from below that leads men to base backsliding and final overthrow. The priest has no worse enemy than such as you. You ought to be driven from the churches as impure and accursed." "I love you, Ovid," she again stammered. "I love you. Help me." "I've already come too near you," the priest continued. "Go away and depart from me. You are Satan. I will beat you if it be necessary to force the evil spirit from your body." She sank into a crouching posture against the wall, silent with terror at the priest's threatening fist. Her hair became unloosened, and a long white lock fell over her brow. As she looked about the room for a refuge, she espied the big black crucifix, and she still had strength left to stretch her hands towards it with a passionate gesture. "Do not implore the cross," cried the priest in wild anger. "Jesus lived chastely, and it was that which enabled him to die." At that same moment, Madame Faujas came into the room, carrying on her arm a big provision basket. She put it down at once on seeing her son so wrathful, and threw her arms around him. "Ovid, my son, calm yourself," she said, as she caressed him. Then, turning upon the cowering Marthe an annihilating glance, she cried, "Can you never leave him at peace? Are you not ashamed of yourself? Go downstairs. It is quite impossible for you to remain here. This is no place for such as you." Marthe did not move. Madame Faujas had to lift her up and push her towards the door. The old woman stormed at her, charged her with having waited till she'd gone out, and making her promise that she would never again come upstairs to make such scenes. And finally she banged the door violently behind her. Marthe went on, reeling down the stairs. She'd ceased sobbing, and kept repeating to herself, "Francois will come back again. Francois will turn them all out into the street." This ends chapter 20. Chapter 21 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 21. The Toulon coach, which passed through Les Toulettes, where it changed horses, left Plassans at 3 o'clock. Marthe, goaded on by a fixed, unswerving resolve, was anxious not to lose a moment. She put on her shawl and hat and ordered Rose to dress immediately. "I can't tell what Madame's after," said the cook to Olympe, "but I fancy we're going away for some days." Marthe left the keys in the cupboard doors. She was in a hurry to be off. Olympe, who went with her to the front door, vainly tried to ascertain where she was going and how long she would be away. "Well, make yourself quite easy," she said to her in her pleasant way as they parted. "I will look after everything. You'll find things all right when you come back. Don't hurry yourself. Take the time to do all you want. If you go to Marseille, bring us back some fresh shellfish." Before Marthe had turned the corner of the Rue Taravelle, Olympe had taken possession of the whole house. When Touche came home, he found his wife banging the doors and examining the contents of the drawers and closets as she hummed and sang and rushed about the rooms. "She's gone off and taken that beast of a cook with her," she cried to him as she lolled into an easy-chair. "What luck it would be if they should both get upset into a ditch and stop there. Well, we must enjoy ourselves for as long as we have the chance. It's very nice being alone, isn't it, Honoré? Come and give me a kiss. We are quite by ourselves now, and we can do just as we like." Marthe and Rose reached the Cours Salvert only just in time to catch the Toulon coach. The coupe was disengaged. When the cook heard her mistress tell the conductor to set them down at Les Toulettes, she took her place with an expression of vexation, and before the coach had got out of the town, she had begun grumbling in her cross-grained fashion. "Well, I did think that you were at last going to behave sensibly. I felt sure that we were going to Marseille to see Monsieur Octave. We could have brought back a lobster and some oysters. I shouldn't have hurried myself so if I'd known. But it's just like you. You're always hunting after troubles and always doing things that upset you." Marthe was lying back in her corner in a semi-conscious condition. Now that she was no longer stiffening herself against the pains which oppressed her heart, a death-like faintness was creeping over her. But the cook did not even look towards her. "Did anyone ever hear of such an absurd idea as going to see the master?" she continued. "A cheerful sort of a sight it will be for us. We shan't be able to sleep for a week after it. You may be as frightened as you like at nights now. You won't get me to come and look under the furniture for you. It isn't as though your going to see him could do the master any good. He's just as likely to fly at your face as not.
I hope to goodness that they won't let you see him. It's against the rules, you know. I ought not to have got into the coach when I heard you mention Les Toulettes, for I don't think you would have ventured to go on such a foolish errand all by yourself." A deep sigh from Marthe checked her flow of words. She turned round to her mistress, saw her pale and suffocating, and grew still angrier than before as she opened the window to let in some fresh air. "There now, you'll have to come and lie in my arms. Don't you think you'd have been ever so much better in bed taking care of yourself? To think that you've had the good fortune to be surrounded by pious, holy people without being the least bit grateful to God Almighty for it. You know it's only the truth I'm saying. His Reverence the Curé and his mother and sister and even Monsieur Trouche himself are all attention towards you. They would throw themselves into the fire for you. They're ready to do anything at any hour of the day or night. I saw Madame Olympe crying, yes, crying, the last time you were ill. And what sort of gratitude do you show them for all their kindness and attention? Why, you do all you can to distress them and set off on the sly to see the master, although you know quite well that you will grieve them dreadfully by doing so, for it's impossible that they should be fond of the master who treated you so cruelly. I'll tell you what, madame, marriage has done you no good. You've got infected with all the master's bad nature. There are times when you are every bit as bad as he is." All the way to Les Toulettes she continued in this strain, eulogizing the Faujas and the Trouche, and accusing her mistress of every kind of wrongdoing. And she concluded by saying, "Ah, they are the sort of people who would make excellent masters if they could only afford to keep servants. But fortune merely comes in the way of bad-hearted folks." Marthe, who was now calmer, made no reply. She gazed out of the window, watching the scraggy trees and the wide-stretching fields, which spread out like great lengths of brown cloth. Rose's growlings were lost amidst the noisy jolting of the coach. When they reached Les Toulettes, Marthe hastened towards the house of her uncle Macquart, followed by the cook, who had now subsided into silence, contenting herself by shrugging her shoulders and biting her lips. "Hello, is that you?" cried the uncle in great surprise. "I thought you were in your bed. I heard that you were very ill. Well, my little dear, you really don't look very strong. Have you come to ask me for some dinner?" "I should like to see Francois, uncle," said Marthe. "Francois?" repeated Macquart, looking her in the face. "You would like to see Francois? It's a very kind thought of yours. The poor fellow has been crying for you a great deal. I've seen him from the end of my garden knocking his fist against the walls while he called for you to come to him. And so it is to see him that you've come, eh? I really thought that you'd forgotten all about him over yonder." Big tears welled into Marthe's eyes. "It will not be very easy to see him today," Macquart continued. "It's getting on for 4 o'clock, and I'm not at all sure but the manager will give you leave. Mouret hasn't been very quiet lately. He smashes everything that he can lay his hands on, and talks about burning the place down. Those madmen are not in a pleasant humor every day." Marthe trembled as she listened to her uncle. She was going to question him, but instead of doing so she merely stretched out her hands supplicatingly. "I beseech you to help me," said she. "I've come on purpose. It is absolutely necessary that I should speak to Francois today, at once. You have friends in the asylum, and you can obtain me admission." No doubt, he replied, without committing himself further. He appeared to be in a state of great perplexity, unable to divine the real cause of Marthe's sudden journey, and revolving the matter in his own mind from a point of view known only to himself. He glanced inquisitively at the cook, who turned her back upon him. At last a slight smile began to play about his lips. "Well," he said, "since you wish it, I will see what I can do for you. Only remember that if your mother is displeased about it, you must tell her that I was not able to dissuade you. I'm afraid that you may do yourself harm. It isn't a pleasant place to visit." Rose absolutely declined to accompany them to the asylum. She had seated herself in front of a fire of vine stocks, which was blazing on the great hearth. "I don't want to have my eyes torn out," she said snappishly. "The master isn't over fond of me. I would rather stop here and warm myself." "It would be very good of you if you were to get us some mulled wine ready," Macquart whispered in her ear. "The wine and sugar are in the cupboard yonder. We shall want it when we come back." Macquart did not take his niece to the principal gate of the asylum. He went round to the left and inquired at a little door for Warder Alexandre, with whom, on his appearance, he exchanged a few words in a low voice. Then they all three silently entered the seemingly interminable corridors. The warder walked in front. "I will wait for you here," said Macquart, coming to a halt in a little courtyard. "Alexandre will remain with you." "I would rather be left alone," said Marthe. "Madame would very quickly have enough of it if she were," Alexandre replied, with a tranquil smile. "I'm running a good deal of risk as it is." He took Marthe through another court and stopped in front of a little door. As he softly turned the key, he said in a low voice, "Don't be afraid. He's been quieter today, and they've been able to take the strait waistcoat off. If he shows any violence, you must step out backwards and leave me alone with him." Marthe trembled as she passed through the narrow doorway. At first she could only see something lying in a heap against the wall in one of the corners. The daylight was waning, and the cell was merely lighted by a pale glimmer which fell from a grated window. "Well, my fine fellow," Alexandre exclaimed familiarly, as he stepped up to Mouret and tapped him on the shoulder. "I'm bringing you a visitor. I hope you will behave properly." Then he returned and leant against the door, keeping his eyes fixed upon the madman. Mouret slowly rose to his feet. He did not show the slightest sign of surprise. "Is it you, my dear?" he said in his quiet voice. "I was expecting you. I was getting uneasy about the children." Marthe's knees trembled under her, and she looked at him anxiously, rendered quite speechless by his affectionate reception. He did not appear changed at all. If anything, he looked better than he'd done before. He was sleek and plump and cleanly shaved. His eyes, too, were bright. All his former little mannerisms had reappeared, and he rubbed his hands and winked, and stalked about with his old bantering air. "I'm very well indeed, my dear. We can go back home together. You've come for me, haven't you? I hope the garden has been well looked after. The slugs were dreadfully fond of the lettuces, and the beds were quite eaten up with them. But I know a way of destroying them. I have some splendid ideas in my head that I'll tell you of. We are very comfortably off, and we can afford to pay for our fancies. By the way, have you seen old Gautier of Saint-Eutrope while I've been absent? I bought 30 hogshead of common wine from him for blending. I must go and see him tomorrow. You never recollect anything." He spoke in a jesting way, and shook his finger at her playfully. "I'll be bound that I shall find everything in dreadful disorder," he continued. "You never look after anything. The tools will be all lying about, the cupboard doors will be open, and Rose will be dirtying the rooms with her broom. Why hasn't Rose come with you? Ah, what a strange creature she is. Do you know, she actually wanted to turn me out of the house one day? Really, she seems to think that the whole place belongs to her. She goes on in the most amusing way possible. But you don't tell me anything about the children. Desiree is still with her nurse, I suppose. We will go and kiss her and see if she's tired of staying there.
And I want to go to Marseille as well, for I am a little uneasy about Octave. The last time I was there, I found him leading a wild life. As for Serge, I have no anxiety about him. He's almost too quiet and steady. He will sanctify the whole family. I quite enjoy talking about the house and the children." He rattled along at great length, inquiring about every tree in his garden, going into the minutest details of the household arrangements, and showing an extraordinary memory of a host of insignificant matters. Marthe was deeply touched by the gentle affection which he manifested for her. She thought she could detect a loving delicacy in the care which he took to say nothing that savored of reproach, to make no allusion, however slight, to all that had passed. She felt indeed that she was forgiven, and she vowed that she would atone for her crime by becoming the submissive servant of this man who was so sublime in his good nature. Big silent tears rolled down her cheeks, and her knees bent under her in her gratitude. "Take care," the water whispered in her ear. "I don't like the look of his eyes." "But he isn't mad," she stammered. "I swear to you that he isn't mad. I must speak to the manager. I want to take him away with me at once." "Take care," the water repeated sharply, pulling her by her arm. Mouret had suddenly stopped short in the midst of his chatter, and was now crouching upon the floor. Then, all at once, he began to crawl along beside the wall on his hands and knees. "Row! Row!" he barked in hoarse, prolonged notes. He gave a spring into the air and fell upon his side. Then a dreadful scene ensued. He began to writhe like a worm, beat his face with his fist, and tore his flesh with his nails. In a short time he was half naked, his clothes in rags, and himself bruised and lacerated and groaning. "Come away, madam, come away," cried the water. Marthe stood rooted to the floor. She recognized in the scene before her her own writhings at home. It was in that way that she'd thrown herself upon the floor of her bedroom. It was in that way that she'd beaten and torn herself. She even recognized the very tones of her voice. Mouret vented the same rattling groan. It was she who brought the poor man into this miserable state. "He is not mad," she stammered. "He cannot be mad. It would be too horrible. I would rather die." The water put his arm round her and pushed her out of the cell, but she remained leaning against the door on the other side. She could hear a terrible struggle going on within, screams like those of a pig being slaughtered, then a dull fall like that of a bundle of damp linen, and afterwards death-like silence. When the water came out of the cell, the night had nearly fallen. Through the partially open doorway, Marthe could see nothing. "Well, upon my word, madame," cried the water, "you are a very queer person to say that he's not mad. I nearly left my thumb behind me. He got firmly hold of it between his teeth. However, he's quieted now for a few hours." And as he took her back to her uncle, he continued, "You've no idea how cunning they all are. They are as quiet as can be for hours together, and talk to you in quite a sensible manner, and then, without the least warning, then fly at your throat. I could see very well that he was up to some mischief or other just now when he was talking to you about the children, for there was such a strange look in his eyes." When Marthe got back to Macquart in the small courtyard, she exclaimed feverishly in a weak, broken voice, "He is mad. He's mad." "There's no doubt he's mad," said her uncle with a snigger. "Why, what did you expect to find? People are not brought here for nothing. And the place isn't healthy either. If I were to be shut up there for a couple of hours, I should go mad myself." He was watching her askance, and he noted her nervous start and shudder. Then, in his good-natured way, he said, "Perhaps you would like to go and see the grandmother?" Marthe made a gesture of terror and hid her face in her hands. It would be no trouble to anyone, he said. Alexandra would be glad to take us. She's over yonder on that side, and there's nothing to be afraid of with her. She's perfectly quiet. She never gives any trouble, does she, Alexandra? She always remains seated and gazing in front of her. She hasn't moved for the last dozen years. However, if you'd rather not see her, we won't go." As the warder was taking his leave of them, Macquart invited him to come and drink a glass of mulled wine, winking the while in a certain fashion which seemed to induce Alexandra to accept the invitation. They were obliged to support Marthe, whose legs sank beneath her at each step. When they reached the house, they were actually carrying her. Her face was convulsed, her eyes were staring widely, and her whole body was rigidly stiffened by one of those nervous seizures which kept her like a dead woman for hours at a time. "There! What did I tell you?" cried Rose, when she saw them. "A nice state she's in! How are we to get home, I should like to know? Good heavens! How can people take such absurd fancies into their heads? The master ought to have given her neck a twist, and would have taught her a lesson, perhaps." "Pooh," said Macquart. "I'll lay her down on my bed. It won't kill us if we have to sit up around the fire all night." He drew aside a calico curtain which hung in front of a recess. Rose proceeded to undress her mistress, growling as she did so. The only thing they could do, she said, was to put a hot brick at her feet. "Now that she's all snug, we'll have a drop to drink," resumed Macquart with his wolfish snigger. "That wine of yours smells awfully nice, old lady." "I found a lemon on the mantelpiece," Rose said, "and I used it." "You did quite right. There's everything here that's wanted. When I make a brew, there's nothing missing that ought to be in the place, I assure you." He pulled the table in front of the fire, and then he sat down between Rose and Alexandra and poured the hot wine into some big yellow cups. When he'd swallowed a couple of mouthfuls with great gusto, he smacked his lips and cried, "Ah, that's first rate. You understand how to make it. It's really better than what I make myself. You must leave me your recipe." Rose, greatly mollified by these compliments, began to laugh. The vine-wood fire was now a great mass of glowing embers. The cups were filled again. "And so," said Macquart, leaning on his elbows and looking Rose in the face, "it was a sudden whim of my niece to come here?" "Oh, don't talk about it," replied the cook. "It will make me angry again. Madame is getting as mad as the master. She can no longer tell who are her friends and who are not. I believe she had a quarrel with his reverence the curé before she set off. I heard them shouting." Macquart laughed noisily. "They used, however, to get on very well together," said he. "Yes, indeed, but nothing lasts long with such a brain as Madame has got. I'll be bound that she's now regretting the thrashings the master used to give her at nights. We found his stick in the garden." Macquart looked at her more keenly. And as he drank his hot wine, he said, "Perhaps she came to take Francois back with her." "Oh, heaven forbid!" cried Rose, with an expression of horror. "The master would go on finely in the house. He'd kill us all. The idea of his return is one of my greatest dreads. I'm in a constant worry lest he should make his escape and get back some night and murder us all. When I think about it when I'm in bed, I can't go to sleep. I fancy I can see him stealing in through the window with his hair bristling and his eyes flaming like matches." This made Macquart very merry, and he rapped his cup on the table. "It would be very unpleasant," he said. "Very unpleasant. I don't suppose he feels very kindly towards you, least of all towards the curé who has stepped into his place. The curé would only make a mouthful for him, big as he is, for madmen, they say, are awfully strong. I say, Alexandra, just imagine poor Francois suddenly making his appearance at home. He would make a pretty clean sweep there, wouldn't he? It would be a fine sight, eh?" He cast glances at the warder, who went on quietly drinking his mulled wine, and made no reply beyond nodding his head assentingly.
"Oh, it's only a fancy. It's all nonsense," added Macquart,
as he observed Rose's terrified looks. Just at that moment, Marthe began to struggle violently behind the calico curtain, and she had to be held for some minutes in order that she might not fall upon the floor. When she was again stretched out in corpse-like rigidity, her uncle came and warmed his legs before the fire, reflecting and murmuring as if without paying heed to what he said.
"The little woman isn't very easy to manage, indeed."
Then he suddenly exclaimed,
"The Rougon now, what do they say about all this business? They take the curé's side, don't they?" "The master didn't make himself pleasant enough for them to regret him," replied Rose. "There was nothing too bad for him to say against them."
"Well, he wasn't far wrong there," said Macquart. "The Rougon are wretched skinflints. Just think that they refused to buy that cornfield over yonder, a magnificent speculation which I undertook to manage. Félicité would pull a queer face if she saw Francois come back." He began to snigger again and took a turn round the table. Then, with an expression of determination, he lighted his pipe.
"We mustn't forget the time, my boy," he said to Alexandre, with another wink. "I'll go back with you. Marthe seems quiet now. Rose will get the table laid by the time I return. You must be hungry, Rose, eh? As you are obliged to stay the night here, you shall have a mouthful with me." He went off with the water, and fully half an hour elapsed. Rose, who began to tire of being alone, at last opened the door and went out to the terrace, where she stood watching the deserted road in the clear night air. As she was going back into the house, she fancied she could see two dark shadows in the middle of a path behind a hedge. "It looks just like the uncle," thought she. "He seems to be talking to a priest."
A few minutes later, Macquart returned. That blessed Alexandre said he had been chattering to him interminably.
"Wasn't it you who was over there just now with a priest?" asked Rose. "I with a priest?" he cried. "Why, you must have been dreaming. There isn't a priest in the neighborhood."
He rolled his little glistening eyes. Then, as if rather uneasy about the lie he had told, he added,
"Well, there is Abbe Faujas, but it's just the same as if he wasn't here, for he never goes out."
"Abbe Faujas isn't up to much," remarked the cook. This seemed to annoy Macquart.
"Why do you say that? Not up to much, eh? He does a great deal of good here, and he's a very worthy sort of fellow. He's worth a whole heap of priests who make a lot of fuss." His irritation, however, promptly disappeared, and he began to laugh upon observing that Rose was looking at him in surprise. "I was only joking, you know," he said. "You're quite right. He's like all the other priests. They're all a set of hypocrites. I know now who it was that you saw me with. I met our grocer's wife. She was wearing a black dress, and you must have mistaken that for a cassock."
Rose made an omelette, and Macquart placed some cheese upon the table. They had not finished eating when Marthe sat up in bed with the astonished look of a person awaking in a strange place. When she'd brushed aside her hair and recollected where she was, she sprang to the floor and said she must be off at once. Macquart appeared very much vexed at her awaking.
"It's quite impossible," said he, "for you to go back to Plassans tonight. You're shivering with fever, and you'd fall ill on the road. Rest here, and we will see about it tomorrow. To begin with, there's no conveyance."
"But you can drive me in your trap," said Marthe.
No, I can't."
Marthe, who was dressing with feverish haste, thereupon declared that she would walk to Plassans rather than spend the night at Les Toulettes. Her uncle seemed to be thinking. He had locked the door and slipped the key into his pocket. He entreated his niece, threatened her, and invented all kinds of stories to induce her to remain. But she paid no attention to what he said, and finished by putting on her bonnet.
"You are very much mistaken if you imagine you can persuade her to give in," exclaimed Rose, who was quietly finishing her cheese. "She would get out through the window first. You'd better put your horse to the trap." After a short interval of silence, Macquart, shrugging his shoulders, angrily exclaimed, "Well, it makes no difference to me. Let her lay herself up if she likes. I was only thinking about her own good. Come along, what will happen will happen. I'll drive you over." Marthe had to be carried to the gig. She was trembling violently with fever. Her uncle threw an old cloak over her shoulders. Then he gave a cluck with his tongue and set off. "It's no trouble to me," he said, "to go over to Plassans this evening. On the contrary, indeed, there's always some amusement to be had there." It was about 10 o'clock. In the sky, heavy with rain clouds, there was a ruddy glimmer that cast a feeble light upon the road. All the way as they drove along, Macquart kept bending forward and glancing at the ditches and the hedges. When Rose asked him what he was looking for, he replied that some wolves had come down from the ravines of La Saye. He had quite recovered his good humour. However, when they were between 2 and 3 miles from Plassans, the rain began to fall. It poured down, cold and pelting. Then Macquart began to swear, and Rose would have liked to beat her mistress, who was moaning underneath the cloak. When at last they reached Plassans, the rain had ceased, and the sky was blue again. "Are you going to the Rue Ballon?" asked Macquart. "Why, of course," replied Rose in astonishment. Macquart thereupon began to explain that as Marthe seemed to him to be very ill, he thought it might perhaps be better to take her to her mother's. After much hesitation, however, he consented to stop his horse at the Mourets' house. Marthe had not even thought of bringing a latchkey with her. Rose, however, fortunately had her own in her pocket, but when she tried to open the door it would not move. Petruche had shot the bolts inside. She rapped upon it with her fist, but without rousing any other answer than a dull echo in the hall. "It's of no use your giving yourself any further trouble," said Macquart with a laugh. "They won't disturb themselves to come down. Well, here you are, shut out of your own home. Don't you think now that my first idea was a good one? We must take the poor child to the Rougon. She will be better there than in her own room. I assure you she will." Félicité was overwhelmed with alarm when she saw her daughter arrive at such a late hour, drenched with rain and apparently half dead. She put her to bed on the second floor, set the house in great commotion, and called up all the servants. When she grew a little calmer, she sat by Marthe's bedside. She asked for an explanation. "What has happened? How is it that you've brought her to me in such a state as this?" Then Macquart, with a great show of kindness, told her about the dear child's expedition. He defended himself, declaring that he'd done all that he could to dissuade her from going to see Francois, and ended by calling upon Rose to confirm him, for he saw that Félicité was scanning him narrowly with her suspicious eyes. Madame Rougon, however, continued to shake her head. "It is a very strange story," she said. "There's something more in it than I can understand." She knew Macquart, and she guessed that there must be some rascality in it from all the expression of delight which she could detect in his eyes. "You're a strange person," said he, pretending to get vexed in order to bring Madame Rougon's scrutiny to an end. "You are always imagining something extraordinary. I can only tell you what I know. I love Marthe more than you do, and I have never done anything that wasn't for her good. Shall I go for the doctor? I will at once, if you like." Madame Rougon watched him closely. She even questioned Rose at great length, without succeeding, however, in learning anything further. After all, she seemed glad to have her daughter with her, and spoke with great bitterness of people who would leave you to die on your own doorstep without even taking the trouble to open the door. And meantime Marthe, with her head thrown back upon her pillow, was indeed dying. This ends chapter 21. Chapter 22 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 22. It was perfectly dark in the cell at Les Toulettes. A draught of cold air awoke Mouret from the cataleptic stupor into which his violence earlier in the evening had thrown him. He remained lying against the wall in perfect stillness for a few moments, his eyes staring widely. Then he began to roll his head gently on the cold stone, wailing like a child just awakened from sleep. But the current of chill, damp air swept against his legs, and he rose and looked around him to see whence it came. In front of him, he saw the door of his cell wide open. "She's left the door open," he said aloud. "She will be expecting me. I must be off." He went out and then came back and felt his clothes after the manner of a methodical man who is afraid of forgetting something, and finally he carefully closed the door behind him. He passed through the first court with an easy, unconcerned gait, as though he were merely taking a stroll. As he was entering the second one, he caught sight of a warder who seemed to be on the watch. He stopped and deliberated for a moment. But the warder having disappeared, he crossed the court and reached another door which led to the open country. He closed it behind him without any appearance of astonishment or haste. "She's a good woman all the same," he murmured. "She must have heard me calling her. It must be getting late. I will go home at once, for fear they should feel uneasy." He struck out along a path. It seemed quite natural to him to find himself among the open fields. When he'd gone 100 yards, he had altogether forgotten that Les Toulettes was behind him, and imagined that he had just left the vine-grower from whom he had purchased 50 hogshead of wine. When he reached a spot where 5 roads met, he recognized where he was, and began to laugh as he said to himself, "What a goose I am! I was going up the hill towards Saint-Eutrope. It's to the left I must turn. I shall be at Plassans in a good hour and a half." Then he went merrily along the high road, looking at each of the milestones as at an old acquaintance. He stopped for a moment before certain fields and country houses with an air of interest. The sky was of an ashy hue, streaked with broad rosy bands that lighted up the night like dying embers. Heavy drops of rain began to fall. The wind was blowing from the east and was full of moisture. "Hallo," said Mouret, looking up at the sky uneasily. "I mustn't stop loitering. The wind is in the east and there's going to be a pretty downpour. I shall never be able to reach Plassans before it begins, and I'm not well wrapped up either." He gathered round his breast the thick grey woolen waistcoat which he'd worn at Les Toulettes. He had a bad bruise on his jaw, to which he raised his hand without heeding the sharp pain which it caused him. The high road was quite deserted, and he only met a cart going down a hill at a leisurely pace. The driver was dozing, and made no response to his friendly good night. The rain did not overtake him till he reached the bridge across the Viorne. It distressed him very much, and he went to take shelter under the bridge, grumbling that it was quite impossible to go on through such weather, that nothing ruined clothes so much as rain, and that if he had known what was coming, he would have brought an umbrella. He waited patiently for a long half-hour, amusing himself by listening to the streaming of the downpour. Then, when it was over, he returned to the high road, and at last reached Plassans, ever taking the greatest care to keep himself from getting splashed with mud. It was nearly midnight, though Mouret calculated that it could scarcely yet be 8 o'clock. He passed through the deserted streets, feeling quite distressed that he'd kept his wife waiting such a long time. She won't be able to understand it, he thought. The dinner will be quite cold. I shall get a nice reception from Rose. At last he reached the Rue Balland and stood before his own door. He said, I've not got my latchkey. He did not knock at the door, however. The kitchen window was quite dark, and the other windows in the front were equally void of all sign of life. A sense of deep suspicion then took possession of the madman. With an instinct that was quite animal-like, he scented danger. He stepped back into the shadow of the neighboring houses, and again examined the house front. Then he seemed to come to a decision, and went round into the Impasse de Cheviot. But the little door that led into the garden was bolted. At this, impelled by sudden rage, he threw himself against it with tremendous force, and the door, rotted by damp, broke into 2 pieces. For a moment the violence of the shock almost stunned Mouret, and rendered him unconscious of why he'd broken down the door, which he tried to mend again by joining the broken pieces. That's a nice thing to have done, when I might so easily have knocked, he said with a sudden pang of regret. It will cost me at least 30 francs to get a new door. He was now in the garden. As he raised his head and saw the bedroom on the first floor brightly lighted, he came to the conclusion that his wife was going to bed. This caused him great astonishment, and he muttered that he must certainly have dropped off to sleep under the bridge while he was waiting for the rain to stop. It must be very late, he thought. The windows of the neighboring houses, Mr. Rastoy's as well as those of the sub-prefecture, were in darkness. Then he again fixed his eyes upon his own house, as he caught sight of the glow of a lamp on the 2nd floor behind Abbe Faujas' thick curtains. That glow was like a flaming eye, and seemed to scorch him. He pressed his brow with his burning hands, and his head grew dizzy, racked by some horrible recollection like a vague nightmare, in which nothing was clearly defined, but which seemed to apply to some long-standing danger to himself and his family, a danger which grew and increased in horror, and threatened to swallow up the house unless he could do something to save it. Marthe, Marthe, where are you? He stammered in an undertone. Come and bring away the children. He looked about him for Marthe. He could no longer recognize the garden. It seemed to him to be larger, to be empty and gray and like a cemetery. The big box plants had vanished. The lettuces were no longer there. The fruit trees had disappeared. He turned round again, came back and knelt down to see if the slugs had eaten everything up. The disappearance of the box plants, the death of their lofty greenery, caused him an especial pang, as though some of the actual life of the house had departed. Who was it that had killed them? What villain had been there uprooting everything and tearing away even the tufts of violets which he had planted at the foot of the terrace? Indignation arose in him as he contemplated all this ruin. Marthe! Marthe, where are you? He called again. He looked for her in the little conservatory to the right of the terrace. It was littered with the dead, dry corpses of the box plants. They were piled up in bundles amidst the stumps of the fruit trees. In one corner was Desiree's birdcage hanging from a nail, with the door broken off and the wire-work sadly torn. The madman stepped back, overwhelmed with fear, as though he'd opened the door of a vault. Stammering, his throat on fire, he went back to the terrace and paced up and down before the door and the shuttered windows. His increasing rage gave his limbs the suppleness of a wild beast's. He braced himself up and stepped along noiselessly, trying to find some opening. An air hole into the cellar was sufficient for him. He squeezed himself together and glided inside with the nimbleness of a cat,
scraping the wall with his nails as he went. At last he was in the house. The cellar door was only latched. He made his way through the darkness of the hall, groping past the walls with his hands and pushing the kitchen door open. Some matches were on a shelf at the left. He went straight to the shelf and struck a light to enable him to get a lamp which stood upon the mantelpiece without breaking anything. Then he looked about him. There appeared to have been a big meal there that evening. The kitchen was in a state of festive disorder. The table was strewn with dirty plates and dishes and glasses. There was a litter of pans still warm on the sink and the chairs and the very floor. A coffee pot that had been forgotten was also boiling away beside the stove, slightly tilted like a tipsy man. Mouret put it straight and then tidily arranged the pans. He smelt them, sniffed at the drops of liquor that remained in the glasses, and counted the dishes and plates with growing irritation. This was no longer his quiet, orderly kitchen. It seemed as if a hotel full of food had been wasted there. All this guzzling disorder reeked of indigestion. "Marthe! Marthe!" he again repeated, as he returned into the passage, carrying the lamp as he went. "Answer me! Tell me where they have shut you up! We must be off! We must be off at once!" He searched for her in the dining room. The two cupboards to the right and left of the stove were open. From a burst bag of grey paper on the edge of a shelf, some lumps of sugar had fallen upon the floor. Higher up, Mouret could see a bottle of brandy with the neck broken and plugged with a piece of rag. Then he got upon a chair to examine the cupboards. They were half empty. The jars of preserved fruit had been attacked. The jam pots had been opened and the jam tasted. The fruit had been nibbled. The provisions of all kinds had been gnawed and fouled, as though a whole army of rats had been there. Not being able to find Marthe in the closets, Mouret searched all over the room, looking behind the curtains and even underneath the furniture. Fragments of bone and pieces of broken bread lay about the floor. There were marks on the table that had been left by sticky glasses. Then he crossed the hall and went to look for Marthe in the drawing-room. But as soon as he opened the door, he stopped short. This could not really be his own drawing-room. The bright mauve paper, the red-flowered carpet, the new easy-chairs covered with cerise damask, filled him with amazement. He was afraid to enter a room that did not belong to him, and he closed the door. "Marthe! Marthe!" he stammered, again in accents of despair. He went back to the middle of the hall, unable to quiet the hoarse panting which was swelling in his throat. Where had he got to, that he could not recognize a single spot? Who had been transforming his house in such a way? His recollections were quite confused. He could only recall some shadows gliding along the hall. Two shadows, at first poverty-stricken, soft-spoken, self-suppressing, then tipsy and disreputable-looking, two shadows that leered and sniggered. He raised his lamp, the wick of which was burning smokily, and thereupon the shadows grew bigger, lengthened upon the walls, mounted aloft beside the staircase, and filled and preyed upon the whole house. Some horrid filth, some fermenting putrescence had found its way into the place and had rotted the woodwork, rusted the iron, and split the walls. Then he seemed to hear the house crumbling like a ceiling from dampness, and to see it melting like a handful of salt thrown into a basin of hot water. But up above there sounded peals of ringing laughter, which made his hair stand on end. He put the lamp down and went upstairs to look for Marthe. He crept up noiselessly on his hands and feet with all the nimbleness and stealth of a wolf. When he reached the landing of the first floor, he knelt down in front of the door of the bedroom. A ray of light streamed from underneath it. Marthe must be going to bed.
"What a jolly bed this is of theirs," Olympe was just exclaiming. "You can quite bury yourself in it, Honoré. I'm right up to my eyes in feathers."
She laughed and stretched herself and sprang about amidst the bedclothes.
"Ever since I've been here," she continued, "I've been longing to sleep in this bed. It made me almost ill wishing for it. I could never see that lath of a landlady of ours get into it without feeling a furious desire to throw her onto the floor and put myself in her place. One gets quite warm directly. It's just as though I were wrapped in cotton wool."
Truche, who had not yet gone to bed, was examining the bottles on the dressing table. "She has got all kinds of sense," he said.
"Well, as she isn't here, we may just as well treat ourselves to the best room," continued Olympe. "There's no danger of her coming back and disturbing us. I've fastened the doors up. You'll be getting cold, Honoré."
But Truche now opened the drawers and began groping about amongst the linen. "Put this on. It's smothered with lace," he said, tossing a nightdress to Olympe. "I shall wear this red handkerchief myself." Then, as Truche was at last getting into bed, Olympe said to him,
"Put the grog on the night table. We need not get up and go to the other end of the room for it. There, my dear, we are like real householders now."
They lay down side by side, with the eiderdown quilt drawn up to their chins. "I ate a deuced lot this evening," said Truche, after a short pause.
"And drank a lot, too," added Olympe with a laugh. "I feel very cozy and snug. But the tiresome part is that my mother is always interfering with us. She's been quite awful today. I can't take a single step about the house without her being at me. There's really no advantage in our landlady going off if mother means to play the policeman. She has quite spoilt my day's enjoyment."
"Hasn't the Abbe some idea of going away?" asked Truche, after another short interval of silence. "If he is made a bishop, he will be obliged to leave the house to us."
"One can't be sure of that," Olympe petulantly replied. "I dare say mother means to keep it. But how jolly we should be here, all by ourselves. I would make our landlady sleep upstairs in my brother's room. I'd persuade her that it was healthier than this. Pass me the glass, Honoré."
They both took a drink and then covered themselves up afresh. "Ah," said Truche, "I'm afraid it won't be easy to get rid of them. But we can try at any rate. I believe the Abbe would have changed his quarters before if he'd not been afraid that the landlady would have considered herself deserted and have made a rumpus. I think I'll try to talk the landlady over. I'll tell her a lot of tales to persuade her to turn them out." He took another drink.
"Oh, leave the matter to me," replied Olympe. "I'll get mother and Ovid turned out, as they've treated us so badly."
"Well, if you don't succeed," said Truche, "I can easily concoct some scandal about the Abbe and Madame Mouret, and then he will be absolutely obliged to shift his quarters." Olympe sat up in bed.
"That's a splendid idea," she said. "That is, we must set about it tomorrow. Before a month is over, this room will be ours. I must really give you a kiss for the idea."
They then both grew very merry, and began to plan how they would arrange the room. They would change the place of the chest of drawers, they said, and they would bring up a couple of easy chairs from the drawing room. However, their speech was gradually growing huskier, and at last they became silent.
"There, you're off now," murmured Olympe after a time. "You're snoring with your eyes open. Well, let me come to the other side, so that at any rate I can finish my novel. I'm not sleepy if you are."
She got up and rolled him like a mere lump towards the wall, and then began to read. But before she had finished a page, she turned her head uneasily towards the door. She fancied she could hear a strange noise on the landing. At this she cried petulantly to her husband, giving him a dig in the ribs with her elbow. "You know very well that I don't like that sort of joke. Don't play the wolf. Anyone would fancy there was somebody at the door." "Well, go on if it pleases you. You are very irritating." Then she angrily absorbed herself in her book again, after sucking a slice of lemon left in her glass. With the same stealthy movements as before, Mouret now quitted the door of the bedroom, where he'd remained crouching. He climbed to the second floor and knelt before Abbe Faujas' door, squeezing himself close to the keyhole. He choked down Marthe's name, that again rose in his throat, and examined with glistening eye the corners of the priest's room to satisfy himself that nobody was shut up there. The big bare room was in deep shadow. A small lamp which stood upon the table cast just a circular patch of light upon the floor, and the Abbe himself, who was writing, seemed like a big black stain in the midst of that yellow glare. After he'd scrutinized the curtains in the chest of drawers, Mouret's gaze fell upon the iron bedstead, upon which lay the priest's hat, looking like the locks of a woman's hair. There was no doubt that Marthe was there, thought Mouret. Hadn't Petruchia said that she was to have that room? But as he continued gazing, he saw that the bed was undisturbed and looked, with its cold white coverings, like a tombstone. His eyes were getting accustomed to the gloom. However, Abbe Faujas appeared to hear some sound, for he glanced at the door. When the maniac saw the priest's calm face, his eyes reddened. A slight foam appeared at the corner of his lips, and it was with difficulty that he suppressed a shout. At last he went away on his hands and knees again, down the stairs and along the passages, still repeating in low tones, "Marthe, Marthe." He searched for her through the whole house, in Rose's room, which he found empty, in Petruchia's apartments, which were filled with the spoils of the other rooms, in the children's old rooms, where he burst into tears as his hands came across a pair of worn-out boots which had belonged to Désirée. He went up and down the stairs, clinging on to the banisters and gliding along the walls, stealthily exploring every apartment with the extraordinary dexterity of a scheming maniac. Soon there was not a single corner of the place from the cellar to the attic which he had not investigated. Marthe was nowhere in the house, nor were the children there, nor Rose. The house was empty. The house might crumble to pieces. Mouret sat down upon the stairs. He choked down the panting which, in spite of himself, continued to distend his throat. With his back against the banisters and his eyes wide open in the darkness, he sat waiting, absorbed in a scheme which he was patiently thinking out. His senses became so acute that he could hear the slightest sounds that arose in the house. Down below him snored Truche, while Olympe turned over the pages of her book with a slight rubbing of her fingers against the paper. On the second floor, Abbe Faujas' pen made a scratching sound, like the crawling of an insect, while in the adjoining room, Madame Faujas' heavy breathing seemed like an accompaniment to that shrill music. Mouret sat for an hour with his ears sharply strained. Olympe was the first of the wakeful ones to succumb to sleep. He could hear her novel fall upon the floor. Then Abbe Faujas laid down his pen and undressed himself, quietly gliding about his room in his slippers. He slipped off his clothes in silence, and did not even make the bed creak as he got into it. Ah, the house had gone to rest at last. But the madman could tell from the sound of the Abbe's breathing that he was yet awake. Gradually that breathing grew fuller, and at last the whole house slept. Mouret waited on for another half-hour. He still listened with strained ears, as though he could hear the four sleepers descending into deeper and deeper slumber. The house lay wrapped in darkness and unconsciousness. Then the maniac rose up and slowly made his way into the passage. Marthe isn't here any longer. The house isn't here. Nothing is here, he murmured. He opened the door that led into the garden and went down to the little conservatory. When he got there, he methodically removed the big dry box plants and carried them upstairs in enormous armfuls, piling them in front of the doors of Autruche and the Faujas. He felt too a craving for a bright light, and he went into the kitchen and lighted all the lamps, which he placed upon the tables in the various rooms and on the landings and along the passages. Then he brought up the rest of the box plants. They were soon piled higher than the doors. As he was making his last journey with them, he raised his eyes and noticed the windows. Next he went out into the garden again, took the trunks of the fruit trees, and stacked them up under the windows, skillfully arranging for little currents of air which should make them blaze freely. The stack seemed to him but a small one, however. "There is nothing left," he murmured. "There must be nothing left." Then, as a thought struck him, he went down into the cellar and recommenced his journeying backwards and forwards. He was now carrying up the fuel for the winter, the coal, the vine branches, and the wood. The pile under the windows gradually grew bigger. As he carefully arranged each bundle of vine branches, he was thrilled with livelier satisfaction. He next proceeded to distribute the fuel through the rooms on the ground floor, and left a heap of it in the entrance hall and another heap in the kitchen. Then he piled the furniture atop of the different heaps. An hour sufficed him to get his work finished. He had taken his boots off and had glided about all over the house with heavily laden arms so dexterously that he'd not let a single piece of wood fall roughly to the floor. He seemed endowed with new life, with extraordinary nimbleness of motion. As far as this one firmly fixed idea of his went, he was perfectly in possession of his senses. When all was ready, he lingered for a moment to enjoy the sight of his work. He went from pile to pile, took pleasure in viewing the square-set pyres, and gently rubbed his hands together with an appearance of extreme satisfaction. As a few fragments of coal had fallen on the stairs, he ran off to get a brush and carefully swept the black dust from the steps. Then he completed his inspection with the careful precision of a man who means to do things as they ought to be done. He gradually became quite excited with satisfaction, and dropped onto his hands and knees again, and began to hop about, panting more heavily in his savage joy. At last he took a vine branch and set fire to the heaps. First of all, he lighted the pile on the terrace underneath the windows. Then he leapt back into the house and set fire to the heaps in the drawing-room and dining-room, and then to those in the kitchen and the hall. Next, he sprang up the stairs and flung the remains of his blazing brand upon the piles that lay against the doors of Autruche and Faujas. An ever-increasing rage was thrilling him, and the lurid blaze of the fire brought his madness to a climax. He twice came down the stairs with terrific leaps, bounded about through the thick smoke, fanning the flames with his breath and casting handfuls of coal upon them. At the sight of the flames, already mounting to the ceilings of the rooms, he sat down every now and then and laughed and clapped his hands with all his strength. The house was now roaring like an over-crammed stove. The flames burst out at all points at once with a violence that split the floors. But the maniac made his way upstairs again through the sheets of fire, singeing his hair and blackening his clothes as he went. And he posted himself on the second floor, crouching down on his hands and knees, with his growling beast-like head thrown forward. He was keeping guard over the landing, and his eyes never quitted the priest's door. "Ovid! Ovid!" shrieked a panic-stricken voice. Madame Faujas' door at the end of the landing was suddenly opened, and the flames swept into her room with the roar of a tempest. The old woman appeared in the midst of the fire. Stretching out her arms, she hurled aside the blazing brands and sprang onto the landing, pulling and pushing away with her hands and feet the burning heap that blocked up her son's door, and calling all the while to the priest despairingly. The maniac crouched still lower down, his eyes gleaming while he continued to growl. "Wait for me! Don't get out of the window!" cried Madame Faujas, striking at her son's door. She threw her weight against it, and the charred door yielded easily. She reappeared holding her son in her arms. He had taken time to put on his cassock and was choking, half suffocated by the smoke. "I'm going to carry you, Ovid," she cried, with energetic determination. "Hold well onto my shoulders, and clutch hold of my hair if you feel you're slipping. Don't trouble, I'll carry you through it all." She hoisted him upon her shoulders as though he were a child, and this sublime mother, this old peasant woman, carrying her devotion to death itself, did not so much as totter beneath the crushing weight of that big, swooning, unresisting body. She extinguished the burning brands with her naked feet and made a free passage through the flames by brushing them aside with her open hand so that her son might not even be touched by them. But just as she was about to go downstairs, the maniac, whom she had not observed, sprang upon the Abbe Faujas and tore him from off her shoulders. His muttered growl turned into a wild shriek while he writhed in a fit at the head of the stairs. He belabored the priest, tore him with his hands, and strangled him. "Marthe! Marthe!" he bellowed. Then he rolled down the blazing stairs, still with the priest in his grasp, while Madame Faujas, who had driven her teeth into his throat, drained his blood. The Trouche perished in their drunken stupor without a groan, and the house, gutted and undermined, collapsed in the midst of a cloud of sparks. This ends chapter 22.
Chapter 23 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Chapter 23. Macquart did not find Porquier at home, and so the doctor only reached Madame Rougon's at nearly 12:30. The whole house was still in commotion. Rougon himself was the only one who had not got out of bed. Emotion had a killing effect upon him, said he. Félicité, who was still seated in the same armchair by Marthe's bedside, rose to meet the doctor. "Oh, my dear doctor, we are so very anxious," she murmured. "The poor child has never stirred since we put her to bed there. Her hands are already quite cold. I've kept them in my own, but it has done no good." Dr. Porquier scanned Marthe's face, and then, without making any further examination, he compressed his lips and made a vague gesture with his hands. "My dear Madame Rougon," he said, "you must summon up your courage." Félicité burst into sobs. "The end is at hand," the doctor continued in a lower voice. "I have been expecting this sad termination for a long time past. I must confess so much now. Both of poor Madame Mouret's lungs are diseased, and in her case phthisis has been complicated by nervous derangement." He took a seat, and a smile played about his lips. The smile of the polished doctor, who thinks that even in the presence of death itself, suave politeness is demanded of him. "Don't give way and make yourself ill, my dear lady. The catastrophe was inevitable, and any little accident might have hastened it. I should imagine that poor Madame Mouret must have been subject to coughing when she was very young, wasn't she? I should say that the germs of the disease have been spreading within her for a good many years past. Latterly, and especially within the last 3 years, phthisis has been making frightful strides in her. How pious and devotional she was! I have been quite touched to see her passing away in such sanctity. Well, well, the decrees of Providence are inscrutable. Science is very often quite powerless. Seeing that Madame Rougon still continued to weep, he poured out upon her the tenderest consolations, and pressed her to take a cup of lime-flower water to calm herself. "Don't distress yourself, I beg you," he continued. "I assure you that she's lost all sense of pain. She will continue sleeping as tranquilly as she is doing at present, and will only regain consciousness just before death. I won't leave you. I will remain here, though my services are quite unavailing. I shall stay, however, as a friend, my dear lady, as a friend." He settled himself comfortably for the night in an easy-chair. Félicité grew a little calmer. When Dr. Porquier gave her to understand that Marthe had only a few more hours to live, she thought of sending for Serge from the seminary, which was near at hand. She asked Rose to go there for him, but the cook at first refused. "Do you want to kill the poor little fellow as well?" she exclaimed. "It would be too great a shock for him to be called up in the middle of the night to come and see a dead woman. I won't be his murderer." Rose still retained bitter feelings against her mistress. Ever since the latter had been lying there dying, she'd paced round the bed, angrily knocking about the cups and the hot water bottles. "Was there any sense in doing such a thing as Madame did?" she cried. "She's only herself to blame if she's got her death by going to see the master. And now everything is turned topsy-turvy, and we are all distracted. No, I don't approve at all of a little fellow being startled out of his sleep in such a way." In the end, however, she consented to go to the seminary. Dr. Porquier had stretched himself out in front of the fire, and with half-closed eyes continued to address consolatory words to Madame Rougon. A slight rattling sound began to be heard in Marthe's chest. Uncle Macquart, who had not appeared again since he'd gone away 2 good hours previously, now gently pushed the door open. "Where have you been?" Félicité asked him, taking him into a corner of the room. He told her that he'd been to put his horse in trap up at the Three Pigeons, but his eyes sparkled so vividly, and there was such a look of diabolical cunning about him, that she was filled with 1,000 suspicions. She forgot her dying daughter for the moment, for she scented some trickery which it was imperative for her to get to the bottom of. "Anyone would imagine that you had been following and playing the spy upon somebody," she said, looking at his muddy trousers. "You are hiding something from me, Macquart. It is not right of you. We've always treated you very well." "Oh, very well indeed," sniggered Macquart. "I'm glad you've told me so. Rougon is a skinflint. He treated me like the lowest of the low in the matter of that cornfield. Where is Rougon? Snoozing comfortably in his bed, eh? It's little he cares for all the trouble one takes about the family." The smile which accompanied these last words greatly disquieted Félicité. She looked him keenly in the face. "What trouble have you taken for the family?" she asked. "Do you grudge having brought poor Marthe back from Les Toulettes? I tell you again that all that business has a very suspicious look. I have been questioning Rose, and it seems to me that you wanted to come straight here. It surprises me that you did not knock more loudly in the Rue Balland. They would have come and opened the door. I'm not saying this because I don't want my dear child to be here. I'm glad to think, on the contrary, that she will at any rate die among her own people, and will have only loving faces about her."
Macquart seemed greatly surprised at this speech, and interrupted her by saying, with an uneasy manner, "I thought that you and Abbe Faujas were the best of friends." She made no reply, but stepped up to Marthe, whose breathing was now becoming more difficult. When she left the bedside again, she saw Macquart pulling one of the curtains aside and peering out into the dark night while rubbing the moist window pane with his hand. "Don't go away tomorrow without coming and talking to me," she said to him. "I want to have all this cleared up." "Just as you like," he replied. "You are very difficult to please. First you like people, and then you don't like them. I always keep on in the same regular, easy-going way." He was evidently very much vexed to find that the Rougon no longer made common cause with Abbe Faujas. He tapped the window with the tips of his fingers and still kept his eyes on the black night. Just at that moment the sky was reddened by a sudden glow. "What is that?" asked Félicité. Macquart opened the window and looked out. "It looks like a fire," he said unconcernedly. "There's something burning behind the sub-prefecture." There were sounds of commotion on the place. A servant came into the room with a scared look and told them that the house of Madame's daughter was on fire. It was believed, he continued, that Madame's son-in-law, he whom they had been obliged to shut up, had been seen walking about the garden carrying a burning vine branch. The most unfortunate part of the matter was that there seemed no hope of saving the lodgers. Félicité turned sharply round and pondered for a minute, keeping her eyes fixed on Macquart. Then she clearly understood everything. "You promised me solemnly," she said in a low voice, "that you would conduct yourself quietly and decently when we set you up in your little house at Les Toulettes. You have everything that you want and are quite independent. This is abominable, disgraceful, I tell you. How much did Abbe Faujas give you to let Francois escape?" Macquart was going to break out angrily, but Madame Rougon made him keep silent. She seemed much more uneasy about the consequences of the matter than indignant at the crime itself. "And what a terrible scandal there will be if it all comes out," she continued. "Have we ever refused you anything? We will talk together tomorrow, and we will speak again of that cornfield about which you are so bitter against us. If Rougon were to hear of such a thing as this, he would die of grief." Macquart could not help smiling. Still he defended himself energetically and swore that he knew nothing about the matter and had had no hand in it. Then, as the sky grew redder and Dr. Porquier had already gone downstairs, he left the room, saying, as if he were anxiously curious about the matter, "I'm going to see what's happening." It was Monsieur Pécure de Saulet who had given the alarm. There'd been an evening party at the sub-prefecture, and he was just going to bed at a few minutes before 1 o'clock when he perceived a strange red reflection upon the ceiling of his bedroom. Going to the window, he was struck with astonishment at seeing a great fire burning in the Mourets' garden, while a shadowy form, which he did not at first recognize, danced about in the midst of the smoke, brandishing a blazing vine branch. Almost immediately afterwards, flames burst out from all the openings on the ground floor. The sub-prefect hurriedly put on his trousers again, called his valet, and sent the porter off to summon the fire brigade and the authorities. Then, before going to the scene of the disaster, he finished dressing himself and consulted his mirror to make sure that his moustache was quite as it should be. He was the first to arrive in the Rue Balland. The street was absolutely deserted, save for a couple of cats which were rushing across it. "They will let themselves be broiled like cutlets in there," thought Monsieur Pécure de Saulet, astonished at the quiet, sleepy appearance of the house on the street side, where as yet there was no sign of the conflagration.
He knocked loudly at the door, but could hear nothing except the roaring of the fire in the well of the staircase. Then he knocked at Monsieur Rastoy's door. There piercing screams were heard, hurried rustlings to and fro, banging of doors, and stifled calls. "Aurélie, cover up your shoulders!" cried the presiding judge, who rushed out onto the pathway, followed by Madame Rastoy and her younger daughter, the one who was still unmarried. In her hurry, Aurélie had thrown over her shoulders a cloak of her father's, which left her arms bare. She turned very red as she caught sight of Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet. "What a terrible disaster!" stammered the presiding judge. "Everything will be burnt down. The wall of my bedroom is quite hot already. The two houses almost join. Ah, my dear sub-prefect, I haven't even stopped to remove the timepieces. We must organize assistance. We can't stand by and let all our belongings be destroyed in an hour or two." Madame Rastoy, scantily clothed in a dressing gown, was bewailing her drawing-room furniture, which she'd only just had newly covered. By this time, however, several neighbors had appeared at their windows. The presiding judge summoned them to his assistance and commenced to remove his effects from his house. He made the timepieces his own particular charge and brought them out and deposited them on the pathway opposite. When the easy chairs from the drawing-room were carried out, he made his wife and daughter sit down in them, and the sub-prefect remained by their side to reassure them. "Make yourselves easy, ladies," he said. "The engine will be here directly, and then a vigorous attack will be made upon the fire. I think I may undertake to promise that your house will be saved." All at once the window panes of the Mourets' house burst, and the flames broke out from the first floor. The street was illumined by a bright glow. It was as light as at midday. A drummer could be heard passing across the place of the sub-prefecture, some distance off, sounding the alarm. A number of men ran up, and a chain was formed to pass on the buckets of water. But there were no buckets, and still the engine did not arrive. In the midst of a general consternation, Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet, without leaving the two ladies, shouted out orders in a loud voice. "Leave a free passage! The chain is too closely formed down there. Keep yourselves 2 feet apart." Then he turned to Aurélie and said in a low voice, "I am very much surprised that the engine has not arrived yet. It is a new engine. This will be the first time it has been used. I sent the porter off immediately, and I told him also to call at the police station." However, the gendarme arrived before the end. They kept back the inquisitive spectators, whose numbers increased, notwithstanding the lateness of the hour. The sub-prefect himself went to put the chain in a better order, as it was bulging out in the middle, through the pushing of some rough fellows who'd run up from the outskirts of a town. The little bell of Saint-Saturnin's was sounding the alarm with cracked notes, and a second drum beat faintly at the bottom of the street near the mall. At last the engine arrived with a noisy clatter. The crowd made way for it, and the 15 panting firemen of Plassans came up at a run. However, in spite of Monsieur Pecqueur de Saulet's intervention, a quarter of an hour elapsed before the engine was in working order. "I tell you that it's the piston that won't work," cried the captain angrily to the sub-prefect, who asserted that the nuts were too tightly screwed. At last the jet of water shot up, and the crowd gave a sigh of satisfaction. The house was now blazing from the ground floor to the second floor like a huge torch. The water hissed as it fell into the burning mass, and the flames, separating into yellow tongues, seemed to shoot up still higher than before. Some of the firemen had mounted onto the roof of the presiding judge's house, and were breaking open the tiles with their picks to limit the progress of the fire. "It's all up with the place," muttered Macquart, who stood quietly on the pathway with his hands in his pockets, watching the conflagration with lively interest. Out in the street, a perfect open-air drawing-room had now been established.
The easy-chairs were arranged in a semicircle, as though to allow their occupants to view the spectacle at their ease. Madame de Condorman and her husband had just arrived. They'd scarcely got back home from the sub-prefecture, they said, when they had heard the drum beating the alarm. Monsieur de Bourdeaux, Monsieur Maffray, Dr. Poquier, and Monsieur Deslangres, accompanied by several members of the municipal council, had also lost no time in hastening to the scene. They all clustered round poor Madame Rastoy and her daughter, trying to comfort and console them with sympathetic remarks. After a time, most of them sat down in the easy-chairs, and a general conversation took place, while the engines snorted away half a score yards off, and the blazing beams crackled. "Have you got my watch, my dear?" Madame Rastoy inquired. "It was on the mantelpiece with the chain." Yes, I have it in my pocket," replied the president, trembling with emotion. "I have got the silver as well. I wanted to bring everything away, but the firemen wouldn't let me. They said it was ridiculous." Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet still showed the greatest calmness and kindly attention. "I assure you that your house is in no danger at all," he remarked. "The force of the fire is spent now. You may go and put your silver back in your dining room." But Monsieur Rastoy would not consent to part with his plate, which he was carrying under his arm, wrapped up in a newspaper. "All the doors are open," he stammered, "and the house is full of people that I know nothing about. They've made a hole in my roof that will cost me a pretty penny to put right again." Madame de Condorman now questioned the sub-prefect. "Oh, how terrible!" she cried. "I thought that the lodgers had had time to escape. Has nothing been seen of Abbe Faujas?" "I knocked at the door myself," said Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet, "but I couldn't make any one hear. When the firemen arrived, I had the door broken open, and I ordered them to place the ladders against the windows. But nothing was of any use. One of our brave gendarmes who ventured into the hall narrowly escaped being suffocated by the smoke." "As Abbe Faujas has been, I suppose. What a horrible death," said the fair Octavie, with a shudder. The ladies and gentlemen looked into one another's faces, which showed pale in the flickering light of the conflagration. Dr. Poquier explained to them, however, that death by fire was probably not so painful as they imagined. "When the fire once reaches one," he said in conclusion, "it can only be a matter of few seconds. Of course, it depends, to some extent, upon the violence of the conflagration." Monsieur de Condorman was counting upon his fingers. "Even if Madame Mouret is with her parents, as is asserted, that still leaves 4. Abbe Faujas, his mother, his sister, and his brother-in-law. It's a pretty bad business." Just then Madame Rastoy inclined her head towards her husband's ear. "Give me my watch," she whispered. "I don't feel easy about it. You are always fidgeting, and you may sit on it." Someone now called out that the wind was carrying the sparks towards the sub-prefecture, and Monsieur Pecoeur de Saulet immediately sprang up and, apologizing for his departure, hastened off to guard against this new danger. Monsieur Deslangres was anxious that a last attempt should be made to rescue the victims, but the captain of the fire brigade roughly told him to go up the ladder himself if he thought such a thing possible. He'd never seen such a fire before, he declared. The devil himself must have lighted it, for the house was burning like a bundle of chips at all points at once. The mayor, followed by some kindly disposed persons, then went round into the Impasse de Cheviot. Perhaps, he said, it would be possible to get to the windows from the garden side. "It would be very magnificent, if it were not so sad," remarked Madame de Condorman, who was now calmer. The fire was certainly becoming a superb spectacle. Showers of sparks rushed up in the midst of huge blue flames. Chasms of glowing red showed themselves behind each of the gaping windows, while the smoke rolled gently away in a huge purplish cloud. like the smoke from Bengal lights set burning at some display of fireworks. But ladies and gentlemen were comfortably seated in their chairs, leaning on their elbows and stretching out their legs as they watched the spectacle before them. And whenever there was a more violent burst of flames than usual, there came an interval of silence, broken by exclamations. At some distance off, in the midst of the flickering brilliance which every now and then lighted up masses of serried heads, there rose the murmur of the crowd, the sound of gushing water, a general confused uproar. 10 paces away, the engine, with its regular snorting breath, continued vomiting streams of water from its metal throat. "Look at the third window on the second floor," suddenly cried Monsieur Maffray. "You can see a bed burning quite distinctly on the left hand. It has yellow curtains, and they're blazing like so much paper." Monsieur Pecker de Saulet now returned at a gentle trot to reassure the ladies and gentlemen. It had been a false alarm. "The sparks," he said, "are certainly being carried by the wind towards the sub-prefecture, but they are extinguished in the air before they reach it. There is no further danger. They've got the fire well in hand now." "But is it known how the fire originated?" asked Madame de Condamine. Monsieur de Bourdeaux asserted that he had first of all seen a dense smoke issuing from the kitchen. Monsieur Maffray alleged, on the other hand, that the flames had first appeared in a room on the first floor. But the sub-prefect shook his head with an air of official prudence, and said in a low voice, "I am much afraid that malice has had something to do with the disaster. I've ordered an inquiry to be made." Then he went on to tell them that he had seen a man lighting the fire with a vine branch. "Yes, I saw him too," interrupted Aurélie Rastoy. "It was Monsieur Mouret." This statement created the greatest astonishment. The thing seemed impossible. Monsieur Mouret escaping and burning down his house? What a frightful story! They overwhelmed Aurélie with questions. She blushed, and her mother looked at her severely. It was scarcely proper for a young girl to be constantly looking out of her window at night time. "I assure you that I distinctly recognized Monsieur Mouret," she continued. "I'd not gone to sleep, and I got up when I saw a bright light. Monsieur Mouret was dancing about in the midst of the fire." Then the sub-prefect spoke out. "Mademoiselle is quite correct. I recognize the unhappy man now. He looked so terrible that I was in doubt as to who it might be, although his face seemed familiar. Excuse me, this is a very serious matter, and I must go and give some orders." He went away again, while the company began to discuss this terrible affair of a landlord burning his lodgers to death. Monsieur de Bourdeaux inveighed hotly against lunatic asylums. "The surveillance exercised in them," he said, "was most imperfect." The truth was that Monsieur de Bourdeaux was greatly afraid lest the prefecture which Abbe Faujas had promised him should be burnt away in the fire before his eyes. "Maniacs are extremely revengeful," said Monsieur de Condamine, in all simplicity. This remark seemed to embarrass everyone, and the conversation dropped. The ladies shuddered slightly, while the men exchanged peculiar glances. The burning house had become an object of still greater interest now that they knew whose hand had set it on fire. They blinked with a thrill of delicious terror as they gazed upon the glowing pile, and thought of the drama that had been enacted there. "If old Mouret is in there, that makes 5, said Monsieur de Condamine. Then the ladies hushed him, and told him that he was a cold-blooded, unfeeling man. The Palocs, meanwhile, had been watching the fire since its commencement from the window of their dining-room. They were just above the drawing-room that had been improvised upon the pathway. The judge's wife at last went out, and graciously offered shelter and hospitality to the Rastoy ladies and the friends surrounding them. "We can see very well from our windows, I assure you," she said. and as the ladies declined her invitation, she added, "You will certainly take cold. It is a very sharp night." But Madame de Condamine smiled, and stretched out her little feet, which showed from beneath her skirts. "Oh dear, no, we're not at all cold," she said. "My feet are quite toasted. I am very comfortable indeed. Are you cold, mademoiselle?" "I am really too warm," Aurélie replied. "One could imagine that it was a summer night. This fire keeps one quite warm and cozy." Everyone declared that it was very pleasant, and so Madame Paloc determined to remain there with them and to take a seat in one of the easy chairs. Monsieur Maffray had just gone off. He had caught sight, in the midst of the crowd, of his two sons, accompanied by Guillaume Porquier, who had all three run up from a house near the ramparts to see the fire. The magistrate, who was certain that he'd locked his lads up in their bedroom, dragged Alphonse and Ambroise away by the ears. "I think we might go off to bed now," said Monsieur de Bourdeaux, who was gradually growing more cross-grained. However, Monsieur Pecure de Saulet had reappeared again, and showed himself quite indefatigable, though he never neglected the ladies, in spite of the duties and anxieties of all kinds with which he was overwhelmed. He sprang hastily forward to meet Monsieur de Langres, who was just coming back from the Impasse des Cheviots. They talked together in low tones. The mayor had apparently witnessed some terrible sight, for he kept passing his hand over his face, as though trying to drive away some awful vision that was pursuing him. The ladies could only hear him murmuring, "We arrived too late. It was horrible." He would not answer any questions. "Only Bourdeaux and Deslangres will regret Abbe Faujas," Monsieur de Condamine whispered in Madame Paloc's ear. "They had business on hand with him," the latter replied quietly. "Ah, here's Abbe Bourret. He's weeping from genuine sorrow." Abbe Bourret, who'd formed part of a chain of men who passed the buckets on, was sobbing bitterly. The poor man refused all consolation. He would not sit down, but remained standing, with anxious, troubled eyes, watching the last beams burn away. Abbe Saurin had also been seen, but he disappeared after picking up in the crowd all the information he could. "Come along. Let us be off to bed," exclaimed Monsieur de Bourdeaux. "It is foolish of us to stop here." The whole party rose. It was settled that Monsieur Rastoy and his wife and daughter should spend the night at the Paloc. Madame de Condamine gently tapped her dress, which had got slightly creased, in order to straighten it. The easy chairs were pushed out of the way, and the company lingered yet a few more moments while bidding each other good night. The engine was still snorting, and the fire was dying down amidst dense black smoke. Nothing was to be heard but the tramping of the diminishing crowd and the last blows of a fireman's axe striking down a beam. "It's all over," thought Macquart, who still kept his position on the opposite pathway. He remained there a few moments longer, listening to the last words which Monsieur de Condamine exchanged in low tones with Madame Paloc. "Bah!" said the judge's wife. "No one will cry for him, unless it's that big gander Bourret. He'd grown quite unendurable, and we were nothing but his slaves. His lordship, the bishop, I dare say, has got a smiling face just now. Plassans is at last delivered." "And the Rougon!" exclaimed Monsieur de Condamine. "They must be quite delighted." "I should think so, indeed. The Rougon must be up in the heavens. They will inherit the Abbe's conquest. Ah, they would have paid anyone well who would have run the risk of setting the house on fire." Macquart went away feeling extremely dissatisfied. He was beginning to fear that he'd been duped. The joy of the Rougon filled him with consternation. The Rougon were crafty folks who always played a double game, and whose opponents were quite certain to end by getting the worst of the struggle. As Macquart crossed the place of the sub-prefecture, he swore to himself that he would never set to work in this blind way again. As he went up to the room where Marthe lay dying, he found Rose sitting on one of the stairs. She was in a fuming rage. "No, indeed, I will certainly not stop in the room," she cried. "I won't look on and see such things. Let her die without me. Let her die like a dog. I no longer have any love for her. I have no love for anyone. To send for the poor little fellow to kill him, and I consented to go for him. I shall hate myself for it all my life. He was as white as his nightshirt, the angel. I was obliged to carry him here from the seminary. I thought he was going to give up the ghost on the way. He cried so. Oh, it's a cruel shame. And there he is gone into the room now to kiss her. It quite makes my flesh creep. I wish the whole house would topple down on our heads and finish us all off at one stroke. I will shut myself up in some hole somewhere and live quite alone and never see anyone again. Never, never. One's whole life seems made up of things that make one weep and make one angry." Macquart entered the room. Madame Rougon was on her knees, burying her face in her hands, and Serge, with tears streaming down his cheeks, was standing by the bedside supporting the head of a dying woman. She had not yet regained consciousness. The last flickering flames of the conflagration cast a ruddy reflection upon the ceiling of the room. At last, a convulsive tremor shook Marthe's body. She opened her eyes with an expression of surprise and sat up in bed to glance around her. Then she clasped her hands together with a look of unutterable terror and died, even as she caught sight of Serge's cassock in the crimson glow. This ends chapter 23. This ends The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. Section 24 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola, translated by Ernest Alfred Visitelli. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Mark Leader. Section 24. Notes. 1. See Eugène Thénault's La Provence en décembre, 1851. Paris, 1865. Pages 206 et seq. and 260 et seq. Also Macquart's L'insurrection du Var, page 127. 2. A glimpse of Francois Mouret and Marthe, his wife, is given in The Fortune of the Rougon, pages 143 to 4. 3. Parish Priest. 4. One of the chief characters of The Fortune of the Rougon and Dr. Pascal. 5. The chief character in His Excellency. 6. Those proscribed by Louis Napoleon at the coup d'etat of 1851. 7. Aunt Didet's life and death at Les Toulettes are described in Dr. Pascal. This ends section 24 of The Conquest of Plassans by Émile Zola.